I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle in my whole life. I just feel so different now. Um, my dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Um, yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way. You know what I mean? So um, it's been I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua, Tua, Tua. So peace and love.
Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti. I'm on Hotep Rock. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of MAAT. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses AUSET and NETERU. To SABA Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, MAAT Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your Podclass and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite NETERUs have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
If you're but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They go
together.
need
Some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per Amharu.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the NETERU, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building. And he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
press 1 for Tehuti, press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same thing about a rule and the same thing about a song.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari...
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological NETERU, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head? And and the same two horns on her head that the statue of AUSET has. Everybody, can you see that, son, NETERU?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that AUSET had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered it and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and AUSET were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? No. Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head, she can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV, House of Consciousness. But y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority. Okay, because I'm not the referee. So don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this. You know, I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari, but I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Bam. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Upmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Upmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Sonetter didn't want this to be allowing.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator T?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the NETERU real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my Podclass, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If you want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
Hey, Mary Segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So do I.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the Podclass. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the Podclass? How did you even know about this? Come across
it was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old podclasses that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married man. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about, everybody. Go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the Podclass, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this. You know.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it the 90s? What year was that?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. And what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
What were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Swimming in my daddy's big. Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89? Man,
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were.
we'll have to go through the details. Now, man, I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. Doing the mic check. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Can I be heard? Press a 9. My thing is not in real time, so I have to wait a moment before I see the lines. We'll check right now. Let me see the 9s. I see 1 9. Okay, good. You bet. Can you hear me? I see 1 9. Any other 9s? Anyone else hear me and see me clearly? Okay, there we go. We see the 9s. There we are. We have Gabriela, Lopez, Hotep and much Mary to the Aut, to the great SABA, Tehuti, Hotep Ra with 3 purples. You know this class is for you. We got Rob Lowe with the 9, Sozemania, who's been very active in the comment sections of the YouTube. And Pooh. There's Anpu right there with the 9. And who else? Where's Medu Seneb, Sekai, Upesh? There he is. Boom. Medu Seneb, Sekai, Upesh. Wonderful with the 9s. Excellent, excellent, and excelente. Okay, good. I can be heard. So let us start with the proper frequency. Tiffy is a regular here now. She is a regular. She is here on deck every Saturday. I want to give a shout out to much respect to the new people, such as Brian Tilson. And we're going to actually start off with the proper frequency before I do the rest of the beautiful positive comments. We're going to start off with the beautiful frequency. And let us begin with that. For the new people that are watching, what we're going to say is going to actually be on the screen. So if you don't know it by heart, you can follow through. And if you have questions on any aspect of it, you can send those questions to Cash App TTMoon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen. We can go ahead and say the affirmation, which is what we begin all things with. A wonderful affirmation. Let me turn the music down a little bit. Okay, excellent. And let us, we're going to begin, move this banner from the bottom so you can see the full affirmation. And then we'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki MAAT NS Nin Tet Aset MAAT Min Habapet MAAT Her and Hu Kiwi Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. And I'll leave that on the screen for a few moments for you to absorb. And 1, 2, 3. Boom. Welcome everyone to this event. Every Saturday we have a beautiful event. It's a phenomenon event that doesn't take place anywhere, not only not anywhere on the internet, but anywhere on the planet. This is a phenomenon called the Tehuti Podclass. It is a reciprocity support system that is based on the actual audience and the actual students controlling what takes place in the class. And for those new people that are here, press a 9 if you're new. I think I saw a new one. I haven't seen Brian Tilson's name. Peace, M. Monroe. I know you're excited. Minty Hotep. Here we go. And where's Professor X with, what is that? She's giving a face with 3 hearts, and I think she's giving me a rose. Thank you for the rose. I take the rose. Appreciate that. And shout out to Brian Tilson, who's new. Anybody else new? Tiffany's is pretty new, one of the newest here. Brian Tilson, are you pretty new? Wonderful, excellent, wonderful. M. Monroe is a little bit below before Tiffy, but another new face. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass phenomenon. What's his name here? Mika 1. Hey, where do I see Mika 1? Shout out to you from Mika 1. As I think a moderator on NETERU. I think I always saw that name. Maybe not the 1, but the Mika looks familiar. Peace to Mika 1. I love the new names in here. Peace and love to everyone that is a part of this adventure, a part of this beautiful experience, and a part of this phenomenon. To those who are new, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for several decades, and I decided to switch from the title of a teacher to something else when I was very, very young. When people say, who is their favorite teacher, there is a list, and some of the lists are valid. Each person's list is valid to themselves of who their favorite teacher is, and it's wonderful. There's a list of teachers that are respected. I decided to change the phenomenon from teaching, which is what I do, but not labeled as a teacher, but labeled as a question answerer. And there's a slight difference between a teacher and a question answerer, because a question answerer encompasses teaching, but a teacher doesn't necessarily encompass a question answerer. And the difference is a question answerer does not come with a pre-prepared lecture. The question answerer, which I've created here on this YouTube experience and outside of YouTube, was ever since I was a youth, I decided to put myself up in front of people and get questions asked to me. And I would test myself to see where I would go to get those questions. And I couldn't go very far because I was on the spot with the questions, meaning that I would present myself in front of anywhere from 40 to eventually about 2,000 people, and they would send in questions live. At this time, there was no such thing as Google. YouTube had not been invented yet. Wikipedia had not been invented yet. There was no Wikipedia. There was no Google. There was me in front of people live and just asking everybody, do you have any questions? And whatever their topic was, I would do my best to answer. And the reason why I was able to do so was because as a youth, I became extremely hypersensitive to the matrix. And I developed another attribute as a youth, and that was a problem solver. Because you see, in order to answer questions, you're solving people's quest. They're on a quest, and there's some roadblocks on that quest. They become a questioner. There's some roadblocks on the quest, and they can't get through this particular doorway until they overcome a particular roadblock. And that roadblock is a question that they don't have the answer for. And so I put myself as a problem solver, because that's what a question answer is. But in order to be a problem solver, I had to hyper refine myself to be able to see the problems, which means that as a youth, I completely separated myself, or for the most part, separated myself from regular people, or just people in general. I would spend my time with these. I would go into the forests, I would go into the wilderness, and I would actually spend time with the animals, and I would be there for 4 hours a day, 3 hours a day. My mother would ask me where I was, and I was out there in the forests and the fields and the ponds, and I was interacting with these. I found the real meaning for solemn peace. I found a state of solemnness or peacefulness when I was around these more than I was around people. I found people to be in a very hyper chaotic state, with inability to control themselves. Arguments, religions, things were always chaotic with the people. I couldn't trust the people. They did not make me calm. So I'd break away and I'd go amongst the animals. And the animals were pretty predictive because they were very organized. They were very structured in what they do. I knew if I saw a beaver wouldn't turn into a meat eater or a human eater and come and attack me and try to eat me. If I saw a snake, I knew what type of species it was. I would either come close or keep my distance or just watch. A ladybug acts like a ladybug. A bee acts like a bee. All the animals were organized and structured in their hive, in their ant nests. The birds did the exact same thing that their parents did, and so on and so forth. And everything was pretty structured and organized. All the bears and everything that was out in different aspects of wilderness behaved as it was supposed to be. And it was very calming to see that they were very structured. When I came back amongst people, they called that wildlife. And I would watch the television, and when I went to watch the shows that I would go out and live in, they were called wildlife videos. And then I would see people that would act completely unorthodox, crazy, screaming, frantic, fighting. And when I asked the other people, how's their behavior? They say, yo, those people are acting wild. I knew there was a matrix immediately. I knew something was wrong immediately, because when I go out into the wildlife, all the animals are structured. All the animals behave as they're supposed to behave. I have not seen a crazy ladybug. I've not seen a crazy praying mantis. I've never seen a butterfly going nuts. I've never seen any one of the beavers needing a straitjacket or needing a psychiatric help or having to go to the dentist because it bites on wood. I've never seen any of the ailments that people that are being called wild have. But the people that are wild, they're the ones that have to be taken to psychiatric wards. They're the ones that need to be on meds. They're the ones that need shrinks and psychiatrics, and they're the ones you can't trust. Their behavior is sporadic. It's variable. You don't know what's happening. And those are wild people. Look at the wild man over there. And then I look at the wild butterfly, and the hummingbird is moving exactly how it's supposed to. And I was like, why is it when people are called wild, they're uncontrollable and chaotic, but when an animal is wild, it's very predictable, and it does what a worm does what it does, and a bass fish does what it does. Salmon does what salmon do. And I began to realize that something was missing inside of people. And that which was missing inside of people was their connection to nature itself. They would see things that are created by people and call those things man-made. They say, that's not natural, that's man-made. And then a bee that makes honey, the honey is called natural. But only a bee makes that. So honey is bee-made. And as a child, I was hypersensitive to matrix statements, matrix phrases. I didn't comprehend them. It didn't make sense to me because I spent so much time with the animals. I couldn't understand this is man-made, it's not natural. But if a bee makes it, it's natural. But if a man makes it, it's not natural. And as I realized, it was because people were actually away from nature itself. When I would go watch the National Geographic's videos on tribes, whether it was Native American tribes, Zulu tribes, Zimbabwean tribes, it would be on the same channel as the wildlife videos. And those people acted very organized, very structured. They were out there in the wild with the animals. They were living, the tribesmen was living with the anacondas, living in the same environment that was being called wildlife. And then I'd watch television with black television, and I would see people that look like the ancient people on the walls of Kemet, but they're behaving completely unorthodox. They have no original structure. There's no spiritual system that ties back into any ancient ways. But their television shows are never called wildlife. But it seemed to me that they were wild. They were actually out of their mind. If you're out of your mind and acting in a way that is not natural, that seemed to be the definition of wild. But the tribal videos were on the channel with the wildlife, and the people that were doing the Dougie and the movies about black men selling drugs and women smoking crack, those were not called wildlife videos, but those to me as a child seemed like those people were wild and out of their mind. So I realized it was a structured system with words, a structured system with control that wanted to control the way that people think and keep them away from nature. And Christianity set in when I was a child, and I had to defeat that. I had to question that. I was questioning that. It created very uncomfortable scenarios and situations in the home, because I would come back and ask my mother and ask the pastors and ask people back to wildlife. I would always use wildlife to debate and question. I would use that for several different occasions. Not every single time, but that was really my base of confusion. I would say wildlife is all the nature out there, and all the animals are doing what they're supposed to do. The people in the Bible, God created them, and they were sinners, not doing what they're supposed to do. And when the flood came, the wildlife was killed. There was more wildlife killed than people. You see, because people had less time to generate and repopulate on the planet than the reptiles and the grasshoppers and the multitudes of different hundreds of thousands of ladybugs, and one frog can give birth to 200 babies. One person can only give birth to 1 to 3 babies. Maybe a frog has tadpoles and there's about 300 of them. A spider can have an egg with 400 babies in it. So when the flood came, there was more wildlife killed than the people that were actually sinning. And I was confused. I didn't understand, what did the wildlife do? What did the spider do? What did it do? I don't understand what the butterfly did, because the butterfly was never mentioned on the ark. The most peaceful creatures were never mentioned as being a part of the ark. Do you remember the pair of butterflies? But when I opened up the Christian quarterly book, the creatures that I saw getting on the ark were violent creatures. I saw pairs of lions and pairs of wild dogs getting on the ark, and I was like, but the lions are killers, and the hyenas and the dogs rip things necks out, rip their intestines out, and they're getting on the ark. They're the wildlife that gets on the ark. But the butterfly, that's very calm, it's not in the picture getting on the ark, and it just collects pollen and drinks from the flowers. So as a child, this raised questions, and this created a lot of confusion until I had to have a debate with my pastor, my mother's pastor, in order to stay in the house. And that debate was set up as a wager that if I lost the debate, I would get thrown out of the house. And if I won the debate, then I could be able to leave the house. This is the first time I had to provide for myself. It's the first time I had to work to keep a roof over my head. My neurological connection for the very first time to keep a roof over my head was to use my knowledge of wildlife and contradictions of the Bible to survive a debate with a pastor. And that's how I survived. And after 5 hours, my mother kicked him out of the house, which ended up in me getting a restraining order against churches, which was notarized by the courthouse and stamped and put on the door that I was no longer legally around churches anymore. Because of that debate. I've never heard of that law before, but it was first set on me, and I don't know if that's ever happened to anybody in Earth's history before. If you've heard it, just put the name of the person in the chat, that because of their debate, they get a notarized letter on their door that they have a restraining order against churches. If that exists in the world, then let me know. If not, then maybe I'll put that into the Guinness Book of World Records. Only man to have a restraining order against churches. And I was a child. I was young. I was very much younger than I am now. So at any rate, as that went on, I was kicked out of every system. I was expelled from the schools. I would ask the question eventually, what does the word spell mean? Why when I go to church they're singing gospel? Why when I leave the school they say it's expelled? Why am I being expelled? What is all this spelling that's taking place? The Christians told me spells were wrong, but if I get thrown out of school, I'm expelled. So I didn't understand it, and I was basically thrown out of every school, and I would break into the schools illegally. This is what created what you see in front of you, is a young boy that would break into the schools. So while everybody was going to school trying to get grade A's and trying to be well with the teachers, I was putting the teachers in chokes and locks and fighting them. I was getting kicked out of school because they couldn't answer my questions, and it would lead to physical fights. I was the one that was fighting Ku Klux Klan members as a child, because the white supremacist movement is actually in the place that I used to live. The white Aryan Brotherhood was in the place that I lived, and we'd have to see people with white laces meant they are attacking every race. Red laces meant they attacked Indians. Yellow laces meant they attacked Chinese. So I lived in an area where there was, it didn't sound like this day and time, but I lived in areas where there was dolls hung. And this isn't back in the 40s, no, but where dolls were hung and put on your door. Eggs were thrown at you if you were a particular race. And I was taking Ku Klux Klan members and taking the anyways, fights were breaking out. Racial fights were breaking out. This right in the midst of the fight, the power and do the right thing, and all these things were happening. And I was finding that there was racial contradictions, and it was leading to physical fights, and I had to fold people up and put them in locker was the thing that put the books in the lockers. So I had to put people in lockers, and I got expelled for putting racists in lockers and for trying to burn down the school system, because I found out that the owner of it was the son of a slave master. And at any rate, I was very rebellious against this matrix. Ever since I was a child, I was very rebellious. So now I'm not allowed in any of the school systems. So I would break into the school. So I would trespass, break into the school system, and hide inside of the libraries. And while I was hiding inside of the libraries, I was in my heaven. Why? Because I was surrounded by books. This is where I want to be. I'm surrounded by books. There's no Google. YouTube has not been invented yet. I'm surrounded by books, and they're free. It's a free school library. So I'm there investigating, putting together classes. I'm putting together classes in the library as a young man. I think this is grade 9. I'm not sure because I never made it past any grade. So I think this is grade 9. And grade 9, I'm putting together classes in the library. So then when the recess bell would ring, ding-ding-ding-ding, I would come out of the library when there was so many children that the teachers couldn't recognize me, because it was a brothel of a bunch of children. And in there, I would start teaching the youth and start breaking things down in the hallway and teaching them. And then when the bell would ring again, ding, back to class, children. I'm now break back into the library, and I'm hiding. And this was the life that I lived. It was a completely rebellious life. I would gather people that were my students. We would literally we would hold men down that we heard listening to R&B music, and we would hold their arms down in the library. We'd rip their headphones off. We'd put in Public Enemy, put in KRS-One, put in hip hop, hold their arms down, put the headphones on, and force them to listen. This is what I was doing as a youth. It was that's why people say, Tehuti, you're so strange. It's because I'm an extremist. I was holding brothers down that were listening to Ralph Tresvant and say, move Ralph Tresvant away. This is Chuck D. This is Paris. This is KRS-One. This is Lakim Shabazz. Let me hold you down. Listen to this. What do you think of that? What is this, man? What is this? It's Lakim Shabazz. Okay. You get it now? Ralph Tresvant, go. And so this was the rebellious life I used to live. Very extremely rebellious, fighting Ku Klux Klan members, kicked out of the church, and they illegally can't go to the churches, kicked out of every school system. So I had no choice as a youth other than to survive outside of the matrix. This made me very hypersensitive because I never got attached to aspects of the matrix. I was never a part of it. I was never in a college. I was never smoking the weed, picking up the girls. What do they do? Whatever it is that people do, the party and whatever it is that the youth do, I have no experience of any of those things. I'm teaching the school students, and then I'm out there with the animals, teaching the school students, breaking into the churches, getting lifted up in the air by the deacons when they found out who I was, being lifted up in the air and thrown out of the churches, teaching the Rastafarians. When they don't want me to teach them, I'd find Rastafarians and teach them, and they would take the books that I had and they, what type of book it is? We're not with Haile Selassie, and they would rip the pages out of the books I'm trying to teach them, and they would roll it. I'm a smoke this right, and they're rolling up. What do they call it? A blunt. They're rolling the books up. This is my youth. I'm not sure what anybody else's youth was, but this is my youth. So as a youth, this is my childhood. So I'm now they're smoking the weed inside of the pages of the book I'm trying to teach them. I'm being surrounded. Guns are pulled out. Bats are pulled out. Chains are pulled out because I'm going into the roughest environments, into the hood, and trying to teach people. As a youth, that's all I knew because I didn't get to experience school, church. I never had a job. I never knew anything about these things. Break into the school, teach. break into the churches and the Sunday schools, sneak in there, teach. When I'm not there, go back out into the wild, be with the animals, go to the Rasaf, go to the hoods of Alabama, go and teach these people. And this is all that I knew. So thus, growing up with that type of background, I became very hyper sensitive to being able to see the truth from the falsehoods. And I could teach that way. By the time somebody asks me a question, my brain has I know where to go because of certain rituals and practices I've done, because of who I was before this physical realm, because of who you were before this physical realm, but just forgot, which is what this class is going to be on today because of a question I was asked. But because of that, I was able to guide people and walk people through and answer people's questions, breaking into homes for sale. I would find homes for sale and I would break in through the window of the homes for sale, run electrical cords where there was an electrical outlet down the street to homes for sale, and set up chalkboard in class and teach when the realtor. This is the type of life this is not the internet or YouTube. I didn't grow up on this. I grew up breaking into properties for sale so that I could teach classes, putting flyers up of an address of a place that I did not live, but I would find realtors selling homes, and I would clock in. When they clocked out at 5, I'm putting flyers out. My class starts at 6. Class starts at 6 at this address, and I would knock down the realtor sign, hide it in the back, run cords through the window, and I'm there teaching in a house for sale while I'm teaching, hoping that the police don't come. So this is what created what you see here in front of you. And so as time went on, I joined an organization. The organization, I rose to the top of the organization as a teacher. The actual owner of the whole organization told the whole organization to start to teach. If you want to learn how to teach like Amenhotep Ra. That made people jealous. People started coming to me to kick me out of the organization. They came with torches, burning torches, saying that I have to burn all the books that have anything that's not with the teachings. But it was with the teachings because I thought nature and science, that's what I was teaching, nature and science and ancient culture mixed with what this organization was teaching. And they came with with torches to throw me out, to burn my belongings. So I ended up having to leave that organization because the teacher was just speaking honestly and teaching the truth. He eventually told the students, he said, I'm taking information from him. He told them that. He said that information you're teaching about nature and the plants and the use in the debate, I'm going to take that. And he told the students, he said that there's a group called the Nubians. He said, don't get mad at me. You all take my information. He said, I'm going to take his. And this created a lot of jealousy because I was unorthodox. I was teaching from the nature that I was around since I was 8 years old. And I was teaching in a unique type of way that was based on sources, natural environments, that was not inside of the books that he was writing. So I eventually got thrown out of that by the people that were in the organization, not by him. And I decided to continue on in the world to still continue to teach, because my teachings went beyond that organization. My teachings were about what the truth is and what the source is. So I continued to teach on, and this is where the 30, 40 years of teaching takes place. When the brother came on and said he's been teaching this for 30 something, 40 years, because I was doing this in the grade schools or the high schools. This is what I was doing, very rebellious. I never experienced any type of life. But all this time that was taking place, I never received any reciprocity for it. Not once. This became very confusing after a while because I looked at people playing movies like Jason, Freddy Krueger. I looked at the actors that are millionaires and the reciprocity that's given to the guy that plays all the killers, the Saw 3, Saw 2, when those movies started coming out. So I saw actors and people that were, every movie was based on a lie. The person who played Santa Claus in the Christmas movie, Santa Claus is a lie. And the men who play Santa Claus and actors in all those movies, comedy movies and things that are based on lies and things, false romance, they're all getting millions of dollars reciprocity for playing werewolves and killers and stalkers and Carrie 3, Carrie 2, and all these different Jason. His acting abilities is to do this. You can't even see the actor's face. You don't know if he's giggling, laughing under there. He has no acting abilities. Michael Myers. And I'm looking at this. I'm like, wait, but they're getting millions. The Matrix has set up a system that if you play their game and if you do what they respect, they will make sure they set up a system where you get millions of dollars for playing killers. But the man who's actually teaching the truth, no. The killers can retire. Play the killers. Play Ted Bundy in the Ted Bundy movie. Play Law and Order. Being the Law and Order is the criminal. You're getting paid for this. Major amounts of money to play, and the killers are the heroes. So I never got any form of reciprocity for this. And when I was studying the ancient cultures, I saw that the teachers were getting the highest reciprocity because they were the lifesavers. So I knew that was a matrix. So I created a system of reciprocity. When I went onto the Killer Priest show, I went on there for about a year, almost. Maybe it was a year almost. I can't remember the time. But I did not take the reciprocity that was sent. It all went to the brother Killer Priest. Much respect to him. I never asked for any. I really enjoyed that he was getting reciprocity. And he was getting $500 donations from classes I taught and things called the Super Chat. $350. I love Tehuti. $500, $200. And it was all going to Killer Priest and AD, and no problem. I had no problem with that. So I said to Killer Priest one day, I said, there's too many questions coming in. I have women that I care for. I have family. I have animals that I care for. And it's becoming extremely busy in my life. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up I'm going to invent something called a Podclass. It's the word pod from podcast. See, I'm not familiar with the internet. Podcast. And I'm going to add the word class to it because I'm teaching a class. So I invented a word to my knowledge called Podclass, and I'm going to set up a system of reciprocity. That means that I am not going to come with a prepared lecture. A prepared lecture is hard to do if you're very good at it. If you're very good at it, it is hard to captivate the people's minds, but the prepared lecture is what you decide that you want to do. I said, I'm going to invent something that is different. And I'm going to take what I was doing as a child to the internet after I actually stayed away from the public for a long period of time. I'm going to take what I did as a child to the internet, and I'm going to challenge myself and challenge the people to test the gift that I have, which is send in a question, and I will design a book for you live. A book will be written for you, with visuals, videos like a documentary, colored images, neon words, entertainment, the breakdown, the matrix breakdown. Magic can happen in the class, visual magic, hypnosis, teachings from the other side, because I spent thousands of dollars on magic to learn from the magician's teachers, not from David Blaine, his teachers, not from Chris Angel, his teachers, not from your Yoruba, the Ifa priest that's texting you on Facebook. I will solve your problems. The answer is set. No, the teachers of him, not the guy you see on Facebook. The teachers that you don't see that are not on the internet. Those are the ones that I paid thousands of dollars to put myself in different zones and frequencies in order to see the matrix from the other side. To teach you from the other side, because those who are controlling the matrix use magic to control you. So the only one that can see that would be another magician. So I spent thousands and tens of thousands of dollars when I was much younger and came across a lot of money. I just spent it on that. I spent it on hibernating myself, building a room that was just magic that nobody was allowed to come into. And I would just hibernate myself and learn from the masters of the masters. And by doing so, I was able to see what was happening from the background of the matrix, because they're using magicians to create the matrix. So the best fighter of that is a magician who is not a part of the matrix. So therefore, I create a system that the people would control, and you would send in questions, and the questions would control the entire class. That means that I do not have a choice in the questions that are sent in, like regular teacher does. Teacher can say, that question's not important. That's not. What you need to know is this. What you need to recognize. Forget about that. You've seen the debates, the conversation. That's not important. What is important is this. I don't have the right to do that because I'm a SABA. So a SABA is a doorway. The doorway opens up, and whatever's on the other side is just there. The door itself has no choice, has no recognition of what he wants on the other side. Opens up the door, and you see the other side. That is my job, to open the door and give you the other side. Regardless of what's asked, you're going to get the high-powered, high-quality teachings, breaking the matrix from every aspect on whatever you ask. Somebody sent in a question, a young, beautiful lady who's pregnant right now. She may be having a baby any day now. I'm living my life. Nobody is pregnant for me. I'm not thinking about pregnancy. I may be thinking about Ptah. I may be thinking about a magic show. I may be thinking about the animals that I have to tend to. I may be thinking about my personal ritual. I may be thinking about my family. But somebody can send in a question and say, boop, pregnancy cravings, natural or mind control psyops, consciousness in the womb. And someone else can send another question. I'm not really interested in the consciousness in the womb right now. I'm not pregnant right now. I'm not having a baby, but I came across incest in Kemet. And is that a depiction of evil, or is it something? What is that? What's happening there? I'm not thinking about incest. I'm not thinking about one of my ladies having a baby any day now. But when the question is sent in, I must think about incest. I must think about that in Kemet. I must think about babies and childbirth and consciousness in the womb, before the womb, after the womb, and put myself in a zone and ignore whatever is taking place in my personal life to now zone in and go where I have to go to get the answer, to give you that high quality answer, even though I myself, I'm not personally thinking about it. So that is the challenge, and the challenge is always met every single week. You can send in questions, and this is the only place you can do so, because when you send in questions to other places, imagine sending in questions to other places, 666, the mark of the beast. Or you can ask about childbirth, or you can ask about the hippocampus area of the brain, or you can ask about the origins of algebra, or you can ask about gingivitis, or you can ask about am I a god, am I a NETERU, or you can ask about Gnosticism, or you can ask about feng shui, or you can ask about the origins of Oregon energy, or you have an eye problem needs to be fixed. You may have hyperhidrosis, you're going through a stroke, you like the Matrix movie, you like that, you have a name that Tuesday's never heard before, you have to break down that, you want to know if depression is spiritual and mental, you're not into depression, you're into Navajo, Native Americans, you want to know about that, you want to know about the Mandela effect. You don't care about the Mandela effect, but you want to know if time is being changed. You're a Muslim and you just want to give thanks because you're a Muslim. You want to know about the Nicene Council. What about the Anunnaki and reptilians? What about out-of-body experiences? How about the Pentagon? Has anything happened? Is there anywhere, please? Is there anywhere that this can happen? If so, let them come join. We will all join. If you've seen this phenomenon happen, if not, show reciprocity for what you're about to see this young brother do for you, because I am the leader, I'm the inventor, creator of the House of Atten. I'm the inventor, leader, creator of the Tehuti Podclass, but simultaneously I'm your servant, because every week I am a loyal servant. Every week I serve the questioner. I'm the Sabador, the servant, that has no choice in the matter but to answer with the highest life-changing answer for you, which means that you're in control of the question that I am going to put together for you. I am loyal. I serve you every single week. And yes, there are people that come to the Podclass and they watch every single week, but they do not support every single week. I myself have no choice in the matter. I just serve every single week, because I pretend that only I exist in this mission, and if I don't do it, it won't be done. Then others come, and the others are beautiful bonuses. But if nobody comes, there will be no Tehuti Podclass, or no place where you can send in questions from gingivitis to extraterrestrial to subatomic particles to Navajo Americans, to the Native Americans, to the never-ending story, to the NETERU and Kemet, to the Ptah, to what happens with the Sumerians, to gingivitis to eyes. This will not take place. So I'm your loyal student, teacher, master, teacher, and servant every single week, loyal every single week. And so I'm trying to see a system. Can the people also that are participating, can they be loyal every single week if that's interested? Because the people that you say are in the Matrix are loyal every single Christmas. Santa Claus gets his reciprocity every single Christmas without failing. You can't stop it. Halloween gets its reciprocity every single October 31st. They are loyal and they will not stop it. The matrix people that you say, man, we got to break these people out of the matrix. Yo, man, these people they're mental slaves. They're being controlled by Psyops. They are ritualistically disciplined and loyal. They will not miss a Thanksgiving. No, no, no. Turkey will be bought every Thanksgiving. Cake will be bought every birthday for their child. There will be cake and candles. These rituals will be followed every time the cycle comes around. Every July 4th, there will be firecrackers given reciprocity to. So the people that you're looking at, that you're saying, look at these people, man, they're lost, we got to go save their soul. They can look at you and say, I am loyal to my way of life every single year. I don't miss a Thanksgiving. I don't miss a Christmas. I don't miss a Halloween. I don't miss a birthday. I don't miss any of the holidays. I don't miss church. I'm in church every Sunday. I'm giving tithes every Sunday. And they say, what are you loyal and dedicated to? I'm just studying knowledge. I study the knowledge. I'm gonna study the knowledge. What's your structure? What's your system? What are you dedicated to? Every tribe and culture on the planet that has ever existed had a system of dedication, had a ranking system. And this is what we're trying to change here. I'm showing forth as a living cool example of continuation, consistency. Every podcast, unless somebody passes away or something dramatic happens, every Saturday, every podcast, I am here serving. With that being said, everybody, with that understood, we're going to begin this beautiful class. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. To all the new people, this is going to be a beautiful one. The young lady that asked the first question, we're definitely going to have her up here elaborating on her question. She's actually having a baby. So this is what you're about to see is a real life question to a real life situation that somebody is going through that deals with biological imperative and bringing life into the world. And she had a question. Another lady had a question. And by the way, it's not a question. There's 4 questions. Sometimes one donation support, there's 4 questions. And another one is another 3 questions. That's 7 questions. One of my ladies said, how many are you going to answer today? I said, there's 5 questions that have come in. It could be 2 supports, but on the support, you can say, well, what about this and this? And I want about this. And also, what about that? And I have to answer each one of them. That's why some of these answers are anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour and a half to 2 hours, because there's a multiplicity of questions that I have to serve for everybody, and I have to cater them and customize them directly for you. So there's a reciprocity system for those who see what it is that's happening here. As you're watching the answer, as you're benefiting from the answer, if you are benefiting, support what you see. As we supported Nathan's Hot Dogs, as we supported Pepsi and Coca-Cola, as we supported the Frillers from the amusement park, as we supported the candy apples that we gave to the children and the popcorn that we had to watch to see the Avengers, we all supported it. We all gave reciprocity to popcorn. Is there anybody in the room who has not given reciprocity to popcorn or to Frillers, canned Frizzers, or to the Cheerios, Chester cheese, Doritos, the Dunkin' Donuts, the movies, the Avenger? We've all given reciprocity to the Matrix. So if you're seeing this as it goes on, support the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to now put the link in the room for the beautiful families to come in. We're going to greet each other, and then we're going to get into the first question of the Tehuti Podclass. And we're going to go through it. It's going to be another beautiful night. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. This is Shadow Body. Shadow Body is a venomous Boega. Can you show some Shadow Body? He's so black, even his eyes are black. You see his eyes. His eyes are black. He's completely black, iridescent. And this is Shadow Body. He represents the Kemet, which is the black body first mentioned in the Per Haru, called the Shadow Body. If anybody has a question on the Kemet or the Shadow Body, send the question into Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. But this is Shadow Body because some of the earliest depictions of the soul and the spirit were actually pure black. They don't show you that now. You know, all the angels and ghosts. Even Casper has a white sheet on, but So, but the soul, the spirit, one of the aspects of it was called the Kemet, and it was a pure black body. And this is the serpent, one of my serpents that represents the Kemet. His name is Shadow Body. He is a venomous boy. Melanota, from melanin, a melanota, because he's so black. So I'm gonna put a link in the room, and the team's gonna jump in the room. We're gonna go over the first question, and then we're gonna get this Tehuti Podclass and its momentum up. Let me put the link in the room for the team to jump in. We're gonna discuss a few things, and there's a link in the room. We got Nook Panuk saying deep, Kaibit. Okay, Pekka Mku. We got Jason Kirkland saying Acker. All right, jump in the room, team. We're gonna get this podcast started. And in the room, Amun and Amunet. I'm surprised. How are you all? We haven't seen you in an early class in a few weeks. I hope you didn't get fired.
We're good. I'm doing excellent. Welcome, SABA. I'm happy to be here. Feel relieved that I don't have to go to work. That I'm able to be here now on Saturdays. Happy you're all healthy. And I'm looking forward to listening to this class and taking notes and soaking all the life.
Okay. Okay, good. The topic of pregnancy and babies interest you both for some reason? Or?
Yes.
Okay. So it's another class for you two. Okay, wonderful. And how are you doing, Amunet?
Doing great. Wonderful, Tua, for asking. I'm really happy to be here as well. I'm very thankful to be here again and to witness the beautiful things that happen in this class, Tua and Mary.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Excellent. Okay. So I'm gonna give a couple of seconds or minutes for the rest of the team to jump in, and I'm gonna go refresh myself, get some more water, and then come back and answer this first question. Shout out to Natisha, says, I don't practice those holidays anymore. Wonderful. That is excellent. You shouldn't. Shout out to you. All right. The Jed said, I'm arriving to the house now, Saba. Okay, good. And Jay Kirkland, use your cell phone and jump on the screen. I love your energy. That's my little brother right there. You love your energy. His name is Natural Nature NETERU. Natural Nature NETERU J. However that is said. But shout out to you. You're like a little family to me. You remind me of my family out in Brooklyn. All right. Okay, everybody. Let me go ahead and I'm gonna give first. I want to address some of the people that sent in questions. If you're listening now, people, if you're wondering, there's Patah. Wonderful. If you're wondering why haven't some of the questions been answered, I want to actually go into a couple of them because people may miss. I've done this I think 3 weeks now. For the people that have sent in some questions that have not been answered. So we got the brother, I think King Ram. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. I want to address everybody so nobody thinks they are left out. We got where is it? Window. We got this one here from King Ram. King Ram said, "Who is Kanum and how can I tap into his powers?" So, King Ram, because the podcast doesn't have the how-tos for the rituals of tapping into power, because there's a lot of free watchers and a lot of people that do not appreciate. I will not teach how-tos here, but lo and behold, don't worry about it because these are available right here. So for those who are wondering about the how-tos, these are 65 live classes of me teaching for anywhere from 3 to 4 hours straight. So I would start the class sometimes 1:30, sometimes 2, and sometimes end the class at around 4:30 5 sometimes it will go around, but 4:30. They go from about 2:30 till about 4:30, or 2 till about 4:30. So about 2.5 hours of actual teaching after we greet each other and everything. And there's no breaks. There's no announcement of donations. There's no recess. There's no breaks. It is hours and hours of me teaching 65 classes, and within these classes, I actually give the how-tos and actual practices and rituals and what to set up in your house and how to harness particular powers, how to have out-of-body experiences, how to use mirrors, how to use the Purim Haru. Too many things to mention. How to use sacred geometry. And so, King Ram, if you could send an email right here, and you could actually trade this question in right here for a class that just give the yes I do, and you can actually trade this in, and we'll find a class that matches tapping into Kanum powers, which is the formation powers, how to form. And then in the email, you may be asked some more direct personal questions, such as what particular power, because it's so vague, there's so many different powers you can tap into that deal with self-creation. What particular ones are you interested in? Is it out of body? Is it one-sided consciousness? Is it remote viewing? Is it hypersensitivity using gamma wavelengths? Whatever it is that you may inquire, say it, and then that will be sent out to you. So I wanted to acknowledge him. There was also another one here. Okay, Tanya, we answered. We got that. Oh, this one right here. It is this is Johan Biladu. Johan Biladu, if you're listening, this one right here, if you could. This one came in $50 for can you do a class on Saint Germain and his immortality. If Johan Biladu, if you could send me an email on something more specific that you saw or that you saw or sourced that sparked this question, because this question is to say that this particular man was immortal means that Saint Germain is still alive today, right? That means that Saint Germain is still here because he's immortal. So send me something a little more specific, something you've come across, and I will either deal with it with the I will show where the truth is and where the Psyops is. But as far as answering about immortality, Saint Germain is long past. There's no verification that his Ka exists anymore. So show me what it is you're talking about, and I will definitely deal head on with that if it's an answerable question. As far as to my knowledge right now, Saint Germain is not immortal. Saint Germain has passed, and he's not in the NETERU. He's not passing the scales of MAAT and with the NETERU or with any ancient beings surviving in a state of immortality. So we'll send some more on that, and we'll get into that. All right, peace, Patah. How you doing, young brother?
Hotep, Great Saba. I am Acker. I'm excellent. How are you doing?
I am doing wonderful. I am doing I'm doing great, and very, very interesting and good presentation. I was extremely busy, so what I had to do is get my my NETERUs had to call me for certain parts, or I had to have it in the background playing while I was still working on things. But the parts of it that I did see, spectacular. The Sa NETERU, you really caught people's hearts with the teachings. You confuse people in a good way. So people were confused as to what to attack because it was strictly coming from papyruses they'd never seen, NETERU they never seen. So people were so discombobulated. If you looked at me on the screen, I was doing a lot of smiling and putting my head down because they were so discombobulated that they were typing in the room, "We want smoke," but they weren't coming to the panel. And one person came talking about, I thought he was talking about totem poles. Then I had to put my head down And I was like, oh, look at this matrix. Totemism and the cult gnomes. Strictly words that are that are for Egyptologists. I would love to go to Ramesses and say, tell me about the totemism and the cult gnomes. Ramesses is like, huh? What gnome? What is even a gnome? So gnome. Gnome. Is that a battle rap smack event? So you did very well. For your first time going up there, and you won the hearts. You won the hearts of Sonetter. His wife loved you. I never seen Napa so happy with somebody talking about Kemet. That person, you know who that person was that donated to you? Do you know who that was? That loved you?
Yes. Yes.
Who was it?
The person who you were speaking with, on that day. So yes, I'm familiar with.
Okay, yeah. He had the most aggressive Kemet hating Hebrew. Send him a cash app. Typing in the room, he was typing in the room like he was in the house of a 10. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I like. This is a breath of fresh air. We need more of this. I was like, who's this Amun in disguise? It said Torah testimony. This is Amun typing, hiding as a Hebrew. So you did very well. I saw you have images of an image of me and you together. You did mention the Podclass a couple of times. You invited the brothers in. The whole Sonetter show was the House of Atten. At one point, the entire panel was the House of Atten. So good work. Keep it up, and you did pretty well. And I definitely I definitely came in as a face for these fools. Well, I came in for many reasons, but for a face for these fools to know and what's happening, because I already know what was going to happen. They're going to love you, but there's going to be some fool that's kind of coming in. And so I came as a deflector, and if you notice, they started asking me questions that had nothing to do with the presentation. What about Islam? Like, the scribe is not going to rahmatullah. So you did very well, and definitely I came in to have your back, and everything was good, brother. So I just want to give you your attributes for that.
Well, very much, Saba. I appreciate that greatly. And yes, it was very interesting when I did watch the playback, and because I wasn't looking at the chat while I was teaching, so it was very interesting. So Tua for that, great Saba, and yes, I'm looking forward to going back again very soon to keep that energy flowing. So yes, it was fun.
Wonderful. And Amunet, did I speak with you directly yet, or just Amun?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm gonna step off for just a moment, everybody. We're gonna get into this question, and is Gabriela in? Gabriela, are you there? Are you in the chat? Are you in the Are you listening in? Shout out to Unki MAAT. UNS Nintet Aset and MAAT. Shout out to you. Angela Gates says, I missed it yesterday. Wonderful thing though, Angela, is you get to watch it on the YouTube. I know you would have loved it live. It was a beautiful event, beautiful thing. Scribe taught the longest class that has ever been taught on Sonetter. So I actually looked at the time, and it's the longest presentation, one-man presentation, that the people did not lose attention. That was very interesting, that it was about 2.5 hours of teaching of a foreign topic that you would think that people would be like, okay, time, or open the chat, sir. Open the chats, and people were in there throwing bombs, fire was going up. It was a beautiful thing. He held the people's attention, and not one Hebrew came in to challenge. So it was a great thing. Brian said Brian said, I'm still watching the replay of Brother Annie on NETERU. Well done, brother. Hey, Brian, let me ask you a question. Are you here from that show? Or are you here? What brings you to the Tehuti Podclass? You can go ahead and type it, and I'll put in the chat. I want to know how new you are and where you actually came from. Shout out to you, Brian Tilson, and enjoy what you're about to see. Tua, yes sir, Pa Amun. Okay, Pa NETERU. All right, everybody. So I'm going to step off for a moment. I'm going to tease everybody by putting the question. I was hoping Gabriela was in here so she can come onto the panel and ask it. When I come back on, we'll ask it again. But for now, let me go ahead and put the question on the screen that was asked by Gabriela Lopez, who is actually a pregnant mother, who asked a very pertinent question, very important question to her, because at any moment now, she may be having the baby in today's podcast. She may have it tomorrow. We don't know. We shall see. Here is her mate that has come in, who has her name in his name, the Jed Sedem Ma'ahemt Pautku. As soon as a brother, shout out to you. As soon as you came on, you were like, shout out to Tehuti, who gave me my name. Brothers were like, what are you, a baby? Who gave, what, are you a baby? You can't name yourself?
I saw that. So, hey, I saw that. I saw that. I was like, hey, the ISFET don't even exist. We just let that go over the head. Right away, Saba. Right away. But go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's one of the well, he wants to be an arch enemy of mine. He's not, because I don't acknowledge him, but that's one of Rasul's partners, who at the time we thought was actually Rasul. He's from the Killer Priest show. They said they're bringing the warriors, the arch magi, whatever this. We want the smoke and all this craziness. But any show that I'm on, there's certain people that come on directly to speak against me or any of the students. Wait till we bring the House of Consciousness champion. He'll debunk all of this. And I'm saying in my mind, like, I'm not gonna debunk anything. This is great. I enjoy the show. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to you, the Jed. Is it Gabriela?
Yeah, she's selling again, Saba, doing her thing, and then she'll be on.
Okay,
so
good.
I'm pretty sure she'll be on by the time you come back from your, refreshing and stuff.
Perfect. First NETERU team House of Conscious, Team House of ATTON did great on NETERU's show. Great work. Shout out to you. First NETERU. I believe this brother's actually an elder in age. Shout out to the elders out there. At first I thought he was like 18, but I think there's one of the elders out there. Shout out to a brother being on the planet so long and calling himself a NETERU. There's not many. I don't know if he's over 60. There's not many over 60 years old call themselves NETERUs. So shout out to you if you're up in that age range. Brian says, no, I've been listening for like 3 months. I stumbled across you on reruns. Everybody's from Killer Priest. No, I've been listening for like 3 months. I stumbled across you on the reruns of Killer Priest. Just haven't had the guts to join the class. Get the guts, Brian. Don't worry. It's not like the other YouTube channels. You're not going to get attacked. You can send a donation support and come right onto the panel like everybody. Everybody that you see on the panel now, from Annie to the Jed to Amun to Amunet, all start off just like you. They all saw me on either Killer Priest live or watching a rerun, or everybody start off the same. Everybody equal start off Killer Priest. That's how they came across me, and they took it upon themselves to position themselves where they want to be. Everybody start off equal, just seeing a brother named Tehuti with a spider on his head on Killer Priest, and then jumped into their lane of what they wanted to be. So, but I've been telling people about things I learned from you, and folks keep saying I'm crazy. So I said, let me start going to the classes and joining live. Okay, good. Brian, just send a Cash App support this show. Send a support. Tell me that the Cash App or the PayPal is you, and you can jump right onto the panel and talk about it, give your testimony, or speak your mind. I'm going to step out right now. You all build, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, I didn't put up Gabriel's questions. So I'm sorry. Let me close these out. So the beautiful sister Gabriela Lopez asked this question, and let me see if it's in the files. This is gonna be interesting as always. Where is Gabriela? Gabriela is. Let me go back. This is December 28th. Yes, questions that need to be answered. Where's Gabriela? She should be purple. Oh, here it is. Question from Gab. Revised from Gabby. So, Gabriela sent a question in, and she sent, I think it was 2 donations, and she had 2 questions, and she had to change the question and the wording. Because oh, you donated earlier. Thank you. Are you Pat something? Type your name in there. So I did see a new support in there from a name I haven't seen. Something Pat. Shout out to you though, Brian Tilson. Shout out to you. Send your name in. Let me look at it. You can definitely hit that link and jump on the panel. So this is you are Pat. I was wondering who's Pat Toe. Okay. Shout out to Pat Toe. Yeah, I think you donated twice. My Cash App tag says Pat Toe SABA. That's the first thing I did before class started. Yes, you're on it, Brian. You can definitely come. I would never. That's why people have to tell me their Cash App names. I would never have put together that Bryant is Pat. Brian Tilson is Pat Toe. So that's interesting. Thank you. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you, Brian. Pat Toe. You can definitely hit the link and jump in the room and talk to the family. There's a link for all the supporters. I saw the donation of Pat Toe, most definitely 100%. All right, so here it is. This is Gabriela Lopez sent this in here. What is this? This one right here. No. Share screen. Wait. Let me do this again. So, okay. I'm gonna put it in the browser. Okay, I'll put it in the browser. So Gabriela sent this question here. I'll put it right in the browser. This is her support donation that she sent in, and then she had to change this. She had to change this question. Well, not this one. She sent 2 questions in. One was on the virus. Not the virus, but virus vaccines. There's is. So I told her that the algorithms do not allow me. If anybody wants to set up if anybody has the donation link set up, private classes on those topics. If you want to know about those topics, the vaccines and everything, I can do it privately. I can't do it on YouTube because they'll remove me as soon as I say the V word a few times. The algorithms come in. It happened the last class. I spoke about Bill Gates and the vaccine, and remember that the class was gone in the morning. They said I was misteaching vaccines, and all I did was read the article. That I read his article. I read it, and they said it's misteaching, and they not only removed they removed the show. They not only took my show down, they removed it from existence so that I don't even have it anymore. So the beautiful Gabrielle Lopez sent in that question. I told her to to change it to something else, but this is the one she sent in here, and this is the support that she sent in. So we're gonna give her some big noise, and give her some noise of Annie if you're there. Where's Annie? Where's yeah, Annie, if you're there, just give her some noise for this question right here. This support. I think Annie may have stepped off. He may have stepped off, but shout out when he comes back. He'll give some noise. Shout out to the new people in the room. Brian Tilson. Shout out to the new person, Zeddy Morgan, who looks very familiar. Shout out to Zeddy Morgan, who said Rahu Bats. I remember those days. Oh man. Shout out to Rahu Bats. Shout out to those days. We used to have a song, Rahu Bat fam, peace in the land, right knowledge. Do you overstand? I remember that. Shout out to the new people in the room. Those are the good old stomping ground days. I've been through many different schools. So Gabriel Lopez asked a question on pregnancy, and Gabriela, since you are here right now, peace and love to you. You look really great. You look like do you have some kind of a filter on or something? You look like a cartoon drawing. You look like something is going on. You look really rosy and colorful. Is that a filter, or you just look like
no filter? I just put like the nightlight on instead of like the.
When you look like this over at her, she looks like this, and in real life, it looks like on the screen. How she look, Primordial? That's how she looks.
So 0. Last doctor check, they said 0 baby weight. She the same size before the baby. No weight was gained. They running tests like, hold on, let us check you. Let us do extra tests. Everything's good. Amniotic fluid's good.
Oh,
no
my.
diabetes, no nothing. Just holding it down, holding it up. No baby weight, still the same weight, Saba. And I'm just like, yo, the NETERU.
That's what I was expecting to see, a real. And she's on her last day. I was expecting to see like the Gabriela Pillsbury version, but she's she looks like she's 18 again. I don't know what's going on, but Nook Punuk says she got that glow. She does look like she's glowing. Gabrielle, you look good. The baby's gonna come out on fire or something. I don't know. This set's gonna come out on fire. You look great. You look like
Need
you're
that
18.
whirlwind, Saba. Need that whirlwind.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna step off the panel for just a moment. I'm gonna come back on in a few minutes, and you all can build. Gabrielle, you can build on that. If anybody watching the show, one moment, everybody. Anybody watching the Tehuti Podclass today that may be wondering what we're one second. One moment, everybody. Hold on. Move this foolishness off. Anybody watching the show right now that may be wondering what we're speaking of, every people who are watching this, and if you're watching this when the YouTube channel is off, go ahead and go here and go to the Sonnetter. It should be the second to last show. As you can see, the brother Patah Ani has, it's already 4,300 views on there. The reception to the show was very, very good. Let me see. Is the screen moving, Annie, where it shows your show? Does it show me, you, and Sonnet are moving around?
Yes, it's showing something.
Okay. Is Annie on the screen? Because I can't see him anymore. Annie, are you there? Maybe on mute. I don't see Annie anymore. I gotta come off the screen. Okay, good. So this one that I'm moving my mouse over, everybody who's watching, the one that's moving around, this one is the first one here. It's Annie's show. I'm moving my mouse on it. That one right there. Go there and click on it. And Annie, you there, brother?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. So everybody who's watching, I'm moving my mouse over. It is this one right here. Go and click on that and watch a beautiful class and some good questions that are asked afterwards and some good interaction and the love that was received on Sonnetter, who's as you can see, the views 20 hours is catching up to shows that have been on for 5 days, 2 months, 1 week. The show's only been on for 20 hours and it's up there in views catching up to 2 months shows, 1 week ago show. So you can go on and check that out. All right, everybody, I'm gonna step off. You all build, and Gabrielle, you can talk to the people about your beautiful question, and I'll be right back. Peace and love. Support everybody who's watching. Support the Tehuti Podclass, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocking SV. That's my AI moderators. Peace and love to the moderators who are in the real world. Patah Ani.
Menko Ra, let me put the screen up. Pata Annie, Menko Ra, the beautiful Nani Aset Mur, Anki M Ma'at, Atefrem Kem Ma'at, Menko Ara Marie Ma'at. Okay, everybody, I'll be right back. Peace and love. Hotep.
Hotep Ma'at. Peace and love, everyone. Please hit the like button if you are here with us live. And for those who are watching on the playback, hit that like button. And the support links are pinned to the top of the chat. For those who want to support what's taking place, please do ask your questions, support from the classes that you listen to and that you learn from. Even if you do not have a question and you just want to support what SABA is doing. So to everyone for that and for participating in what we have, everyone who comments in the comment section, all of that, the interaction, assist in the numbers when it comes to YouTube. So to everyone, and yes, we'll go around the panel and we'll let everyone speak. Want to hear from the great Amun and Amunet. Haven't seen you all in a few weeks, so it's good to see you here early and hear your kuru. So yeah, we'll start with you, Hotep Hinu, great Au.
Hotep Hinu Ursen. Happy to be here, Uncle Justineb, Hotep Marie, to all of you, to Menku, Atef, others who are within the chat, to all the supporters. Looking forward to today's class, to Gabby for asking your question, and to Tanya as well for asking your question. Everyone go check out the NETERU class that Ani did yesterday on NETERU. It is magnificent and phenomenal. Definitely went over a lot of stuff for people that are looking for knowledge and information. It'll be like they're in PET because you went over so many different things. I was at work listening to it and I was laughing. I laughed a little bit because I was like, the people that meet you in person, like they have no idea who you are. They have no idea who they're talking to. You have so much information within you. It's absolutely magnificent. And I love seeing how so many people love the class that you did yesterday and how so many people want you back on. That's absolutely beautiful to see. So I learned a lot from the class. I learned a lot from the way that you brought forth information, because you brought it forth in a way to where nobody could debate you on anything. They couldn't pick anything to try to debate you with. You had all different types of people and ways of life agreeing with Ma'at, which is absolutely beautiful to see. I love how SABA Tuti went on with you and introduced you. That is beautiful as well. The way I see it, it's it's like I see my father, my older brother, going onto a channel and expanding. It's beautiful to see SABA there introducing you and in some way protecting you, showing people like you're with him, which is absolutely beautiful. And then showing your skill and knowledge on your own as well. And the way that it all happened was absolutely perfect. I love how everybody went on the panel. I love how Nefertatan brought her snake. That was absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I'm looking forward to when you go on there next time. I hope that the song you did as well is released somewhere, because that song was very fire. It was extremely fire. The lyrics in there were extravagant, very, 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 very good. So to all very much for doing that, to all for opening with that, to all to SABA Tuti for creating all of us, and for paving the way for the HOA and for all of us. I'm extremely appreciative. I am Looking forward to the question that Gabby asked. I've always wondered, is it a matrix or is there something more biologically natural to females having cravings while they're pregnant? Yeah, and I'm looking forward to Tanya's question as well, to have more depth in the understanding on what was happening in the past with our ancestors. I know that SABA is going over it briefly, but I know that this class is going to be phenomenal and filled with an immense amount of information. So to SABA for that, to the people that asked the questions, to you, Ani, for going on Sonnetter and doing great. I had a feeling for some reason, I don't know, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but I felt like you already had that class ready. That you had it ready for him. I was thinking to myself, I wouldn't be surprised if he had this all planned out way ahead of time. Absolutely perfect and masterful on what you taught on as well. Definitely a lot of heck that went into that in the way that it was done. So I'm very appreciative of that. Hotep Marie to everybody. Looking forward to Baby All Set coming out as a divine Ka, fire, ready to change the world. So yeah, Hotep Marie, Uncle Justin.
Well, for your Nefer words, Amun, I agree with you. I'm very excited as well for Nefer Baby All Set. I'm very, very happy and excited. And I'm also very happy and excited to be here. I'm so thankful to be here again. And to be here with you all is a true gift from the NETERU. I'm truly thankful and so happy to be here amongst such beautiful Ba'u, and to be able to heal and purify my mind continuously again and again every single day. It's such a gift. I am so thankful. I've been extra thankful recently and just very happy and content with everything that has happened in my life to bring me here to be with all of you in this beautiful Tehuti Podclass and to be learning and expanding together. It's very beautiful to be a part of. So I'm very thankful and I'm very excited for this question as well. This first question is very important to me and very useful as well. I'm very much looking forward to knowing what the answer is so I can have more information on what the truth is about cravings. It's very, very interesting to me. So to Hotep Marie, if you're new here, we have social media platforms that you can follow, and you can like the videos and do all you can with those and help the algorithm with that. And that will be on the HouseofatTon website. You can find it through there. So Hotep and Marie, peace and love.
Hotep and Mary to everyone on the panel, to the great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra, and everyone in the chat, everyone who's going to be watching this in the future. It's great to be here. Yes, I'm a few days away from the estimated date of AUSETS arrival, and I'm feeling pretty good. A little tired, but it's part of the journey, and it's the end of this journey, so I'm just trying to embrace all of it. So it's great to still be able to attend my last class, because I'll be a little busy once she's here. But it's great to be here and see everybody here. Definitely looking forward to this class. I think we all get excited when we send a question and Saba answers it, and we look forward to those to our questions being answered, because it provides a lot of clarity. Definitely always receive knowledge from him, so definitely excited to see what he's gonna reveal and how he's gonna break us from the matrix on this. So it's good to be here, and excited, definitely very excited for a lot of things. To Amun and Amunet and Patah and Jed for being here, and everyone else as well. Tua, for your dedication, and for just showing up, even if it's through the chats. That takes time and effort and willingness to be here. So much Mary.
Peace. Hotep. Hey, definitely good to be here. I'm gonna tell you right now, man, as a brother myself who back in the day used to work 2 full-time jobs. I could tell you working, brother. I know you tired. I could tell. I told at the baby shower, I was like, man, my boy Amun, he's just holding in there, man, showing love. I know he been working, putting in that work. So I already know. I know what a tired man look like, man. So hey, do it to you, brother, for holding up the Aoud, man, holding up the perk, doing what you got to do to sustain, and just know I see. Like I could tell my brother out there trying to put that work in, man, trying to provide, and I definitely know what that looked like. And so to it to you, brother, for just showing up, man. You could be asleep right now, and you could be doing other things, man. So at least I know that, man, you ain't out there, in the ISFET life. You know what I mean? So to it to you, great brother, and all the hard work that you do. I want to get that out the way. So shout out to you, great brother. You already know. Yesterday was phenomenal. For what I witnessed with Ani, man, like I was watching from beginning to the end. I didn't stop. I just want to surprise Ani with this, man. Okay, so as I was watching, right, I was like, you know what, man, for this time, I want to see what MAAT does. Like, I really want to see how MAAT really plays amongst ISFET, right? Like really an atmosphere of ISFET. So from the beginning to the class to the end of the class, and I stopped counting after the questionnaire, right? So, and this was outside of the House of ATTON. So I knew those who was a part of the House of ATTON and those who wasn't, right? So I was just doing statistics, right? So out of 119 comments, right? This is all Sonetta people, right? Out of 119 comments, you have 54% gave you praise right off the bat, bro. 54%. That was 65 people who was giving mad praise, and some of those praises were like, "Yo, he need to come back right away. This is what we talking about. This is what Sonetta should be all about." And these were coming from like Hebrews. These was coming from, you know what I mean, like people who were just showing them mad love. And this is what I mean by coming in my eye. Now I had another category that was about attention, and to me, I categorized it as attention, meaning like they compared it to something else. They were like, "Oh man, that reminds me of this." Like, "Oh, that reminds me of that." So he grabbed the attention of people, whatever they're in, they're comparing it to, like, "Oh, that's just like this." So 28 people to me showed that attention, and that was 23% out of just who the attention you caught. They didn't give any praise. They wasn't putting on any ISFET. They were participating in the comments and like, "Yo, this remind me of this," right? So I thought that was dope. I call this defense mechanism because that is the ISFET, right? Like I call it defense mechanism, right? Those who's not, they're ready to fly off the, you know what I mean? Just fly off the handle. They're not really listening to what's being said and like literally analyze it, examine it, right? Like it just right off the bat, it's boom, boom, right? Typical typical, atmosphere that goes on on the channel. And that was only 16 people, which was only 13%, right? So, hey, so I'm over here like, I'm like, man, like, yo, MAAT is really like, hey, firing off. And then and then I call this last portion, I call it teaching, right? It's always a few people that's trying to teach while the class is going on. You always got those, right? They're teaching while a teacher is on. And to me, you know what I mean? That was only 10 people that did it, right? And that was only 8%. So, I mean, over half of the people giving you praise, and I think it was more than like 85% or 90% people who thumbed up the channel. Man, I'm proud of you, great brother. So I just have to give you that was my mission. I was on there just looking, and I don't never pay attention to the chat ever because it's distracting to me, right? But I just want to see the effect of what's being built here. And when you put it in ISFET, you put it in chaos, what that push. And I just want to give complete adorations and dua to the NETERU, number one, for that's just power in itself, right? So it speaks for itself. And then shouts out to our SABA Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra for just being an example, because that's what gravitated me to him, because I saw the way he acts under that type of ISFET. And then number three, I gotta give shout out to Henu to Ani Patal to Tehuti for echoing that. It was beautiful, brother. It was beautiful, man. And the way you did that was flawless. And that's not to be boastful. That's just to see this obviously what the Sabaites, what our Paus been talking about for so long. Obviously, we saw a piece of that, right? Because what's fascinating to me, see, when it comes with SABA showing on, they already got a biasness in the head because they saw SABA kind of rising and defeating their best teachers, right? So there's this biasness that's there. And no matter what SABA say, no matter what he do, people just automatically going in on him. He don't even got to say a word. He could just show up on the panel, and they already dropping ISFET right away, right? So with a new face, and they don't know who Ani is, they got to see MAAT right away. Like, you know what I mean? They don't got no previous debates on Ani. They don't got any of those things. So they got to honestly see MAAT in its working. And I only mean that by the mind, right? Because the mind has a problem with letting things go. It got a problem with that. So that was just the what that did to me, just visually watching this and seeing how that chat was not the original energy that it is on a daily basis. Man, that was so never. And I don't know. Maybe it was my car that just kind of like, you know what, man, I got an experiment. I want to experiment this. I want to watch every single thing. And that was 119 comments, bro. We're not talking about the House of ATTON. If I would have added them, that's kind of fluffing it, right? So I wanted to be completely unbiased. Leave the House of ATTON now, because they already know how we, that's the fam. That's the AUT. That's what we do over here, right? So this was just pure strangers, pure Sonetta. And I just want to say, great brother, hey, man, you've inspired big time, man, big time. And I thought that was so nefer, man. And all that hard work you've been putting in, late nights, things that people don't see. That's the proof right there, man. They call what the proof in, that's the proof in the pudding, right? Like that's it right there, man. So regardless of the matter, like whatever you're doing, man, just keep doing it. Regardless, just do it. And I'm not saying that there won't be somebody that try to, throw that isfed like towards the end. You already know how that goes. There will always be one. But at the end of the day, man, if people really looking for truth, man, and you coming in my eye like you did, man, that's the representation. That's my eye. Like that's the ancestors right there. And I have to dedicate my little whole piece segment right here just for you, great brother, because that was phenomenal. And I just got to give you your praise. I didn't want to send that in no private chat, no private text message. That had to be done like right here. Like I had to do it right here, man, because that's good energy. That's good love. That's man. At times, bro, you leave me speechless, man, because I see the purity. So peace and love. Hotep and new to you, man. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. Hey, much Marie, much love to everybody. And you see HOA growing right in front of your eyes. So Hotep and new.
Hotep Henu. Yeah, to our great brother. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna start with Amun. So yes, to our Henu great brother. I'm happy that you were able to see some of the unseen teachings that went into that, because there's one thing I love about what the great ancestors did was just the intention and the preparation that went into what they created to bear the results. It's those unseen hidden times that really are the most important before you are seen. And so tuwa to you for seeing that. And these classes are I definitely had a strategic plan, and so putting it together is and SABA speaks about that too, and the actual putting together the information is what takes a lot of time, and I put a lot of time into the presentation, just how it looked. So yes, dua, great brother, for that dua. And I know if you were well, as I said, I wasn't watching the chat, but I know axes would be up, but it's just a beautiful thing to see that. It was surprising, but I also know that.
And yes, the Hekau really works.
I also know that. So just seeing it in real time is just beautiful. So yes, tuwa for that. They absolutely, my intent when going is just to bring forward my without having to attack someone directly. So no one feels a necessity to throw up a defense because you're not being attacked. And I just love that it was received in that way, because that was my purpose, and for people to see and make the connections without me having to point it out, like this is and for them to make it themselves. So absolutely, great brother. Tuwa Hinu to you. And yes, tuwa for that work you've been putting in, and whatever Heka is allowing you to now come forward on Saturdays again and be here on the panel with us, because it's important that you're seen. So Tua to you, great brother. And of course, Amunet, for all the works that you're doing, and the just the time and energy that you're putting into the House of ATTON as well, and with everyday life continuing. So that's a lot. So Tua for that. And yes, absolutely, everyone go and support the social media platforms that we have. She does a fantastic job at making sure that the House of ATTON has consistent content coming out for everyone to see, on all these social platforms. That's very important, and will do some extremely powerful things for us. We've already seen small attestations of that, and that will continue, and it will do a lot. So she plays an extremely major role. Oh, there you are, Tua. Yes, you play an extremely important role. So yes, it's Tua for being a part of this and putting in that work. So Dua Hinu to you. And of course, the wonderful Gabriela Lopez. And yeah, we're all excited. We're hey, hurry up. Auset, you hear me? Hurry up. So yes, and Tua, yes, for all the works that you're doing and taking care of yourself, so you can be the greatest het for Auset. So Tua Hinu to you, and of course the Jed. Tua, great brother. If you send me what you did, so I can look at that. That was amazing, great brother. Tua for that feedback and those numbers, and for doing that. That was amazing. And so yes, the great Saba is here. So yes, I'm gonna talk to you, great brother, for that. So Tua, and welcome back, great Saba Tehuti.
Hey, peace. Nice to be back. I see I came back to some great energy. Not sure what was going on, but it seems like some great energy. And I see some new people in the chat that weren't here when I left. Minty Hotep, shout out to you. She says, Annie Patah, you are the echo of our great Saba Tehuti. You are also saving lives. The Ka symbol, the sun, Dua Hanu. And Lisa says, Scribe was great. You are such an inspiration, a consistent student. It shows. You're not only here getting knowledge, you're living this in real life. Thank you. All right. Shout out to and Professor X. Thank you, Patah. All right. And of course, Nook Panook is throwing axes at somebody. So, all right. So Nook Panook is he's in a virtual reality NETERU world, throwing axes, cutting the head off of Pep. Nook Panook is a different kind of being. Shout out to everybody. All right, everyone. We're about to get started with this first question. We have Gabriela Lopez. I stepped off before she spoke, so if she could give, I'm not sure what Gabriela said, but if you could give a quick, just a quick little breakdown of the question that you asked. You can ask it live, and then I'm going to go right into answering it. Go ahead, Gabriela.
Good tip, Saba. So my question was on pregnancy cravings, if those are real or if they're a psyops, and as well as like womb consciousness, how conscious are babies while they're inside of us. I guess the reason for me asking those questions is I wanted clarity. You showed all of us that there's truth in the psyops, and so for me, I no longer know what's real and what's not real, and what's a mix of information. And so being in this state, you go through a lot of things, and you feel a lot of things, and then like doctor appointments, there's definitely a lot of psyops in that in itself. So This was something that I just wanted to know, like, I want clarity on it. Are these certain things real that we're feeling, or is it somewhat real mixed with, the matrix and the magic that they're doing? I just want to know what's real in this and what's not, and then go from there.
Okay, wonderful. So you've had babies before, obviously. So you in these situations where you have babies, did you feel yourself getting cravings for particular foods during any of the pregnancies?
For my first pregnancy, I was able to eat anything and everything. There was no restrictions with the baby. The baby liked all the food. With my second pregnancy, there was a lot more restrictions. The baby, I couldn't really eat certain things. I craved more veggies, fruits, very healthy food. And Offset was very particular about a lot of things. So I had to maneuver through this entire time and figure out what was acceptable and what wasn't. So they've all been kind of different. So yeah.
Okay, so I take it Offset only wants Kemetic pyramid cakes and Seneb flax seeds. That's what only wants 5,000-year-old food. But so when you say restrictions, so that's interesting. The way that you're actually voicing it is the opposite of a craving. You're saying with this baby there was no restrictions. The first baby, right? You said there's no restrictions, right? Does that mean you craved every single thing? Or did you have any cravings? Not the restrictions, but craving you want particular food.
With Offset, there wasn't the first one. No, there wasn't too many cravings. It was not too many. There was some, but not like how some women describe it. That I crave this, I crave that, or I crave salty and sweet and things like that. No.
Okay, we have a lot of women watching in the chat. Minty Hotep has given birth. I'm not sure how many other women are in the chat that have actually given birth, but definitely if you're Can you all see me?
We can see you now.
Okay. If you're wondering, is there a purpose to this? Is it a psyops? Is it something that is worldwide? Has it always existed? Minty says my snack was peanut butter and banana. So why are women having cravings pregnancy? Is it a mind control? Is it a part of evolution? Is it true? Is it false? That's what the sister Gabriela wants to know, because Gabriela is so familiar with the teachings now that she knows, and anybody knows that follows my teachings knows that if you see a mass amount of people doing something, ask about it. If you see a mass amount of people doing something and you're a part, you find yourself doing it too. What are they saying? What do they say? Dejed, how they talk in the streets? You better ask somebody. How do they?
They said, if you ain't know, you better call somebody.
So you better, you need to ask Tehuti, because anytime you see massive amount of people doing anything in this modern day and time, you have to be suspicious or wonder, is this something that's always happened? Were women going through cravings in ancient Sumer? Were women going through cravings in ancient China? Is this something that happens? Were we doing this when we're living in the caves? Is this something that just began? Is it something that's necessary? Is it healthy for the baby? Are the cravings something that the baby actually asking for these things? You may be saying, man, I never liked what's one of the main things that women crave? You hold it like this. What do you think, Gabrielle? And she's censored. What do you say?
Coffee?
What do you say? Who censored her? What do you say? Puffy?
I said coffee.
Oh, coffee. Women. So women crave coffee. What is it, Dejed? What are pregnant women? What do you find that? What's a popular pregnant woman? So coffee could be one, but it's a solid food.
Solid. Okay. Well, I would think it's ice cream.
Okay. Ice cream, coffee. How about you, Amonette? Well, I don't know but you've heard of women craving things. What's some things what's one of the popular things? I see chocolate down here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say chocolate.
Okay. Annie Pata, I don't know if you've been around any pregnant women, if you've seen it, if you've seen it on TV, but have you heard of cravings? If so, what's a popular food craving?
I usually see anything from chips to cakes to stuff like that.
We got Menkora says pickles. Okay, pickles, chalk. Well, I hope not. Women, if you're watching the Tehuti Podclass right now, please, if you find yourself having a craving for chalk, get that far away from your mouth. That is definitely a psyops. That cannot be good for you. You don't have to listen to this class. Other people typing chalk? Is that a food? I don't know. When I was young, chalk is what you write on the board with, right? Women eat that? They go to the schools and get.
Maybe she's talking about sweet tarts, Saba. That's the closest thing you get to chalk. To chalk.
I hope not. Pregnant women out there, be aware if you have a craving for chalk. Stay away from our school systems. All right, we got eggs. Eggs, okay, good. Hog head cheese. It's so specific. Not even hog head cheese. Okay, hog head cheese. Okay, good. We got a bunch of them. We're gonna find out. Is this something? Oh, it's due to mineral deficiency. So that's actually a real thing. Wow. Okay. So we're gonna find out today. Are these things the baby's craving for? The baby's chalk is high in calcium. I'm learning something today. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I've never heard of these things. Chalk is high in calcium. I'm not sure. Whoever discovered that, shout outs to you. I don't know if you're still alive, but whoever discovered chalk is high in calcium, I'm not sure. That's weird. But at any rate, we're going to find out, is it the babies actually asking for these things? Do the babies know what ice cream is? Do the babies know what a pickle is? Is the baby's in your womb saying, potato chips? What is it that's actually happening to a pregnant woman? Is it a psyops? Is the baby reaching out? Is he starving is he hungry in the womb saying, go to eat that? Come on, get that for me. I need it. You don't need potato chips, but I want it. So we're gonna find out if the baby's talking from the womb, communicating, controlling the mother like a ventriloquist or a puppet. We're about to find out today at the Tehuti Podclass. Everybody get ready, get your pens, get your pads out. Women, pay close attention to this. Husbands, men, everybody pay close attention to this. We're about to find out what is going on. And also, the sister sent in the question, are babies aware and conscious in the womb? Do they have wants and needs? Are they conscious from the womb? That is a very interesting question. Are babies conscious and sentient in the womb? Do they have any idea what's going on outside of the womb? Do they have any needs or wants, being that they're in the womb and they haven't been born yet? Could they have any wants of anything that exists in the world? Do they have any comprehension of anything that exists because they're in this dark place? It seems to be soundless, soundproof. It's dark, it's full of water. They're just floating around. Are they sentient, saying, I want this, I like this? Do they know anything about sociality when they're born? What is it about human babies? We're going to find that out because we seem to have turtles, little baby turtles, that as soon as they are born, they know immediately to pack run. They pack run. They know where the ocean is. They know where to run. Birds, when they are born, they know how to open up their beak. Or the snakes, when they are born, a few weeks after they're born, they know how to kill, hunt, distribute venom. Animals seem to know certain things. It seems that they know it before they're born because they come right out doing these things. So we're going to find out if humans have any consciousness while they're in the womb and as a fetus. And we're going to find out some very interesting things today. So everybody get your pen and pads out. Let's get to it. And I'm going to say shout out, peace to Pata, Annie, peace and love to Pata, Annie, peace and love to Amun, Amonette, peace and love to Gabrielle Lopez, the question asker. Peace and love to did we give Gabriel Lopez? Oh, Scribe wasn't here. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Scribe wasn't here at the time. Let me go ahead and do this. Shout out to Gabriel Lopez for the support that she gave at the time. Scribe was away, so so we didn't get to give her noises. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the screen again so we can give her noise. Shout out to her. Boom. Where is it? Chrome tab. So let's give Gabriel Lopez some noise and go ahead and read that first. Gabriel Lopez, please.
Yes, $30 for a question on pregnancy. Check email to a Purple Heart, color that can't be seen.
Okay. All right, the color can't be seen. Okay, everybody, you all jump back in the chat. I'm going to go answer this question, do about 40 minutes, and then I'm going to take a break if it's over 40 minutes. So let's get into it, everybody. Oh, we didn't give her noise. What's happening? Hold on. Wait. I keep putting Gabriel Lopez's donation up. And it's crickets. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Let me put this up one more time. Gabriel Lopez. Okay, here we go. Let me see if we can do this again. Boom. Boom. Oh, there it is. It's there. Okay, Gabriel Lopez. Okay, this is the donation that can't be seen. Let me see if we can. There we go. Okay, let's make some noise for Gabriel Lopez. Give her some noise, Scribe, please.
Yes, the Hekau really worked.
Uh-oh. Do y'all hear anything?
Could y'all hear that?
I heard.
Say again.
We only heard the Jed say the Hekau works. Uh-oh.
It's muffled, honey.
All right, there we go. Yeah, there we go. All right. Woo-wee. Okay, everybody. Let's get to it. Get your pen and pads out. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. We're about to get into this answer. Peace and love to Patah, Annie. Peace and love to Amu and Amunet. Peace and love to the Jet, Sadem, Ma, Hem, Potku. And peace and love to Gabriel Lopez, the one who asked the question. To set this whole thing off, let's see what kind of answer I can grab out of the clouds. You're reaching. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, man. Okay, hold on. What is this question? Okay, let me Google it. Wait. Wikipedia. Okay, I'm going to get the timer on, and we're going to get into this this answer, everybody, and where I have to go to get this this answer. Ready, everybody? Shadow body, are you ready? Here we go. Ready? Okay. Let's close these windows. Close all of these windows. Boom, 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 boom. We don't want any disturbance, any distraction. Go here. Okay, we're gonna go here.
Okay, get your dog.
What is that?
Okay, I just want to ask a quick question. You know McDonald's at?
What is happening? What is that? What is that?
I don't. You being rude right now. I'm just asking for directions.
Is that an ad?
So listen, you and that pink hat finna piss me off.
Hold on a second. There's something coming through from somewhere. What is
You
that?
trying to get active or what? You trying to get...
That is what in the world? I'm not sure. Okay, hold on. Okay, that off? Okay, whatever in the world. Okay. Let me what's going on? Welcome to the podcast. Okay, everybody, we're about to get that's random. What is that? All right, we're gonna get into the Tehuti Podclass answer to this question. And here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and put this up on this screen. And okay, we're already starting off interesting. It's already starting off strange. And let me open up here. Here comes first NETERU. CIA. Is that who said that? We say you're trying to get active. All right. Let's get into this. Let's close this. These pictures down. Pictures down. Pictures down. Pictures down. All right. We're gonna go here. Open up. See if the screen is open. Okay. Oh, that's not right. That's not right at all. At all. Let me close it back. Try to open this again. Okay, boom. Try one more time with this, and this should be it here. Okay, this looks better. Okay, here we go. Okay, everybody. Okay, good. I gotta blow it way up. That's odd. Okay. All right, everybody, get your. Oh, no, I don't want that. What? Something's interfering. Okay. All right, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Let's get into it, everybody. This beautiful question on pregnancy cravings. Is it a psyops? Is it mind control? Is it something actually happening in the body? Is the baby actually asking for these for all these calorie gains? Is it asking for sweets and candies and more pizza and hamburgers and whatever, donuts? Is this something that has always happened in human history, hominid history? Is it something new? Is it something you should be aware of? Let's find out here. And does the baby have consciousness in the womb? Is there any verification that what type of awareness does the baby have inside of the womb? Is it an awareness that goes outside of the womb? Does the baby know what's happening outside? Does the baby have any extrasensory perception? That's communication that takes place that we don't understand on the outside. Let's find all that out, and all that out only here at the Tehuti Podclass. Get your pen, your pads ready, and support the Tehuti Podclass as you're hearing the answer to the question. Shout out to Pat Toe for the donation he sent. We'll be reading that off right after we answer this, and the rest of the support right after we answer this question. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, everybody. 1, 2, and that screen sharing. 3. Boom. Ready, everybody? Oh, let me start the something happened on my phone. Okay, boom, stop, live, reset, go. Okay, boom, here you go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. I want to welcome everybody, all the new people, all the old people, those who have been here for a while, those who just got here. I want to welcome you all, especially the new people that are watching, especially the pregnant women who've had children, anybody who's interested in this topic. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. This is the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of your history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from. Does immortality exist? What is the original languages? What are the original religions? Spirituality, is that true? Who are the NETERU? What about my physical health? What about diet plans? What about my calories? What about my mental health? What about depression? What about purity of mental health? What about mental detoxification? Out-of-body experiences, is that something new? Is that something new, or is that something that has ancient sources? Government psyops, are there government psyops taking place? Is there Big Brother watching? Are there underground conspiracies taking place that control you and the way that you see things, and you don't know what's happening subconsciously? What about telepathy? Is that true? Is telepathy different from quantum entangled consciousness? Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised and has infiltrated in the form of the New Age Black consciousness, and atheists who have disguised themselves as Kemetic teachers who just focus on the knowledge but not the spiritual disciplines of the ancients. They will not have class on any of these topics of what the indigenous people actually teach. You now thinking that you've broken out of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, you've broken out of one matrix, not knowing that you've stepped into matrix number 2. And matrix number 2 are the undercover atheists who have set up a new frequency of just getting knowledge and not practicing anything, and actually secret atheism, where they don't actually believe in anything, but they teach under the frequency of Egyptologists, which didn't believe in the ancient teachings. They just taught it for a knowledge base, like Budge and the rest of them, which are good for studying,
but they didn't actually claim they followed anything. Thus, there's no discipline. Thus, there can never be anything built from it. So they themselves don't have any spiritual beliefs. They just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical gratification. They do not live by any written culture. Thus, they can only teach from memes and do what's called counter teaching, or just go against someone else's teachings. They do debunk videos, expose, challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. Every topic is revolved around either the Hebrews are wrong or this person's wrong. The Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are Arab. The Egyptians are not this. They're not that. The pyramids in America are older than the ones in ancient Egypt. We are the Abos. We're American Indians. We're not Africans. They speak like, let me tell you why you're wrong. Let me tell you what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize. All the conversations are contention based on attacking, but never giving you any indigenous spiritual discipline in its place, or what they actually adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice when the computer shuts down. Never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, those so-called conscious teachers, now that you stepped out of Christianity into the conscious movement, those same conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they can't answer these questions, they've made you feel uncomfortable for even asking any of these questions. And then you're laughed off of the stage, or you're insulted for the above inquiries. That's the only platform and class that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, book customized for you. Then on top of that, taught live with each answer, get subconscious matrices broken for you directly and for the rest of the audience is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? And the question sent in by Gabrielle Lopez: Are there any symptoms or stages of pregnancy nowadays that have been created by the matrix, like cravings, gestational diabetes? How aware are babies in the womb? Do their personalities, likes and dislikes begin since conception? For example, there were certain things that I couldn't eat with my last 2 pregnancies. There were certain foods that I really enjoyed eating. I had to eat my food in sections, because if I combine my food a certain way, it would cause for me to get nauseous. Or I couldn't eat the food anymore. AUSET will become very active when she's hungry, and once I eat, she calms down. Sincerely, Gabriela Lopez. So, are these symptoms created by the matrix? Are they real? Is there really a natural cause for gestational diabetes? Is that normal? How many questions is this? There's about 5 questions or so. How aware are babies in the womb? Do they have personalities, likes and dislikes that begin since conception? We're going to tackle all of this here at the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into it, everybody. And here's what they gave me. This topic has to be one of the most relatable topics for pregnant women. The cravings during pregnancy, almost every mother can relate, and definitely everyone watching this has heard of this or experienced it or seen it with their own eyes. Okay, let me ask the class a question. You can type this in the room. What are some of the most popular things you've heard or experienced that women crave when they're pregnant? And you all have actually typed it in the room. Okay, some of you have already typed that in the room because I asked it before I started this section of the class. And here it is. Boom. Yes, you all typed it right. Everything you all typed, exactly correct. Yes, sweets, ice cream, pickles, etc. And when you see an ad on TV or image on the internet, or you see commercials, or you see different things in the media, these are the images you always see. What are these women eating? They're eating excessive amounts of these type of things. This one's eating Nutella, has some cereal, some sweet cereals. We got some pizza. We have pickles dipped in ice cream. We got ice cream on the phone. This is what you see when you see pregnancy today. But is this, or has this always been a worldwide phenomenon? When we look at women that go through these cravings, or the average pregnant women, a lot of them end up looking like this. So over here, at least in the Americas, the women that we see around us, when you see women that are pregnant, which is why it was so amazing that Primordial said, wow, Gabriela hasn't really gained any weight, because for some reason it's supposed to be normal to gain all of this weight while you are pregnant? Is this a normal thing? Is this fat that's on you, is it what the baby needs? Does the baby need to gain this weight for the baby to survive? We're going to find all that out at the Tehuti Podclass here today. So here we go. Yeah, when we go to other cultures, especially the ones that are more tribal or cultural, we see a different type of look. The weight gain is little to none. So when we go outside of America, we see other cultures. When we go into Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, parts of India, China, we see a different type of look over here. This type of look doesn't seem to be prevalent amongst the Dogons when the Dogons are pregnant, when the Zimbabwean Khoisan women are pregnant, when the Zulu tribe women are pregnant, when the Kamba tribe is Bambi tribe is pregnant, women throughout India when they're pregnant, women in China, we don't seem to see the same type of look. This woman right here doesn't look like she's gained a pound. She's extremely slim. Look at the arm of this woman and look at the arm of this woman. What is the difference here? The only thing that seems to be getting larger in these women is literally their stomach. Only their stomach is getting larger. I don't see any body fat on this woman, no body fat gain on this one, none on this one, none much really on this one. But over here we see this, and this seems to be the common look, and it seems to be normal. Is this normal? Obviously, right off the bat, we see that it's not normal, because if these women were eating what these women were eating, they would look like that also. But obviously something is different about these women on the other side of the world from what these women are eating. Do they all have the same cravings? Are they all eating the same? We're going to find out here at the Podclass. Here we go. So boom. This topic has to be, again, one of the most relatable topics for pregnant women in modern times. We're taught certain hypnotic phrases, and here's where the Psyops comes in. And I want everybody in the class to finish this phrase. Okay, they say, eat up, girl. You know you're eating. What's the end of that sentence? Eat up. You know you're eating for what? This is a phrase, and I guarantee that people will type the answer to this room, whether they live in Connecticut, whether they live in New York, whether they're in Jamaica, whether they're in Canada. Go ahead and finish this sentence for us, please. Let's see if this phrase has hypnotically traveled throughout the world or throughout America. Eat up, girl, eat up. You know you're eating for what? Let me look in the room and see what people are typing. You're eating for what? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Wow. You're eating for two. Eating for two. Eating for two. Eating for the baby. Eating for two. 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 So I can guarantee that First Netter doesn't live where Big Bape lives, doesn't live where Amunet Cott lives, doesn't live where Angela Gates lives. Nook Panuk lives in a different area and state than Gabrielle Lopez. Gabrielle Lopez lives in a different area and state than First Netter. First Netter lives in a different part of the world than Robert Williams. Boots lives in a different part of the world than Ibeti Amun, and Ibeti Amun lives in a different part of the world from Nook. So how is it that you all have the same answer? Is that interesting? Is that interesting? Lisa, 4-2, right? How is it that everybody knows this answer? Did you all talk about this prior to the class starting? This is a setup. Is this all set up? Tehuti sent this question to us in the email first. He told us to say 4-2. How do you all have the same answer and none of you live in the same area and none of you have discussed this answer with each other? That is the definition of hypnosis. When you see a group of people being called on the stage, you from New York, come over here. You from Jamaica, come over here. You from England, come over here. And the hypnotist does something and everybody is barking like a dog. They didn't come to the show to plan to bark like a dog. They didn't come to the show to talk, to meow like a cat. But it seems like everybody on stage who've never discussed or met each other have the same response. So there has to be a controller. If there's no controller, then this means the phrase that you're eating for two should be on ancient papyrus, should be on cuneiform tablets. I mean, these are the people that are around pregnancy first, right? These were your first doctors. These were your first physicians, right? I mean, they would know. The people in the Nile Valley would know. The
people in ancient Babylon. I mean, millions of women have gotten pregnant in ancient China, ancient India. So this should be a worldwide phenomenal phrase that we should find on ancient papyruses, on stone tablets. We should find this all over the different ancient sections of the ancient world, because that's not something that takes high technology, does it? Did you all go into a laboratory to technologically decipher that you're eating for two? Or are you just repeating it because it's programmed? And if we don't see this phrase in ancient papyrus with the original doctors, if we don't see this phrase in ancient China, if we don't see this phrase written about in ancient India, if we don't see this with the Aztecs, if we don't see this with the ancient Navajo, if we don't see this written down in Babylon, in Syria, in ancient Persia, if we don't see this phrase, but everybody now that have never met is saying this phrase, this is the definition of hypnosis. We're going to start right there. That is the definition of hypnosis. Unless somebody can come on the panel and scientifically explain to us how is it that a person is eating for two, this now compounds the hypnosis, because now it means that not only is everybody speaking like a parrot, probably want a cracker, parrots have no idea what crackers are, by the way, probably want a cracker, but not only that, but it's something that came out of everybody's mouth and thoughts that you can't explain. Just like the woman and man on the stage barking like a dog, and when they snap out of the hypnosis, why were you barking like a dog? I was barking like a dog. I have no idea. Why was I was meowing like a cat. I was going bark, bark, bark like a chicken. I don't know. That is so what I've done so far, as soon as the class began, demonstrated that is the definition of hypnosis taking place with everybody watching. The fact that everybody knew that answer. The fact that everybody heard it, and this doesn't exist in papyruses, and if it does present, this means that something started, everybody followed, and nobody can elaborate on why. So here we go, everybody. Let's find out what's going on. Peace to all. Nanny stepped in somewhere? Where's Nanny? Nanny stepped in. Shout out to Nanny Set Mer. I don't see her, but I people saying peace. Nanny. Okay. Shout out to Nanny Set Mer. Who's in here somewhere? I can't see her. Oh, there she is. Shout out to Nania Semmer, who just came in the chat. Shout out to you. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We're setting off right from the beginning. We're already in hypnosis has begun with pregnancy. Here we go. Ready? Boom, boom, and boom. That's right. Ding, 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 ding. Everybody has it right. You are eating for two. There it is, everybody. There it is. Eating for two. That moment you realize you're eating for two on Thanksgiving. Look how happy everybody is. This woman is smiling, eating for two. This woman is praising this woman's in the cop position, praising the Lord because she's happy to be eating for two. And none of you have met any of these two women, but they know it and all you know it. That is the definition of hypnosis. Yes. And this is the psyop that they promote in this culture, which is a complete fallacy. The cause is what's going to be called GWG. So is it true that you need to eat for two? Let's find out the facts on this. The answer is absolutely not. Case study shows that pregnant women in the first trimester actually do not need any additional calories whatsoever. A pregnant woman in the first trimester, for anybody who doesn't know what that is, that's the first 3 months. The very first 3 months of pregnancy, you actually do not need to add any additional calories to what you're eating. If you find that you have cravings in the first 3 months, and you're being told, if any of your parents, friends have told you in the first 3 months, girl, you need to be eating for two. Girl, you're eating for two. I got these cravings. Nope. There's actually no need whatsoever anatomically and biologically inside of the human system, hominid system, in the first trimester, any additional calories need to be added. Now, the second trimester, there's a change. There's an increased intake of only about 340 calories. 340 calories per day is not much of anything. That can be composed of some salmon, avocado, sweet potato, kale, broccoli, and one serving of whole grain bread or cereal for the whole day, though. You can divide that up into the whole day, and you can portion it out and easily have 340 calories. So, for example, a calories times from protein times 4 and fat times 9. So in other words, carbohydrate calories, if something has six carbohydrates, it's 24 calories. I know First Netter likes that one. So it's 6. And the First Netter is going to be like, oh, see, that's in sixes too. So it's 6. So it's times by that, by 4. So if it's 6 calories, 6, then it's 24. Now, if it's 1 calorie of fat, then you times that by 9. One protein of fat, or by fat, times by 9 is 9 calories. So if it's 1 gram of protein, 1 gram of fat, you times that by 9. So that's why fat calories are higher, because one's times by 9, one's times by 4. But you just take the calories in a serving of a few servings of sweet potato and some salmon and some orange juice and some crackers and bread, and you have 340 calories easily. That's what's needed. That's just in the first trimester. Okay, that's in the second trimester. Here we go. Let's continue. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. So that's 340 calories. Simply divided into some salmon. Salmon is good for those calories because it contains both high protein and high fat. Not many things contain high fat and high protein at the same time. Salmon is in its omega fats, so it's healthy. Avocado is high in healthy fats. Sweet potatoes and carbohydrates. Kale, broccoli, grain bread, cereals. That's just in your second trimester. Now in the third trimester, it goes up about 100 calories. Increase your intake by about 450 calories per day, which can be composed of baked chicken, eggs. Eggs are great source because eggs hold high protein, which is not like 99% biologically degradable or biologically acceptable into the body. Oatmeal, coconut oil. Coconut oil is high in fat, and you only need a couple tablespoons of it to have high caloric intake. These are all healthy foods. There's no donuts. There's no ice cream required. No, you just need the calories. So thus, there's no need for this. So what the body is actually craving is 0 calories first trimester. Anybody that tells you need to eat up first 3 months lies. Second trimester, only 340 calories, which are composed of all the foods I just mentioned. Third trimester, 450 calories, which are composed of the foods I just mentioned. So it's calories that the body actually is craving, which is not composed of donuts, ice cream, more donuts, and some chocolate bars and all these different things. It's just the calories of 2 numbers, 340 calories, 450 calories. It goes up 340 and only 110 after that. And then you are absolutely fine. Okay? And this hypnotic psyops, you're eating for 2, has echoing throughout the minds of millions, has led to what's called PRAM study, which point out GWGs. So PRAM study, or pregnancy risk assessment management. And in pregnancy risk assessment management, they found that the GWG percentage, which pointed out that there has been an increase of up to 50% of women in 17 states that suffer from GWG. And GWG, which is a gestational weight gain, is going to lead to GD, which is just gestational diabetes. But GWG, gestational weight gain. Let me take you to the CDC morbidity and mortality report, November 6, 2015. And here we are. This is the Center of Disease Control. They added now it's prevention, but Center of Disease Control. And this comes up on November 6, 2015, under morbidity, morbid, and mortality. A weekly report, MMWR. Gestational weight gain, United States. And this is over 10 years ago. This is 11 years ago. 12 years ago. 2012, 2013. So, you know, it's gone up since then. And this is, here it is. So, weight gain in women during pregnancy, known as what? A GWG, which is gestational weight gain, has important health implications for both the mother and the child. Institute of Medicine, provides GWG recommendations that promote optimal health and balancing risk associated with too much or too little GWG. I'm going to shrink this down once. Okay. Too much or too little GWG. Okay. Are specific to women's pre-pregnancy body mass index, weight, height, measurements. In recent study, 21% of pregnant women gain less than the recommended amount of weight. 47% gain more. We're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom where it says here, in 20 states, New York City, prevalence excessive GWG has over 50%. In 17 states, stratification by pre-pregnancy BMI category indicated variation by state persisted. Notability, overweight women had the highest prevalence in excessive GWG in nearly every state, given the high prevalence of excessive GWG and its associated risks, including microsomia and maternal obesity. The excessive interventions to prevent GWG or prevent GWG during pregnancy are needed. Thus, the GWG over 50% in 17 states and GWG increase in all states, resulting in what? We're going to go now to Healthline. What do you do about weight gain from gestational diabetes, which was the question, which was in the question that was asked. So here it is. The same lifestyle changes doctors recommend to help manage blood sugar levels can help many women with gestational diabetes prevent excessive weight gain. Each year in the United States, somewhere between 2 and 10% of pregnancies are affected by gestational diabetes, although this condition is fairly common. If left untreated, serious health complications can develop for the mother and the baby. Having diabetes can raise your likelihood of putting on extra weight. So there it is. GWG leads to GD, which is gestational diabetes, which is detrimental to the health of the child, going up between 2 and 10% each year in the United States, which can cause serious health complications, which is why when you go to the images in the United States, we see this. We go to other parts of the world, we see this. So, okay, here we go. So, this leads to putting on the likelihood of putting on extra weight. So it's actually working in a circle. The eating of excessive sugars puts on the extra weight, which gives you digestional diabetes, and then having diabetes can raise your likelihood of putting on extra weight. You're in a circle of hell. There we go. Boom. Let's continue. All right. So is this really happening anatomically and neurologically? Or is this a psyops, or is it both? And is the fetus consciously aware in the womb of external forces and intent? Is this actually happening? Is this controlled? Is it natural? Is the fetus actually aware of what's going on, not only inside the womb, but outside the womb? Is the fetus communicating? Does it have the ability to sense what's going on, even though it can't see and feel what's happening? And is all this controlled? Is it a psyops? And of course, to get into that, time to get into what's the time to get into shadow body? It's time to get into Tehuti overdrive. Ready, everybody? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Let's get into Tehuti overdrive. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let's go. Ready? All right. Here we go. Boom. What are some of the most universal things that women find themselves craving but have no idea why? Let me ask the class this. Type your answers or answer. What are some of the most popular food cravings? You already typed in earlier in the class. And here it is. Ice cream, sugars, or cookies. Look at all these different things, huh? They're all happy too. All smiling. They're happy. You get an excuse to eat all these things. Everybody's happy. All right? So these are some of the common things, the most universal things, or at least Americanized things
that women find themselves craving, but they have no idea why. Let me ask the class, what are some of the things? And you already answered it. Boom, and there it is. So boom. Yes, sweets, ice cream, and pickles. Why is this, Tehuti? Is this an... Oh, let me turn that down. Why is this, Why is this, Tehuti? Is this a natural? Is this natural? Is it natural or is it a psyops? Let me walk you through. Let's break the matrix. Let's find out what's actually going on. So now within what's called the mesolimbic pathway, that's responsible for delivering dopamine, and it hits the rewarding system of the brain for its actions. All right, the team identified higher levels of dopamine and increased activity from the dopamine receptor, what's called D2R, in a region called the nucleus accumbens. It's part of the brain that's of the reward system. Okay, that gives you your anxious feeling to want to have something before you actually have it. These findings suggest that the pregnancy induces a full reorganization of the mesolimbic neural circuits through the D2R neurons, says neurobiologist Robert Haddad Cervalli from the August PI 1 Sunyer Biomedical Research Institute in Spain. The area in the brain that governs the delivering of dopamine is called the mesolimbic pathway. So, because this is being altered and changes, because it's being altered, this is why Gabriela came on and said, with this baby, everything was fine. With this one, it seems like this particular baby wants this. It seems like I can't put these foods with these foods, because what happens is that your mesolimbic pathway becomes altered. The dopamine reward system starts to switch and actually starts to change your taste buds, and the receptor D2R is affected. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Here's an image of it if you want to see the imagery of it. So this is the mesolimbic reward pathway. Dopamine in the prefrontal cortex. So neurons in the ventral tegmental area, which is the VTA, send dopamine to the nucleus accumbens and the amygdala. By the way, the amygdala is responsible for memory, which we're going to get into later. The amygdala is affected, the prefrontal cortex, and the hippocampus, which is also responsible for a certain type of memory. We're going to get into later on in the class. So here it is. This image right here. All right. So changes in the functional connectivity of the brain reward circuits, as well as the taste, sensory motor cells, sensory motor centers during pregnancies, they start to change, causing more sensitivity to sweets. So what happens is you become more sensitive to sweet foods, and you develop compulsive eating behaviors towards high-calorie foods. The type of foods that you're eating are the foods that you see on the commercials and what is around you, and what has fed your dopamine reward system since you were a child, and you were taught that because you're born, it's time to eat a cake. So because you're born, you're going to eat a birthday cake. Here's a reward. You get a treat as a child because you've done something good. For Valentine's Day, you get a box of chocolates. For Easter, you get a chocolate bunny. This reward system now is programmed into foods that you're looking for because the D2R is affected, the sensory motor senses are affected, and you go into a default system, whereas the Dogons wouldn't be looking for a chocolate bunny, and the people of Zimbabwe wouldn't be looking for donuts. So what happens is you're actually just craving high calories, and because of this change in your sensory motor sensors, you're more sensitive to sweet foods. You're actually craving high calorie foods, and there's a reason why the anatomy is doing this and the brain is doing this. The normal interaction of fat cells called leptins, which causes satiation. Satiation is satisfaction. When you eat and you say, okay, I've had enough, I feel full, I feel good. So it's interaction with the hypothalamus and the satiation. So the interaction, what happens is the normal interaction of fat cells called lipids, which are the satiation, changes with the interaction with the hypothalamus. Its regular systematic system is thrown off, and thus satiation is hard to read. There's a reason for this. So something in your body, what it does, something in your body numbs the satiation where you want to eat more. There is a
a neuropeptide. And then there's our friend, the neuropeptide Y. Neuropeptide Y. What is that, Tehuti? Yes, it is actually our friend in the pregnancy. And here's what neuropeptide Y is. So neuropeptide Y also steps in. And what is neuropeptide Y? Here's neuropeptide Y, our friend, neuropeptide Y. Right? This is an appetite stimulant. So a few things are happening inside of the pregnant woman. The mesolimbic system is affected. The sensory motor cells heighten the sensitivity to sweets. You get a compulsive to eat towards high calorie food. The normal fat interaction lipids that are causing the satiation isn't working properly because it's not functioning properly in its connection to the hypothalamus. And then satiation is hard to reach. So a combination of satiation, which is the feeling of being satisfied, is hard to reach, and is compounded with neuropeptide Y. So as your satiation is hard to reach, there's something else increasing the appetite, which is neuropeptide Y, which is an appetite stimulant that causes your body's need for its biological imperative. So the biological imperative is just that you need more calories. So the body's doing all this to help the baby. Okay, now with the leptin and the fat cells not working as supposed to, neuropeptide Y combines to what's called cannabinoid, and cannabinoid receptors now rise in the peptides of the neuropeptide Y, increasing appetite. So neuropeptide Y now combines with the cannabinoid receptors, and now it even rises the peptides of neuropeptide Y, and then increases the appetite. So you have something suppressing the leptids, now working with the hypothalamus is now suppressing the leptin is now working with the hypothalamus, is now suppressing your satiation, so you don't feel like you're being satisfied. While neuropeptide Y's ability to heighten the appetite is now combining with the cannabinoids, which heightens it even more, which makes you have a higher appetite that doesn't feel like it's being satiated, to compensate to want to eat what? The 340 calories in the second trimester and the 450 calories in the third trimester. This is your body protecting the baby. This is necessary. What's being eaten is where the Psyops is coming in. Okay, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Hope everybody's learning. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. If you're appreciating this, support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. If you're getting this in a class anywhere else, just put the link in the room where a question like this has been sent in and you're getting this type of answer, and we will definitely give this people a shout out that you all are getting this everywhere else. If not, support what you're getting uniquely here at the Tehuti Podclass. I don't think this question has been asked before at any conscious movement and be given an hour answer breakdown like this. If so, shout out to them. If not, support what you're seeing here. Here it is. So what happens is that the cannabinoid combines with the neuropeptide Y, and receptor, the cannabinoid receptors combine with the neuropeptide Y, and then there's a rise in the peptide, neuropeptide Y, and increases the appetite, making you hungry while simultaneously you're not feeling satiated because the leptin is not working properly, the leptin alteration with the hypothalamus. And none of this was recorded in history until Greece, through the Dr. Soranos, who wrote about gynecology and thus observed what's called food craving phenomenons during pregnancy. So here's where we first find any of this documented, and that's our good old friend Soranos in its recording in Greece. Here's your ancient record of these cravings. You don't find it until around the 2nd century. Okay, the Homo sapiens have existed. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Because for hundreds of thousands of years that Homo sapiens have existed, yes, the females have a built-in mechanism that cause neurological lipid fat hormonal and neuropeptide Y increase to cause them to want to eat more. But remember, it is only supposed to be 340 to 450 extra calories a day for the baby. That did not even start until the 2nd trimester. That means for the first 3 months, no increase. And after that was the minimal for the baby's survival, but it had nothing to do with any of this. It had absolutely nothing to do with any of this, though. It was just an increase in calories, but not this.
These are the foods of death, hypnotically programmed into your mind since childhood. The birthday cakes, the Halloween candy. You've been a good kid. Here's a little treats for you. Give them treats because they're good. Kids love sweets. No, they don't. Kids love sweets. What kids love sweets? What kids love? Kids are given sweets. Kids aren't born saying, I want the sweet. What is that word to a child? They don't know what it is until you give it to them. So all that childhood hypnosis through neurological links and associations, the mental anchors your dopamine, and it's programmed. These are the default pregnancy. This is default pregnancy go-to foods that obviously weren't around for the past 350,000 years of Homo sapiens evolution. Yet Homo sapien pregnant mothers have been around for that long, pregnant and producing babies for over 350,000 years. But no pregnant mothers needed donuts and candies and chocolate cakes, sweet coffees, and there's no record of this for 350,000 years. Donuts weren't even around. Who was eating ice cream 350,000 years ago up until today? It seemed like women are having babies fine, and were women craving this as Homo sapiens development for 350,000 years? Or were they offered this and this is in your subconscious, so it's the go-to default because of mental programming, where all your necessary foods that you needed were just contained within 340 calories and 450 calories, of which the ancient people 350,000 years ago to 10,000 years ago to 5,000 years ago were able to get. There was no donuts yet. Krispy Kreme didn't exist yet. And this natural survival brain evolution during pregnancy, going back over 350,000 years before there was ice cream, sugar candies, and donuts, answers the odd craving that you all mentioned in the list that does not seem to fall into these sweets. But there's an odd craving. Sorry, so that answers the donuts and sweets. But there's an odd craving that you all mentioned in the list that does not seem to fall under these sweet pregnancy cravings. But its essence of why you crave this particular thing that seems to be odd from all of these sweets, the essence of it and the root of it goes back to what all hominids need to function. And what's that, Tehuti? Electrolytes, sodium, chloride, magnesium, calcium, potassium, but electrolytes, salts, and sodium. Okay? This is what ancient woman craved during pregnancy. And there's a reason for the pregnant woman needing to crave electrolytes for the womb or for the baby. Yes, electrolytes, salts, and sodium necessary for all bodily functions and muscle function and hydration outside of water. Electrolytes can actually hydrate you better than water in certain situations. So outside of water, electrolytes. See, pregnant morning sickness and nausea. Remember, Gabriela would describe nausea, a nauseous feeling. So morning sickness and nausea can cause what's called Addison's disease. Addison's disease in pregnant women, which is what? It's a dehydration imbalance. So pregnant women are more apt to get Addison's disease. There's a dehydration imbalance. And guess what sits in most of the family's kitchen that is high salt, sodium, and electrolytes? Go ahead and type it in the room, family. What is in your kitchen that's easy access to, that's high electrolytes and salts, but it's not one of the sweets? It's not the ice cream. It's not the cookie. What's that other thing that doesn't seem to fall under its sweets, but it's sitting there in your cupboard and in your fridge or in your cupboard, and pregnant women seem to go to grab for that? Go ahead and type it in the room while I get some water. What is that thing? Anybody know? What's that? Let me check the room out. Oh, pickles. There it is. Pickles. Lime, but pickles. That's right. Somebody put chalk again. Hilarious. Pickles. That's right. Pickles, everybody. That's weird, right? Pickles is strange. The pregnant women are always seen eating pickles. It seems like a part of the natural craving, but pickles doesn't seem to match the other cravings. The donuts, the sweets, the candy bars, the ice cream, the vanilla flavored this and that, chocolate coated
this and that. But all of a sudden, all those sweets, boom, pickles, which is the opposite taste of all of those, because of the natural urge that has been developed over hominid evolution because of Addison's disease that comes from morning sickness and nausea that causes an imbalance in the hydration, imbalance in electrolytes. But wait a minute, Tehuti. I never even knew this. So why was I grabbing for pickles? How many women knew this? How many women in the chat can prove or show on video that you were talking? Yes, and the reason why I'm like pickles because there's a thing called Addison's disease, and the Addison's disease is an imbalancement of the necessary sodium and electrolytes, and that's why I reached in the closet for pickles. Huh? Is that why you told your husband and children? It's because of Addison's disease and the imbalancement of electrolytes, and I see pickles is high in sodium and electrolytes, and that's why I reach for it in my pregnancy cravings. No. So people may be saying, I didn't know anything about Addison's disease. I didn't know anything about electrolytes. Why am I grabbing for the pickles? I didn't even know that it does that. What in my subconscious is causing that? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go, right, everybody? Let's break the matrix. Let's get the truth. All about teachings. No slander, no chaos. None of that is needed. Just the truth. Let's break the matrix. So, here we go. Boom. The sodium. Here we go. That's right, pickles. There she is. There they are. Eating the pickles. Huh? Who's that? Who's that on the screen? Minty Hotep and Amunet. There they are. Minty Hotep and Amunet. Pregnant. Eating the pickles. All right. Why are women grabbing for these pickles? Why are they doing that? Why is that? Boom. There's your pickles craving. I know you might be saying, well, Tehuti, how do we subconsciously know that? Well, let me ask you something. Ever since you were a child, what did you subconsciously always see pickles in? What were pickles always in, everybody? Type it in the room. What were pickles always in? Ever since you were a child, it was different from all the other things that were in your fridge or in your closet. Pickles were always inside of something. What was that? When you opened the closet, ever since you were 5 years old to 45 to 55 years old, when you saw the pickles, you always saw them in something. What were the pickles in that the rice wasn't in? What were the pickles in that the sweet potatoes weren't in? What were the pickles in that the lentils weren't in? What were the pickles in? Everything else in the cupboard. You got the crackers in the cupboard. You got saltine crackers. You got the rice in the cupboard. Maybe sweet potatoes. What were pickles in that was different that your mind kept seeing since you were 5 years old till you were 55? What were they in? Yeah, they were in a jar. What were they in the jar? What were they in? They're just in a jar? What were they in? It appeared to be water, vinegar. There we go. Vinegar, liquid. They're right, Minty, in a mason jar. In a jar. In clear glass. And what did you see when you looked through the clear glass? It was vinegar, liquid. Liquid is what you saw ever since you were 5 years old. Looking in the cupboard. Pickles liquid, pickles liquid, pickles liquid, pickles liquid. Crackers dry, rice dry, greens dry, lentils dry. Everything's dry. Everything's dry. Pickles liquid, pickles liquid, pickles liquid. That's what you saw for decades and decades. That's what you saw in your subconscious. Pickles were associated with liquid. The only thing in the cupboard that is mainly. That's what you saw. There it is. Minty and everybody was right. There it is. Pickles in a jar, sitting there in what appears to your brain as water, because your brain can't decipher vinegar. Your brain doesn't decipher vinegar. It sees clear water, and all it knows is, fluid. Fluid. This is something wet. This is something hydrated. I'm looking beside it. There's rice here, dry. Sweet potatoes, dry. Crackers, dry. Saltine, everything dry. But pickles, water, water. Liquid, liquid. So boom, there it is.
every time you boom, there it is, everybody. There's what the subconscious does. So every time, how did you know to go to it subconsciously? Because every time you've opened up the kitchen cupboard and seen the pickles, every time you open up the kitchen cupboard and you saw the pickles and what looked like water in your subconscious mind, time and time again, for 20 years, 30 years, it gets logged in the amygdala. Remember I told you I was going to mention the amygdala afterwards, the part of the brain that's affected by the cravings? The amygdala, the memory area. So it affects the amygdala area of the brain. And through links and associations, the mind will reflect on the only item apparently in a dry kitchen cupboard that your mind associated with water or some type of fluid, affected the subconscious and compounded it with the memory that pickles also taste kind of salty. Triggered the ancient reptilian survival memory of the brain needed to replenish pregnancy deficiency for over 350,000 years. The pregnant woman was naturally looking for sodium salt. That's what her body was actually craving, was sodium and salt. Now you see it every day. Pickles, salty. It's in water. Pickles, pickles. And now when you're pregnant, all of a sudden your body's like, let me go for the pickles, and you're wondering, why am I going for this? Because your body's going for the sodium increase that it needs due to the Addison's, the possible Addison's disease, and the sodium that's craving, because morning sickness and nausea creates an imbalancement of hydration and an imbalancement of electrolytes. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass Overdrive section. If you're getting this anywhere else, put the link in the room. If not, please support the Tehuti Podclass, which you're not seeing everywhere. Let's continue to break this matrix. Am I still going? Yes, I'm still going. Why are you still going, Tehuti? Because Gabriela asked another question. She didn't ask one question, Gabriela. She threw a donation and snuck in about 5 questions. There we go. What's this one? What's this one here? This one here is, how aware are babies in the womb? Do they have personalities, likes, dislikes, since conception? And I'm going to take a break right there. Leave you all cliffhanger. Leave you all in suspense right there. I'm going to take a break right there. And I'm going to come back to get into the second part. So that's already a full answer right there of the cravings, whether it's Psyops or whether it's both. It's Psyops and it's anatomical. And it's neuropeptide Y and lipid hypothalamus imbalancement, and all that is natural for the body craving 340 to 350 calories. But what you're actually craving for and what you're actually eating in the society is what's creating the GWG, the gestational weight gain, and the GD, gestational diabetes. But for 350,000 years, we don't have cases of that. We don't have any recording of people seeking that, and women have been having babies just fine. That's how you got there, because for 350,000 years, Homo sapien have been having babies just fine without a donut. Hotep. Let me stop this right here. How you doing, everybody?
Hotep SABA. I'm doing excellent and wealthy with this information that you provide.
Say it again?
I'm feeling excellent and wealthy with this information that you provide. Definitely a extremely deep class. You are going extremely deep.
Is he stuttering?
Yeah.
You're.
I was trying to think about all the scientific terms you went over and how you went so deep into the biology, and you really are going extremely detailed. You're going extremely detailed.
Yes. Say it again.
Very much.
Nini Uk. And okay, wonderful. Gabriela, what do you think of your answer so far? This is just the first part 1.
My goodness. You know, you always go above and beyond. So I knew that my questions were gonna be having a just mind-blowing answer. So it's everything I was looking for. So I'm excited for this next part of the answer for the second question, and the Jed and I were just we were like going back and forth. We're like, did I eat pickles did I eat pickles during the pregnancy? And I said there was only one time where we had pickles in the fridge, and I was like, that sounds really good, and I ate it, and that was it. Like it didn't happen again after that. But when you mentioned like the dehydration, it makes sense because I don't have my container, but I have a pretty big container that I've been hauling around with me since being pregnant, and it's always full of ice and water, and it goes with me everywhere. It's like it's more important than my phone. It's more important than my keys. Like even the Jed knows. Like, don't forget your water bottle. Like,
oh my goodness.
So it's very interesting because I have drank a ton of water this pregnancy, and it's just like throughout the day, throughout the night, all day, every day. So it all makes sense for just your energy and just your effort in answering all of this and just showing us the truth, because like the Jed had mentioned, they sent me to do some extra tests to check on AUSETS, because they I wouldn't say they were concerned, but it was a note in my medical stuff that said no pregnancy weight gain, check on fetus, check the growth. They had me go in to get checked, and they did measurements on her, and everything came back normal. So it was interesting to see that, because I guess they are used to women gaining a lot of weight.
Yes.
And that whole gestational diabetes, I have a little back and forth with the doctor on that, because nowadays they're testing your glucose twice during your pregnancy, once in the beginning and once in the later stages now in the third trimester, to make sure that you don't have that. So that was not something that I dealt with in my first two pregnancies before. So it was interesting to hear that piece, and why they made it seem like it was really important to check. And I kind of fought them a little bit, because I was like, there's no history of diabetes in me pre-pregnancy or in any pregnancies. So it all makes a lot of sense now why they were trying to get me to do the glucose test twice.
Wonderful. I'm glad you appreciate it. I'm going to step off right now. Everybody who's watching so far, if you like the answers so far, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. When I come back, we're going to do the second, the other question that Gabriela sent in. And I'm going to step off right now. Support the Tehuti Podclass. If this has benefited you in any way. For those who have just stepped in, new people must be like, wow, what did I just step into? For those who just stepped in here, this is the topic of the questions that were sent in. Pregnancy cravings, natural or mind-controlled psyops, consciousness in the womb, and then incest and Kemet. And were the NETERU depicted as family because of cosmology? We're going to find out all that. Those are questions that are all sent in and asked here at the Tehuti Podclass. And like I said, I'm your SABA, week to week servant. The master teacher is the servant, because I have no say-so in my like or dislike or interest in the topics. And I'm teaching them I'm teaching these topics as if this was my lady's having a baby. I'm teaching these topics as if GWG is the most important thing for me to know, in the sodium, neuropeptide Y. And I'm teaching it like I'm the doctor. I'm a doctor and I'm having the baby. And when this question was sent in, when I looked at it, what was on my mind was
how to tame Aatrox vipers. All right, everybody, I'll be right back. Peace.
Peace and love. This is very beautiful. I really, really love this class so far, and I'm really thankful for this information because now I have more of a deeper understanding on what to look at and what to do. Especially like how he explained the first trimester, second trimester, and third, and that you don't even, like for the first one, you don't need any extra calories at all. I thought that was really, really interesting. I've never heard that before, and I'm really thankful to know these things because now I know what to do and how much to increase my calories in the first, second, and third trimester. So it's really beautiful, and I'm really thankful for this question. Very much appreciative of this, and yeah, no one else is doing this in the way SABA is. While he was doing it, I was really seeing how fast he was going and how much information he has and can bring forth. It was just really powerful and beautiful. It hit me harder because it was absolutely deep, very intricate in the way he was explaining it, and I'm definitely gonna have to rewind it as well because there was so much like scientific greetings, Nana.
Greetings! Oh my goodness! Such exciting times. Greetings, Gabby. How cute! Thank you for sharing. Thank you the text. Thank you for sharing that text that you sent me earlier. And I wanted to. Oh, and hello, Moon. Oh, Annette. Okay, I wanted to comment. I heard you say about the weight gain. So are they saying that you didn't gain much, or you didn't gain anything, or what are they saying exactly about your weight gain?
What I weigh right now, being pregnant, is what I weighed before I got pregnant.
No.
So they're saying that I lost weight, which I did because my amount of eating was different this pregnancy. So yeah, so I know I lost weight, and then I think I've really only gained back weight this last trimester of the pregnancy. But for me, it wasn't something abnormal or like strange because that happened to me during my second pregnancy. I lost weight and then kind of gained some weight towards the end. So I guess for them it was kind of weird that I didn't gain much weight. But yeah.
So I wanted to share some information from my own experience and from the doctor that I had and the nutritionist that I had during my pregnancy. So I've had the experience 4 pregnancies, and by the time with the last one, the last pregnancy, I started asking more questions because he was also different. I craved broccoli with him. I craved avocados with the third child, and with him I craved broccoli. I also craved chicken and biscuits with him too. So he liked the carbs, but for the most part, I didn't gain much weight with him. They say that it's healthy, pretty much to anywhere from about 10 pounds average, that 10 to 15 pounds average of what a woman should gain. Yes. Okay. 1 moment. Here's the phone. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Oh, I see your glasses. Here's your phone. You're welcome. Okay. Okay, so yeah, they say about 10, 15 pounds is normal, because you're gaining about 8, 9, sometimes if it's a big baby, not 8, 9 pounds baby, and then a couple of the breast, they hold water or milk, so well, it's kind of more water right now, and that's like a little bit, a couple pounds here and there each one, and then there's just there's the body weight, just a couple pounds there. So they say it's healthy, but at the same time, it's like I lost weight too and gained, and still and was similar, just by maybe a couple pounds up. So what my nutritionist told me basically is that the weight you gain is basically goes all to the baby. So it's like she says the lesser, what is it? Anything over like 10 to 15 pounds, then it's starting to go to the mother's weight. And that's why sometimes when the mother, after she has a baby, has all this excess weight, and sometimes it's harder to get rid of it. But the body is made in this. Our body as a woman is made in such a way that when you breastfeed, you usually go right back to how you were. The body tightens up. A lot of things. Very interesting. However your body was before you got pregnant is how the body returns after you breastfeed. So yeah, so basically that. She told me that not to worry about the weight gain too much, because that's healthy. That's going to the baby basically. So, and she seems health conscious anyway. The foods that she likes to eat, she seems like she likes a lot of healthy stuff. So good day. And congratulations for coming up any minute now.
Yes, I just have a feeling like she'll be here soon. A couple of days. I give her a couple of days. Earlier I had a thought like I think she might come tonight, but yeah, I'm not sure. But yes, and it's interesting because like I said, pre-pregnancy, I think I was eating more, and once I was pregnant, my eating decreased completely. I mean, I was eating throughout the day, but they were smaller portions. So I think it balanced me out. So like I said, for my second pregnancy, the same thing happened, and the baby was fine. The baby was normal. Everything was normal. And then they're estimating.
How much did he weigh when he was born?
7 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah. He was a healthy baby. So and her weight is a healthy baby as well. So for me, it didn't raise any flags to see that I looked thinner. I looked thinner than before I was pregnant, because it was just something that already happened to me. And all 3 pregnancies have been similar to this. So for me, it's normal to be this size and to not be like the pictures that SABA showed. So for me, this is my regular size. And it's very true because after I had my son, I looked better than before I had him. So I bounced back very easily. So
awesome. Did you breastfeed with all 3? I mean, well, I know you're going to with her. With
Yeah.
the other 2. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did. I want to say like 9 months or a year for my first, and I want to say a year and a half for my second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, wow. Congratulations. That's awesome news. Awesome news. Yeah. I had asked you if you have Tamil. You have Tamil? It's
No.
time. Time.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Tamil is Spanish for time. But okay, yeah. If that's you. I remember I was I think this was with third my third child. That was due February. I think let me see. I was due February 6th, I think, or 3rd, one of those. And those days just kept going by, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, however. And so on the 8th, I think February 8th, I asked my mom. She was still living at the time, and so I asked her, called her up, asked her, you know, does she know anything that could kind of, I don't know what's going on, but he's like approaching a week late, you know. So she told me, she said that this is not to, you know, this helps you to relax. So she told me to drink this tea made out of thyme, or basically just put, what I did is I just ended up putting in some, like a chicken soup or something, and I put a little extra thyme in it with the herb. I just put some extra in there. Yes. Okay, and it relaxed me. And the next thing I know, in the morning at 7 o'clock, it was time. Yeah, she told me it was gonna relax, and it was time. So okay, just a moment. Okay, so SABA's about to come back on pretty soon. So yeah, just nowhere you're not getting this information, not even this conversation we're having here. No one's getting this information in any other platform. Please, everyone, support this information. I see it in the works. You understand? I see it happening. I see the sleepless days and nights, no rest, just very avid about doing what he does. So please support for these amazing answers. Mind-blowing answers again and again. Please support. This is there's nowhere else. There's nowhere else on YouTube or any of these other type platforms that have such amazing information. This one coming up, I don't know, you know, the exact words of what he's going to say. Of course, I don't know, but I do know that it's going to be amazing answers, amazing information, something we just don't even, the things that we don't think about. Some of these questions may sound very basic, but the answers are always amazing. So please support this beautiful podcast, so we can keep going and going. So without further ado, he'll be in soon. And peace and love, everyone. Uncle Justin out.
Peace and love, Uncle Justin out.
Peace and love, Nani.
Yes, I. Definitely agree with Great Nana with her beautiful words of wisdom. Please support the Great Saba. Yeah, he does so much for all of us, and these classes are truly life-changing. I always say it. It's always changing my life. Every single class has changed my life in specific ways and intricate ways. They're both, they're all very unique, and they all help me in the ways that I need, that I didn't know I needed before it happened. And that's really magical. And it's so beautiful that we're all here. I'm very thankful that all of you that are here have gravitated towards the Great Tehuti Podclass. And to all the supporters who support, I appreciate you supporting the Great Saba for giving back for what he has given us. He is giving and giving and giving consistently. So I'm very appreciative of all of the work and effort that he puts into this, and I'm definitely very thankful for his consistency, because there's nowhere else where this is happening. As the Great Nana said, this is only happening here, and it's a gift, as I said earlier, from the NETERU to be here, because this is the only place in the whole world where this is happening. So Tua very much, Hotep and Mary. I hope to see all of you supporting in the ways that you can. And yes, how are you feeling, Great Gabby?
I'm feeling well, definitely very grateful to be here receiving this information. You know how you said, just please support our Great Saba. He's the best teacher out there, and no one is giving information like this, how Nani said, and it's so important that you give that reciprocity, because it doesn't even matter what amount it is. It's just give because you're receiving constantly. If it's not this question, it's a different class. It's his past classes. It's the little gems that you get from him. You get gems from Nani. You get gems from everybody at the House of ATTON, and it is so important that if you receive something from these classes, that you give back to that person who is giving you, because nothing is given so freely. Saba says it all the time. You have to go to college and you have to pay a tuition. You have to pay for the books. You have to give the reciprocity to the teachers to receive that knowledge and to get a degree. Here you're receiving information and knowledge that is so much more valuable than the books that have the psyops mixed with the truth. So please, support, whether that's with liking the YouTube page and all the videos, and sending in the Cash App or the PayPal, supporting just the classes that we are constantly receiving the information. It's so crucial, and it's it's life-changing. How you said, that it changes you, and everything inside of you. It's just like you get upgraded every single class. And even if like for myself, like some classes I don't understand it, or I may not be as knowledgeable as other classes, but these classes have a tendency to later on connect, and and it reminds you like, hey, I heard that in a different class, or things like that. And so these classes, these videos are infinite. they're always evolving and revolving around us, and tying in together. So it's so important to always just give back. We give back to so many things that are not important, and to people who are not as knowledgeable as the Great Saba. So why not give back, even if it's a small amount? It's it's still an amount that's being given back because we make time and the effort to make the part in supporting elsewhere with things that are not breaking breaking us free from the matrix. So why not give back to things that will help you when you are expecting a child, or when you are trying to cure gingivitis, or whatever it may be that you're looking for, whatever answer you're looking for. Why not give back? Because you give to other things, how SABA says all the time, and that hits deep. Every time he says that, it hits deep, because we are all just here paying for things that don't serve our greater good. So please just support, because there's no place like this. There really isn't. So that's all I have to say to everybody.
For words, Mamunet and Gabby, to Nana for coming on here and talking to these females, the hemps of the HOA. If anybody has ever been in a womb, look at everyone. If anybody has had a baby or plans on having a baby, or if anybody is in a relationship where their mate plans on having a baby, then you should definitely be supporting. So that's everybody. Everybody should be supporting, definitely, because SABA is digging extremely deep with this answer. He is going way, way, way beyond the surface, and he's answering multiple questions. He is explaining how hunger even works with the brain, and how pregnancy affects that. And he even dropped extra gems on like a little food schedule on what a pregnant female could eat during the second trimester and third trimester. Usually you got to pay for a food schedule, and he just dropped extra jewels and gems right there and broke it all down to the calories on what someone can eat to get the proper amount of calories and fats when they're in their second and third trimester. So that itself is worth so much. And you could even bring this information, bring this class to people outside the Podclass, people at work or friends and family, and you can help them. And that in itself is enough to support for them. Maybe it doesn't apply to you right now, or you might not think it will apply to you, but it will definitely apply to somebody you know if you bring it forth to them. So that itself is worth a lot. And something I find interesting is how this class, it benefits everyone here, specifically Gabby, because she asked the question. And one day, Auset in the future, when she has her own children, she'll be able to watch this, and it'll benefit her as well. So that's absolutely magical, and showing the power of echoes. Absolutely beautiful and magical, definitely. SABA deserves all the support because he's saving lives. If you follow what's being taught within these classes, your life will change for the better. You will become more healthy, more pure. It's an absolute beautiful thing. Me personally, I'm an example of that. SABA has made me more beautiful, more pure, and he continues to do that. And I'm very appreciative of that. With every single class he teaches, with every word he says, I become more and more pure and more aligned with MAAT. So I highly advise that everyone else take the information and use it to benefit yourself and give back. Give back to what is keeping you alive, what is sustaining you. And I'm looking forward to the next part of this question with is the baby aware in the womb? Looking forward to seeing what SABA brings forth. I'm very interested. I was always under the thought that the baby is aware in the womb, and sometimes I have memories of myself in my mother's womb, and I know that other people do as well, and certain people can get back to that state with meditation and stuff. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what our great SABA brings forth in this next section. I love stuff like this because it shows the power of life. Hotep for SABA.
Hotep, greetings. I am back. Can everybody see and hear me? We're about to get right back into it. All right, everybody. Beautiful words. Thank you for telling people about the appreciation you have for what's happening and the support, everything that you all are doing, because you all are great representatives of people that support and send in beautiful questions. We're about to get right back into it, everybody. We're going to get into the next question, which was Gabri asking about baby consciousness. And let's find out what the truth is. Everybody ready? Okay, so is Patah here? Did he ever come to the screen, or?
He did not come to the screen as far as I know.
Okay. All right. Shout out to Patah. You can jump back in the chat. Gabriel Lopez, peace and love, jump back in the chat. Amonette, peace and love, jump back in the chat. We're about to get right back into it, everybody. Welcome for those who just stepped in. You stepped into the Tehuti Podclass, House of Atten, the ancient Tehuti and teachings of the NETERU. We're getting into this next question, which is how conscious are babies in the womb? When does consciousness begin? Are babies aware of anything? What is actually the reality that's happening here? And any of these things that are happening on the external side affecting the baby internally. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Press a 9. We are in overdrive mode. Press a 9. If you can hear me. Peace to Ross Shelley's back here. Peace to VRI's here. Peace to Rochelle. I haven't seen her in a while. I miss you guys. I've been broke, so I feel guilty watching without being able to give you back. Peace and love to you, Rochelle. Appreciate that. Soze Mania's in the house watching. Lisa's here watching. And thank you for that, Rochelle. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you feel, if I'm teaching and watching, you should support. Every little bit counts, whatever it is that you, like I told the people when Minty Otep support, when she supports, if she supports $5, she gets a round of applause, even though you only get a clap if you support 20 and up. But everybody's in a particular situation. So $5 to a person who is homeless, maybe 1 million to Elon Musk. So the person dedicating $5 is the same appreciation as Elon Musk dedicating 2 million or something. Even though the money's different, the situation makes it equal. So it's whatever your appreciation is. I appreciate you though saying that. Yvette says more wondrous in a single day in the Podclass than 1,000 years upon. Betsy Moon says more wondrous in a single day in the Podclass than 1,000 days upon the earth. All right, wonderful. Okay, ready, everybody? Ready? Here we go. We're about to start, everybody. We're about to start. It continues. Continue with this. That means the world to me, Saba. Yes. RPM has returned. RPM is back. Vinciota is back. And Soze Mania is back. Everybody's here, at least back in the chat. So here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get into it. Is that my go there and pass me my phone. I need the phone for the timer. I'm gonna get the phone for the timer. We're about to get right back into it, everybody. We're in Tehuti overdrive mode. Angela Gates, press a 9. Right after this answer, we're gonna go. Oh, you're in there. We're going to get right back into the question, and right after the answer, we're going to go into the support. Shout out to the supporters who have supported already since the class began. I've seen a couple of supports get sent in even before the question's been fully answered. And thank you. We're going to get right back into it, everybody. Let's put the timer back on. Boom. Timer. Boom. And here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Here we go, everybody. All right, so where did we leave off for those who just stepped in? Those who just stepped in to the Tehuti Podclass, that's right. Boom, there are your pickle cravings because of the sodium and the Addison's disease, which is the imbalancement of electrolytes caused by nausea and morning sickness. It causes Addison's disease. That's the imbalancement of electrolytes. So you naturally want to go for electrolytes. You may be saying, how do I know where electrolytes are? It's because of the subconscious. How do I know about hydration? Because subconsciously, every time you look at the pickle jar since you were 5 years old, what you saw was pickles in water or pickles in some type of liquid. To your eyes, that's the only thing in a dry cupboard that has the liquid. And then you remember pickles are salty. And every time, so boom, this fluid that you see subconsciously as a pregnant woman that naturally automatically goes for pickles and doesn't even know why. It's because of 350,000 years of evolution. Every time you have opened up the kitchen cupboard, seeing the pickles and what looks like water, time and time again, it gets logged in the amygdala area of the brain, the same area that's affected by the pregnancy, the amygdala and the hippocampus and the hypothalamus. The brain, and through links and associations, the mind will reflect on the only item apparently in a dry kitchen cupboard that your mind associates with water. Affected the subconscious, compounded with the memory that pickles are salty, triggering ancient reptilian brain, which is the biological imperative aspect and the oldest part of the brain, which is a survival memory of what you need to replenish pregnancy deficiency for over 350,000 years. Anything salty in your direct access, that would be pickles subconsciously. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass overdrive section where matrices are broken. Am I still going? And the answer is yes, I'm still going because Gabriela asked a multiplicity of questions, not just one question. Yes, because there were multiple questions asked by Gabriela. And what was the other question inside of this support donation reciprocity? It was, how aware are babies in the womb? Do their personalities, likes, and dislikes begin since conception? So are babies aware in the womb? What could they be aware of? If you were to, oh, I'm not sharing. Oh no, there we go. Now am I sharing? Am I sharing now? Okay, so boom. There's everything I went over. There's the pickle jars in the water. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass overdrive section where matrices are broken. Am I still going? And yes, boom. And that's because Gabriela asked a few questions. There's a few question marks in here. And here's one of them. How aware are babies in the womb? Do their personalities, likes, and dislikes begin since conception? And so how aware are they in the womb? How aware would be? How aware would can you all see me and hear me? Press the 9. Okay. How aware would you be if you jumped into water and submerged yourself? Shout out to the new names. War Chief Mike Ferg. Shout out to you. Peace and love to you. I love you seeing all the new names in the chat. And thank you for telling me you're still connected. Wonderful. Okay, wonderful. Excellent. So if you were to take yourself and submerge yourself underwater in a swimming pool and somebody was to start yelling above the water, you wouldn't hear anything. You'd be completely numb to the sound. You wouldn't hear anything. And if it's dark in the water, you'll be able to see anything. Your vision will be blurred because you don't have fish lens, large eyes to be able to see in the water. So what is the baby's? Does the baby have any kind of consciousness, comprehension, awareness of anything taking place outside of this watery, silent area that it's in? And we're about to find that out. And when does baby's consciousness actually begin? Are you conscious as a sperm? Are you conscious as an embryo? Are you conscious as a fetus? When does the consciousness begin? And what type of likes or dislikes exist from the womb before the child comes out into the dry world? Let's get into it, everybody. Answered here at the Tehuti Podclass. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Tehuti Podclass Overdrive section. Please support if this has aided you or helped you in any way. The Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rock SV is scrolling down the bottom, and support with Cash App, TTM Moon is right there with the AI moderator. Here we go, everybody. 1, 2, and 3. We're back in. Ready, everybody? Tehuti Overdrive time. Boom. There we go. We're going here. Scrolling down, past the one with the pickles. We go to the next section. So, are babies conscious in the womb? Do they have likes? Do they have likes, dislikes, and awareness? So is this baby conscious of what's taking place around it? Or is it just in a silent pool of water? Everything is quiet and it's just waiting to be born to open its eyes so that it can use its senses. What kind of senses does a baby have balled up in the amniotic fluids with no sound? We're going to find out right here. Let me take you to the Times of India, December 11, 2019, and a study that was done under the University of California in Berkeley. Let's see what the modern day scientists have to say, and then boom, here it is. And what does it say? Babies in the womb are smarter than we thought. Finds a study from the day. Let me see if I can shrink it down a little bit. That's the same thing. From the day you conceive to the first time you feel your baby's kick for the first time, carrying a baby in the womb is most definitely a special feeling. New studies have said that babies inside the womb can do much more than just hear your voices and kick around. That right there alone is amazing, because you can't, if you were submerged underwater, you would not be able to hear any voices. Go to a swimming pool, duck under the water, and have your friend talk to you and stick your head back up and tell me what was said. All right, so here we go. So the baby seems to more than just hear your voices or kick around. What else happens? What else is conscious that the baby's doing? So the study, experts based at the University of California, Berkeley, have revealed that babies might still be in the developmental stages of their growth, but that doesn't mean their senses aren't growing. Way before being actually born, babies can begin to see and sense things around themselves. It was observed that the light sensitivity cells developing in the retina, which were earlier presumed to just help the baby realize our balance between the day and the night, can now offer much more sensitivity to the eye. It can also help promote brain development, paving way for influencing their growth in the future. The study also threw light on the fact that babies in the womb are much more aware than they seem to be. In fact, you should also be careful of what you speak in front of the pregnant mothers. Upon analysis, it was seen that babies can start hearing and processing what their moms say when they are still inside. In fact, the findings support the premise that unborn fetus can learn and grasp and remember stuff just as well as newborns. In a striking observation, it was also seen that babies can also grasp melodies while still inside. According to the study, sonography found that babies whose moms watched soaps and television shows began to respond to the melodic cues as well. Well, a lot smarter than you think, aren't they? Aren't they? Well, a lot smarter than you think, aren't they? Boom. The fetus is aware enough to decipher sound vibrational intent because it does not know any language or comprehends melodies and intent communication frequency. Now let me take you to the WebMD and to the first baby playground. Do you know what that is? What is the first baby playground? You know what they tell you the children like to play in a playground? What is the very first baby's playground? Do you know what that is? Let's find out first time for here at the Tehuti Podclass. What it is? It's the fetal virtual conscious sensory playground and voice recognition. That's the first baby's playground, the fetal virtual conscious sensory playground and voice recognition. Let's go now over here to WebMD. What's it like in the womb? Let me blow this up a little bit. Okay, it stays right there. All right, what's it like in the womb? Jesse Rapp. What's it like in the womb? What's it like in the womb? Jesse Rapp wasn't born until May, but he and his parents were playing together long before that. At night, wow, here we go. At night, Morgan often rested his head on Rochelle's pregnant belly, calling Jesse by name. and feeling him wriggle in response. Sometimes the couple would play games. They gently poke first one side of Rochelle's abdomen. What else happened? Thanks to ultrasound and other high-tech tools allowing a peek inside the womb, scientists have discovered that a virtual sensory playground in which your baby is living. The fetus responds to your voice and other sounds in the room. Reacts to light and dark shadows as you move from place to place. Tumbles as you switch positions. Even tastes sweet or spicy foods you've just eaten. Experts believe these experiences cause psychological changes in your fetus's sensory system that are necessary for normal brain growth. But a question is, more better? Is more better? Okay? So it appears the fetus can even hear specific speech patterns and intonations, although probably not recognizing the words themselves. Pfeiffer says some studies have shown that babies after birth will recognize and be comforted by a story read repeatedly to them while in the womb, or even by particular songs like the theme from a television show watched regularly during pregnancy. Okay? Boom. Yes, the fetus is able to recognize familiar voices and speech patterns that are taking place outside of the womb. Now I will introduce you to what's called utero-conscious fetal learning studied at Penn State. This is in February 22nd, 2009. This is utero-conscious fetal learning at Penn State. Let's go to Penn State and see what's rediscovered there. We're going to find out who actually taught about this first. So now we're in Penn State. Probing question, can babies learn in utero? This is February 22nd, 2009. From the moment of birth, an infant begins rapidly absorbing information, piecing together the framework of his or her future itself. But what happens during all that time? The bun's still in the oven. Does learning begin in utero? Absolutely, says Rick Gilmore. There's ample evidence that fetuses are picking up information from the outside world. They're especially receptive to sounds from the mother's body and the external environment. Gilmore, an associate professor of psychology at Penn State, points to a well-known study conducted by Anthony Casper at the University of South Carolina that seems to prove the existence of prenatal learning. Mothers were instructed to read Dr. Seuss, unfortunately, Dr. Seuss out loud while they were pregnant. Gilmore explains when the babies were born, researchers tested to see if they recognized Dr. Seuss against other stories and their mother's voice against other readers. In both cases, the infants were able to pick up on the vocal patterns they become familiar with in utero. Notes Gilmore, hearing is one of the first senses to develop. As early as 16 weeks gestation, the development fetus. Notes Gilmore, hearing is one of the first senses to develop. As early as 16 weeks gestation, a developing fetus begins to perceive the world outside the womb through his or her fluid-filled ears. However, a sound dampening barrier of embryonic fluid and abdominal tissue restricts audible input. The sound a fetus hears in the womb is highly muffled, consisting of mostly low frequencies, says Gilmore. Inside the womb, people's voices sound like Charlie Brown's teacher, sort of like a muted trumpet. However, there's a lot of information that is filtered and muted sound stream. While infants can't understand words, they are adept learners of vocal rhythms and patterns. Remarkably, this information allows them to differentiate between languages from birth, observes Gilmore. There are studies that show a 2-day-old infant preferred to the mother's native language even when spoken by unfamiliar voices. It recognized language even though the voices were different. It could decipher languages at 2 days old. Welcome to the podcast. Here we go. Now on to Dr. Umberto Castella of the University of Padova and Associates use an advanced method of ultrasonography. What was their goal to find out? It's a little blurry for some reason. Unborn twins interact with each other as early as 14 weeks. The purpose of the study was to see how the twins interacted with each other in their mother's wombs and to determine if the interaction was intentional or accidental. That's what they wanted to determine. Newborns come into the world wired to socially interact. Dr. Castello says in the study report. So that was their goal, to find out how the twins interact with each other and to determine whether the interaction was accidental or whether they had intent to actually communicate. Is there social wiring? Let's find out. Here we go. So, were the unborn fetuses interaction, was it intentional? Was the unborn fetuses interaction, was it intentional or accidental? And if social propensity, consciousness, unity, is it innate from the fetal stage? And what did Dr. Umberto and the University of Padova find? What did he find? He found that it was intentional. It was intentional, and that absolutely the newborn, the twins were socializing with each other, and that social behavior was a part of the nature before the child was even born. Let me shrink this down a little bit. So the communication with the baby in the womb seems to be a modern day study. The talking to the child seems to be a modern day study. They've proven that the child not only understands the voice recognition, but also appears to like the language, even if it's not spoken by the mother. Who spoke about this first? Where was it mentioned first? Is this a new discovery? We're going to go back to 2300 BC. We're going to go back to Ptah-hotep. This is over 4,000 years ago. So behave that your master says of you, how well he was brought up by his father, by whom he was begotten of his body. Surely he spoke to him while he was still completely in the womb. For what he has accomplished and what he has told before, a good son was given by the NETERU. So he exceeds what was told by his master. He will perform MAAT, for his heart will have controlled his actions. Here is 2300 BC. Followers of MAAT were the first to bring to the world the father talking to him while he was still completely in the womb and communicating with the baby in the womb. Here's the first mention of it. So these things that the scientists are discovering, so-called discovering, in the communication and the learning ability of the amygdala in the womb, and the deciphering of the language, and the fetus actually developing learning and communication and deciphering voices and talking to the womb, and the Rochelle example of being familiar when Rochelle was born, was already familiar with the songs, the melodies and everything. The first time that's recorded in history is by the followers of MAAT along the Nile Valley under the very first writing of moral code, Ptah-hotep. 2300, that's over 4,300 years ago. We already knew this. This was a part of the culture. This was a part of us. It was something that was normal and natural to us. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. We all just forgot that colonization took place. It was just forgotten. Now these seem like brand new discoveries that Penn State has to tell us. the doctors, that the scientists have to tell us. No, we already knew this over 4,300 years ago. We already knew this is a part of the culture. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Okay? Oh, I gotta go. I skipped all of this. Here it is. So what about our natural attraction? What about our natural attraction to socializing? Does the fetus consciousness come from a place where it's already familiar with that? Guess what happens at 14 weeks? Let me take you to Science America, January 1st, 2011, of a study that was done. What does it say? Social before birth. Twins first interact with each other as fetuses. Twins interact purposely in the womb, not accidentally, purposely in the womb. Boom. The consciousness becomes social and bonding awareness, interactive awareness, and communicative interaction. The unborn twins interact with each other as early as 14 weeks, and they're purposely doing so. Interacting. The womb, twins begin to interact as early as 14 weeks of gestation. Researchers of the University of Turin and the University of Parma in Italy use ultrasonography technique to find this out. What did they find out? Here's Dr. Alberto Castel that I spoke about earlier. We demonstrate that by 14 weeks gestation, twin fetuses do not only display movements directed towards each other, towards the uterine wall, and self-directed movements, but also movements specifically aimed at the co-twin, the proportion of which increases between the 14th and 18th gestational week. Scientists stated the proportional increase and in contact with the twin was reported to be consistent among the 10 babies studied. The researchers concluded, what did they find? That performance and movement toward the twin is not accidental. That's what they found. So scientists, universities have just now apparently proven in this day and time, through examination and research study, that the fetus has consciousness to receive conversation, self-awareness, memory of harmonic familiar tones that are recognizable to continue communication after birth. Most amazingly, I already know what biological imperative is. The fetus already knows what biological imperative is, which we're going to go over shortly. Biological imperative is the will to live and the knowledge of death. We're going to go over that shortly. So the fetus already knows what biological imperative is and what death is, and the consciousness to avoid death. And who was the first to bring this awareness and consciousness into existence? And that's where we get down to the Tehuti. The Tehuti was the first to bring this awareness into existence on this earth's plane. Okay? So boom. Yes, speaking to the fetus in the womb, taught over 4,200 years ago by the followers of MAAT. And this is because we taught that the consciousness called the Ka existed before the child even existed or entered the womb. This consciousness was and is called the Ka, which before it comes in the form of a baby. So the Ka comes first. The Ka, the energetic template, and the energetic template and the energetic consciousness comes first. And then that energetic template chooses its parents and watches the parents engage in intimacy from one pointed consciousness, then enter or descend this Ka before it manifests as the bioenergetic template that creates the physical body to continue to exist in the dimension as stated in the oldest writings in the immortal Purim Haru. For example, I was told this by one of my sons, the mother was told this by one of my sons, that while I was being intimate with the mother, that he existed somewhere where he was watching us. This is him saying this as a child. He existed somewhere where he was watching us be intimate, and upon orgasm and ejaculation, he decided to come down into the body. This was said to the mother by a child. A child was telling us this, telling the mother this, and it became one of my sons. This was further confirmation, because I already knew this, but it was further confirmation as a life testimony that I could say. When I was being born, before my conception, my mother told me that there was a whirlwind energy sphere going around, a whirlwind energy spin going around her womb, and it kept spinning and spinning and spinning, and then it went into the womb, and as soon as she saw it go in, that's when her convulsions, that's when her contractions started. So I have 2 lifetime experiences, testimonies, one from my son who said that he did it before he was born, and one from my mother that said she saw the consciousness spinning outside of her womb and then went in, and when it went in, and she started conceiving the child, which became me, Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. But these are normal situations that sound strange in this day and time because you're in the Matrix. But prior to the Matrix, this was normal for consciousness to know it can go in to something, manifest in the physical form, and continue its life. This was normal teachings to us. And fortunately, due to the memory of my son pre-birth, and fortunately due to the memory of my mother, for me, I have 2 life testimonies of this, both pertaining to me and one of my sons. So this is something that I experience in real life, real world, real time. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. The fun part is when you gotta go back. You go back there to get information. That's the fun part. But we'll get into that in another class. Here we go, everybody. 1, 2, 3, boom. So here we go. So this Ka, before it manifests, is the bioenergetic template that creates the physical body it continues to exist in this dimension, as stated in the oldest writing of immortality, the Per Emheru, stated right within our writing, 450 BC, chapter of not allowing to be driven away the heart of AUSAR, the scribe, the presence, the keeper of the Ma'at, the scales. Thou art my Ka, my double. That's the energetic template, the pure energetic template that echoes the bioenergetic projectable double. These are both doubles, and one doubles another double, and then your Ba is the end physical double of that. So you're the Ka within my body. What does the Ka do? It forms and makes the limbs. The Ka, which is invisible to the physical eye, it's within the body, but it's also what's forming. It's what forms and makes the limbs strong. You see that? So in our time, prior to the Matrix, we taught that this consciousness called the Ka, that is actually called the people call the spirit, it's actually the double. It's actually the 2 arms raised as a double. The Ka, the pure energetic template, makes doubles of itself, called the pure energetic projectable, the bioenergetic projectable double. The pure energetic projectable double echoed by the bioenergetic template, and they form doubles, echoes, and they keep echoing to different dimensions and different forms of existence. And your body is the final double of that. That's the echo that comes later. That's the last one. The consciousness comes first, and it's what's within the body, because it's going to end up leaving the body, and it's also what's forming the body. So what comes first, according to the ancient teachings of Ma'at, the Ka consciousness comes first, and it's what forms the body. You exist as a Ka first. Let me ask the class, what do you add to a word to make it feminine, which really just means the ability to reproduce? What is that? Let me ask the class, all those who study Ma'at, Kemet, language, hieroglyphics, whatever level that you are on. If you've been to a Tehuti Podclass before, if you haven't and just know this, what is added to the end of a word? They say it makes it feminine. What it's really doing is making a word productive, because that's what a female does. A female is a producer. It can birth. A female can birth. But what is that at the end of the word that makes something feminine? Anybody know? Let me come into the chat and see. What is that at the end of a meta or hieroglyphic word that makes something feminine? A T, and bread. Okay. Oh, you guys are fast. You guys are really fast. Here we go. Abeti Amun. Put the letter T. Nook, put T. Angela Gates T. Amunet T. Amun Ka Tehuti, tea with bread. Robert Williams, tea. Nook put bread in the breadstick. Lisa put tea. Jason Kirkland put tea. Gabriella put tea. How beautiful. So the tea, which they say is a loaf of bread. It's a loaf of bread. It's a dome type shape, and it makes something feminine. We know the feminine aspect is the aspect to reproduce something. That's what femininity is. It's the ability to absorb and double something and reproduce. That's why you look at the word feminine. Feminine means to suck in, and then reproduce life. To suck in and to suckle, because it reproduces. So that's what the word feminine means. Okay, here we go. Ready? So boom. You all are right. Ding, 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 ding. Good answers for everybody. Great students, great learners. Everybody knows. So here we go. Boom, and boom, and boom. You all are right. Here it is. The bread bun or the semicircle as feminine. Letter T, feminine. They put bread bun, right? Bread bun beside the alphabetic T. The bread bun is used for words are feminine as an N qualifying determinant to show before other qualifying ideograms the determinant of in the hieroglyphic. Okay, so it's the bread bun. The bread bun, it's the letter T, and they say it's a bread bun. And of course, the Freemasons and those who studied and were influenced by the culture took the concept. What do they say is in a woman? They say the what's in the oven? Because we know that our feminine aspect, the femininity of something, is to reproduce. It's the biological imperative. Self-preservation and to reproduce, to suck in, take in energy, which is the sperm, and then to echo it, to make it double, to make a body, make a baby, which is a double of the mother and the father. And they say a bread bun, and then in this day and time, when we're using this language, we say something's in the oven. What's in the oven? That's right. The meta concept of the bread bun. The meta concept of the bread bun is that which represents that which can produce life, femininity, because femininity is the mother mut. So the bread bun. Now the bun is in the oven. All right, here we go. Boom. Let's continue, everybody. So now the letter T makes something feminine, or gives it the ability to show that it's producing. That's what females do. Produce, or have something come out of it. Have something get echoed out of it. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. So we understand. Letter T, the bread bun. Here we go. I like that. Don't you like that, Minty, when you get those epiphanies, when you hear something, you're like, oh, the bun in the oven. It's like, it just hits you. It's like, man, I've been saying this all this time. Nobody's ever told me why bread in the oven? What is this talking? Is that the only thing we cook? Bread in the oven? What are you talking about? Here, Lisa says, amazing class today, fire. It has me in my thoughts. Tua at Gabriel Lopez for asking the question. Bobby, here we go. Bread bun, that's right. He said, oh, like it just hits you. That's one of the best feelings. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Okay, so we got the letter T, so let's go, everybody. And because the Ka, the bioenergetic template, birthed the body, which in turn becomes that which births more physical entities, guess what is added to the word Ka to make the word for the physical body? Now the word Ka is that which produces the what? The Kat. Now the word Kat, the same sound, is now the body. Now it's people, it's mankind. Kat is the body. Ka is that which produces the body, but Kat is the body. There it is right there. So boom, there's the Kat, and because the physical body is now the new fetus's consciousness and will continue through the body's birth through the womb, guess what else Kat means? Kat, what does it mean? Body, belly, and womb. The same word for what the fetus is born in is the word for the body, and what is it? At one birth. Now the word, because that's when you're born now from the Ka, and now you're inside of the physical body, and now the physical body becomes your new birth. That becomes your new state of consciousness to go through this form of experience, and now the ka becomes the kat. The first one, you're in a state of consciousness, and that consciousness is the state of thought conception. When the sperm touches the egg, what is it called? What's it called when the sperm touches the egg? What's that called? Get some paper. What's it called when the sperm touches the egg? What is it called? Starts with letter C. Anybody know? When the sperm touches the egg, what is it called? Boom. Conception. See? Conception. Conception. All right. Amunet and Ibeti Amun. Conception. There it is, right? So conception. Conception is when the sperm touches the egg. That's when the baby, now physical form begins. This is conception. The baby was in a conscious thought before that. And the Freemasons knew this when they were creating this language. And thus, when you have a thought, it's called conception. When you don't understand anything, you say, man, I don't conceive what you're talking about. The same word used for having the baby. The ka, which is the consciousness, the ku, the word for intelligence and light, and the ka, the bioenergetic template, now slows down and becomes a physical being, takes on the physical body, and now it becomes a kat. And that kat is now going to keep on reproducing. It's going to keep on reproducing because the ka doesn't need two things to reproduce. Only the physical body goes through that process. The physical body needs a male and a female, and then one gets pregnant, and then it reproduces physical people. Light beings don't have to do that. Light beings can split like a prism. Light beings don't have to have, they could, but they don't have to have sexual intercourse where a light being has to be pregnant for 9 months and goes through trimesters and starts looking for donuts. So the light being doesn't have to do any of that. So the first time a light consciousness goes into a state of reproduction, which is a feminine concept, is when the ka becomes the kat, and the T is added. Now it's a kat, and the same word for kat, which is the body it becomes, it's the same word for what it's inside of to become it, which is the womb, which is the same word for one at birth, because now you're one at birth, you're being born, you go from the conception of the conscious conception, which is what you existed in first, and now you're being born, now you're into the womb, now you're being conceived as a physical child because you slowed down, and now that body has the ka in it that created it, because the Param Haru says you are the ka, which is the double that forms the body. You form the body because you start off as light consciousness first, and that's why when the body dies, it goes back to light consciousness, according to our teachings before the colonization, before you became an atheist. This is what we taught before we were atheists. Before you were non-believers, this is what we taught. I know most people are ashamed of it because you hate what the ancestors taught, because you're now taught now that you're smarter than the ancestors. We don't need that no more. We got cell phones now. We got PS2s. We don't need them teaching them. PS2s, and we got Beyonce performing. So here we go. Boom. Boom. So now the ka becomes the kat, and the kat is now man plural, mankind. But the kat becomes the womb, the belly, the womb, at one birth. That's the kat, because now it's here where you're born. That's what the letter T is at the end of a word. That's the kat, the letter T sound at the end of the word. That right there. It's showing you that there's a separation between this word and the letter T is added. That's why there's a hyphen there. See the hyphen? That means this is a word by itself. What does this word mean by itself? Ka. What is ka? Now the T is there. That's feminine. Why would the human body be feminine? Because the human body is the only body that can reproduce. Light matter doesn't reproduce, it just echoes. Boom. Here we go. All right, boom. The same word for the physical body is also the same word for woman. What else does it say? At one birth. You see that? At one birth. at one birth? The womb. Only a woman has a womb. So something saw the physical body, man and mankind, as the same as a womb. I want you to really let that sink in. The word for man and mankind is the same word for a womb that something is born into. Where are we? Am I still sharing? Yes. I want everybody to think about that. The womb is what you're born from. Something has to be placed into the womb, and then you're born. The Perm Haru says the Ka is what creates the body. So the Ka is first. The Ka is first. Then the ancient ones said the word for the body is to add the letter T to the sound Ka, and now it becomes Kat. Because that body, that is the womb to the Ka. The body itself is the womb. The womb is the womb to you because you're born in the womb. The whole body, physical reality, human beings are the womb to the Ka that dwells inside of you, and then you start birthing things. You start making things, and those things become Kats. So the same word for mankind is the same word for womb. Why would that be? Ask your atheist. Ask them, man. Ask your Egyptian teacher. Ask your Kemetic blackity black and I'm black and black. The Egyptians are black and I'm black and I'm black. And stop them in the midst of all that and say, hold on a second. I have a question. What's the word for mankind? It's Kat. That's the word for mankind, right? What's the word for womb? Kat? I don't understand. Does all mankind have wombs? I don't have a womb. My name is Imhotep Mundishi. I don't have a womb. So why is my body called a womb, sir? Could you tell me that, Mr. Egypt, studying Kemet? Black lip, thick nosed man. The Egyptians have black lips and thick nose. I know that, but tell me why all of mankind is called a womb, unless something is being birthed from it. Uncle Phil is a womb too, to the ancient Kemetians. Ptahhotep is a womb too. Ptahhotep is a Kat, a part of all mankind, but the same word for his body is the same word for womb. What's Ptahhotep birthing? And then something being birthed through the physical body, because the Ka sees the physical body as a womb that it's being birthed through. All physical bodies are the Ka's womb. Stop it. You made it all up. Stop it. Egyptians are black. That's all we need to know around here. Here we go. Boom. So the same word for the physical body is the same word for womb. So the same word for the physical body is one at birth. Which is what? All of mankind, all people. Which are the birthing the letter T of the Ka. Hope you all appreciate this. I don't know. We'll see. Here we go. Boom. Are you ready? One at birth. Ka consciousness being descends to this plane to restart a new life. Okay? So boom, the same word for the physical body is also the same word for woman. And what else does it say? One at birth. Ka consciousness being descends to this plane to restart a new life in the new gravid womb. But this time, the life is temporarily experienced because once you are born here, you start dying. And the creators of the Matrix knew this when they stole the knowledge. They knew this. They said, let me put it in your English. Let me show you. Here we go. When you started dying, they knew this after coming in contact with these ancient teachings and how they give it back to you, quoted within the English language. Remember the word gravid I just mentioned. Let's take a look at what it means. So, and the subliminals behind it will unravel as I teach you. It will unravel. Here we go. As I teach, here we go. Let's look at the word gravid. See, pregnant. Here it is. Gravid, loaded full, pregnant. Okay. But it's from the root word gerir. I want you to memorize that root word. Gravid is from the root word gerir. So the word gerir births all these meanings. And now in English we pronounce it gravid because the W was originally a W. So, the W is what created the W, which means two V's, and that's where the W looks like two V's put together because the letter V beside the letter V creates a W or a W or two U's. So originally Gurir, and I created the word gravid. That's why you see a letter V here and a W here. It was Gurir. I want you to remember that the word Gurir means pregnant. Remember that, okay? Let's look up Gurir. Uh-oh, gravity. Huh? Gravity. Gurir, gravity. Downward acceleration of terrestrial bodies due to the gravitational earth force. So Gurir is now gravity, the same word for pregnant. Same word for pregnant, Gurir, gravid, is also the root word that creates gravity. Gravity and gravid is the same word. All right, and where is one put when he or she dies? Let me ask the class that. Where are you put when you die? When you die, where are you put? Type it in the room, please. Where are you put when you die? Amanka is like, what? Rachel's like, so loving this teaching. Where are you put when you died? What's that thing where are you put? What's that thing you're put in? Huh? From the cradle to the what? Tehuti made it all up. The grave. Uh-oh. The grave. That's where you put the grave, death. The same word gravid for the pregnant woman is the same word that means something that's descending from a force, terrestrial beings descended from a force, something coming down. Could it be the same word that you're put inside of when you die? That the ancients taught that you'd be born again? You put inside of something, and this thing, could it be grave? Did the ancients teach that the Ka was a light being that couldn't die? It doesn't experience the death that we know as death. There's no molecules, atoms, and cells that get old and die. There's no cell deterioration. So the Ka, manifests now through a physical body that can birth things. Now it's called a Khat, with the letter T in front of the word Khat. And now the people, the physical, now can birth more. The Ka needs something to dwell in, to be rebirthed as a physical being. So it sees bodies as a womb. So the word for the physical body is the same word for womb. What type of bodies? All of mankind. All of people were the Ka's wombs, because all of mankind are rebirthing more mankind. But it knows that this is a temporary life of experimentation to get knowledge perfect and then to go back into a Ka again. But this body will die. But to come into the womb, one has to become what's called now by the Freemasons gravid. When this consciousness descends down from higher frequencies to a lower frequency, and it descends down, and now the word for descending down a terrestrial force is now gravity, the same word for becoming pregnant. Same word for becoming pregnant is the same word for pulling down terrestrial bodies. I'm a terrestrial body, because they tell me that any body outside of this is called an extraterrestrial. I'm one of those terrestrial bodies. I'm pulled down by gravity. And when my mother was pregnant, she was called gravid. And the ancient ones knew that as soon as you are in that stage, now you begin to die. And what's the place you're put in when you die? Could it be called a grave? There's no way grave and gravid are the same. Tehuti rolled the dick. Tehuti made it up. Get me out of here. Tehuti made it up. I can't take it anymore. Hold on. There's no way. The word for pregnant is the same word for grave. It can't be. It can't be. Here it is. Gurir, gravid, pregnant with child. Gravid, Gurir, downward acceleration of terrestrial bodies. And where's one put when they die? Let's look at Gurir again. Uh-oh. Gurir, grave. Gurir, grave, grievous, to be sad. Loaded, pregnant, huh? What? Pregnant? What? To be sad, troublesome, grievous, Greer, pregnant. Why would this new age associate a grave with being pregnant? Did you ever associate that? Yo, we're gonna impregnate this coffin. Yo, right there, we're gonna impregnate the grave. We're gonna impregnate the coffin. No. The cause, transient movement, lowering of frequencies into this world, begins the death experience that it never experienced as a light aku. Never had that experience. You are looking for everlasting life. The aku is coming here, experiencing a brand new thing called a time period limitation of experiences till the body that it's in starts to die. So it sees the cot as something that is dying in, because only the light body lives on forever. And the cot, which you're born out of, but that would mean that the Kemetians would associate the physical body with sickness and death. They didn't do that. No, don't tell me the English people associated with gravity, grave, gravid, pregnant woman with the grave where you put a dead body in. They didn't get that from Kemet. No, maybe they did. I don't know. Tehuti made it all up. Tehuti wrote the dictionary. Tehuti did it. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Gravid, pregnant, equaling grave. The beginning of your death as a physical being, as prior to a light being, where you cannot die. Here we go. Boom. Ready, everybody? Pregnant, coming from the root Greer. Gravid, the conscious entity that descends, slows down the molecules as the ka to become the kot. And so to answer the second part of the question as to when does consciousness begin inside of the baby in the womb, the answer is it existed prior to it even entering the womb. Entering the womb, where it comes from an area, it comes from somewhere where it's interacting with other light beings, coming to this realm, already wanting to be social. Here it is. So the answer is it existed prior to it entered the womb. For the one became gravid, and into a limited time clock began of your limited time experience, and so you perfect yourself and keep yourself healthy and alive before death. So the consciousness is in the fetus prior to it even entering the womb. Well, this would mean, Tehuti, that the realm that the fetus is coming from, it would have to have an awareness of death, which means its consciousness was here before, or its consciousness actually started before it entered the womb. Is there any documented evidence to show this? Let me play a video for you that I will not play to the end to see if you as a baby had to be taught about biological imperative and death, or if you already knew of it from the womb and then forgot it. Because this would mean that the Ka knows that it's going to have this experience, and this experience is limited, which means whichever realm it comes from, it already perceives what death could be, knowledge of it, even though that light being never has to experience it. It knows of it, and it knows it's a time period that's limited. That would mean that the fetus in the womb would have knowledge of biological imperative. That would mean that a fetus in the womb would have to know what death is, but that's impossible for a fetus in the womb to know what death is, because a fetus apparently has never died. This is his first time here. So I'm gonna go ahead and play something for you. And let me go ahead and play this for you. I won't play it to the end, but I'll play oh no, I don't want to leave. I'll play a part of this for you. And where'd it go? Boom. That's not it. Boom, boom, boom. I'm only gonna play a few minutes of this, and you all tell me what's happening here. I played this one time before. Like I said, I'm not going to play it to the very end, but I'm going to play play this here. There we go.
We now see the heart beating here in the. We now see the heart beating. Now, let's move to the action. We now see the heart beating here in the child's chest. The heart is beating at a rate of approximately 140 a minute. And we can see the child moving rather serenely in the uterus. One can see it shifting position from time to time. It is still orientated in this manner. And the mouth is receiving the thumb of the child. The child again is moving quietly in its sanctuary. Now, this shadow, which we are seeing down at the bottom of the screen, is the suction tip. We have colored the suction tip deliberately in order for you to discern it more clearly. But the abortionist has now dilated the cervix and is now inserting this suction tip, which you can see moving back and forth across the screen. You will note that as the suction tip, which is now over here, moves toward the child will rear away from it and undergo much more violent, much more agitated movements. The child is now moving in a much more purposeful manner. Its orientation changes from time to time. It is rearing again here. Now, the suction tip has not actually touched the child, even though the child is extremely agitated and moving in a violent manner. The child has now moved back to the profile view, and the suction tip is flashing once again across the screen. The child's mouth is now open, and we will see that again on a freeze frame in a moment. But this suction tip, which you can see moving violently back and forth on the bottom of the screen, is the lethal instrument which will ultimately tear apart and destroy the child. It is only after the fluid has been broken, the sac has been disrupted, that the tip will actually come against the child. But we can see the tip moving back and forth as the abortionist seeks the child's body. Once again, we see the child's mouth wide open in a silent scream in this particular freeze frame. This is the silent scream of a child threatened imminently with extinction. Now, the heart rate has speeded up dramatically, and the child's movements are violent at this point. It does sense aggression in its sanctuary. It is moving away. One can see it moving to the left side of the uterus in an attempt, a pathetic attempt, to escape the inexorable instruments which the abortionist is using to extinguish its life. Now, the heart has again perceptibly speeded up. We can time this at approximately 200 beats per minute. And there is no question this child senses the most mortal danger imaginable.
Boom, there we are. Make of that which you may, but as you can see, the unborn fetus seems to know what danger is, seems to be screaming in a frightened state, seems to not be happy. Oh, you guys are on the screen. Not be happy with what is taking place. Okay, one moment. All right, so move this here. Oh, that's me. That's me. Okay, what's this? No, that's me. Okay. All right. All right. So it seems, and obviously, apparently, that the baby has consciousness of death before it's even born, before it's even taught what death is. So here we go, everybody. Let's continue. Everybody, welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Ready? Boom. Okay. Well, am I sharing? Let me do this. Let me fix this here. Stop sharing. Hold on. One moment, everybody. Okay, so boom. See that? Let me stop sharing a second. Well, let me fix them here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. All right. So boom, the consciousness of the fetus existed and had knowledge existed of what dangers exist as, and what danger is. In this new physical realm, it's entering before it's born, ravid equaling death. So what does the matrix do? Boom. What does the matrix do? Creates the hypnotic control that pregnant women need donuts. We're back to the first question. Creates the hypnotic control that pregnant women need donuts and ice cream, sweets, junk food, but no craving for carrots and no craving for kale. But nobody typed carrots, kale, and spinach, but cravings for sweets, junk food, pizza, no craving for carrots, and you have never heard of any of these cravings in any ancient literature prior to the matrix, thus in turn creating the gestational weight gain, diabetes, that starts the death process in the fetus before he or she can even start life out of the womb. Already puts death in the womb before the child can even come out of the womb, and the fetus already knows what death is. Well, did the ancient ancestors know this? That the ka, the spirit consciousness that was entering into the physical kat, the womb, marked the beginning of death. Thus the fetus was aware of death. Was the fetus aware of death because of illness and sickness and disease? Illness and sickness and disease can only exist within the physical body. Remember that word kat, meaning body, and the womb that the ka has to come through? Guess what else the ancestors said that kat meant? Belly, womb, all mankind, one at birth. Uh-oh. Disease, filth. Hotep, I am done. There's the word kat for the physical body. In the ancient ones, was the same word that meant womb, was the same word that meant disease and filth. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, and the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th or Thanksgiving, and if you have learned, and if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of this subject matter, send your tip, support, donation of appreciation, reciprocity, called Protect the Babies, Consciousness, or pout pregnancy, or any creative title that you can come up with through Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, Hotep. I am done. Baby consciousness, gestational weight gain, gestational diabetes, neuropeptide Y, liptids, hypothalamus, and the Ka being a conscious being before it even enters the body which it sees as a womb, and the body that's filled with disease and sickness because it will eventually die. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. I try to make these 45 minutes. They won't let me. Maybe this is because the first answer was an hour and the second one was 55 minutes. So it's two answers I got down to an hour each, which equals an hour and 55 minutes for both. You can thank Gabrielle Lopez for sending in that question. I'm going to send the link in the room right now. I'm going to check the chat to see how people appreciated it. And then I'm going to check the Gmail to see which people appreciated it. Sorry, I'm going to check the chat to see how people appreciate it and which people appreciate it in the Cash App and the support. How they appreciate it. I said in reverse. There it is, everybody. Boom. That's my answer. Except I'm done. If you all see this anywhere else on YouTube, in conscious books, or wherever you may go to the Black Conscious Movement, RBG, Hebrew, Rastaman, Kemet Priest, if you see this anywhere, and I've got an answer like this anywhere, put their link in the room, and I will take a week off the Podclass, and we can send them the questions. We're going to check the Cash Apps and support to see what people think, say, and support. Really, that was heavy. We got Faxo. We got Tua Saba. Wow Saba. There's Emun and Emunette. How are y'all doing?
I'm doing excellent. Wealthy Saba, to very much for this extraordinary, phenomenal answer or answers. You answered multiple things. I appreciated the entire class. I love the part where you started to get into the Medu, the Ka and the Kat, and us existing before we were even in the womb. You know that I love everything that has to do with next realm and eternity and the realm before this. And that's a Kurt that is within my realm that you gave me. So Tua very much for that. Tua for the jewel on Kot and why it means mankind and womb and birth. And that was phenomenal. I'm happy you went over that twice. The first time you said it a little fast, and I was like, whoa, I didn't hear that again. And then you said it again, and I was like, okay. That's absolutely beautiful. Our ancestors, in the language that they spoke and created, was absolutely beautiful and still is absolutely beautiful. So Tua for bringing this back to us. That's worth everything.
Yes, Tua so much, Masaba.
Nini Uk. And here's the person that started all this. Gabby, I was trying to study taming venomous Aatrox. I wasn't thinking about babies, and then you had to send this question in. I just want to tend to the vipers. There's your answer, Gabrielle. I don't know if you gotten that at the hospital or I'm not sure if you've asked anybody that question before, but that's my version of an answer. I hope you enjoyed.
No, I don't. I've never had anyone in my life that could answer a question with such ease. It's the best way I can put it. So no, I've never had anyone answer a question of mine like that. It was phenomenal. I'll tell you that from beginning to end. And I just appreciate, and I'm very grateful that you took the time and answer this question very thoroughly, like always. Yeah, it's a lot to digest. Definitely gives a different sense of feeling. Down the line, for another pregnancy, how how you look at pregnancy, how much you should be eating, and things like that. So it's just a complete shift to what we're taught or what we observe and think that is normal. But it's 450. I keep telling the Jed now. I'm like 450.
Yep. That's my that was like my continuation of the of our one-on-one.
Yes, Tua, for that. I truly appreciate like I said, everything, and it's just such an effort class, and Tua for shifting at least my perspective, and teaching me the truth and showing the psyops in it. You'll actually be surprised, but I wasn't too much of a sweet person. Like with this pregnancy, people would come and try to give sweets to me, and that saying like, "Oh, you're eating for two now. Like, take advantage. Like, you should be eating extra." And I was just like, "No, my portions are just good enough." And when people would offer sweets and yes, donuts, I wasn't too much of like, "Oh yeah, like let me grab 2 donuts, or let me just indulge in all of this." It was very balanced, very MAAT. So yeah, I'm very grateful. It was so much great, SABA.
Wonderful. We're gonna do it's already 9:12. We're gonna do a couple of donations, and I'm gonna let you all build with Minty Otep's here, the Jet is here, and we're gonna do a couple of donations, and then I'm gonna let them give their comments, and then I'm gonna take another break. Let's see what a couple of donations say. And I'm glad. Minty, do a sound check for me, please, because sometimes.
Yes, check. Can I be heard?
Okay, good. Okay, we're gonna do a couple donations, and we're gonna let Minty and the Jed speak. I'm sure the Jed was appreciative of this. It directly pertains to him, and let's see the donation. Oh, there's Patah's here. Let me see. Patah is here. We'll let all of you all build, but I'm gonna do some of these donations, and I want the audience to see how quick we are. I want the people watching to see the question is answered. People appreciate it, and let's see how quick the response is with the reciprocity. At least to see, I want to see something here. Let me see. All right, so we got yeah, I'll be eating it. 20 minutes. I'll be eating 20 minutes. Okay, here we go. Boom. So here we go. We got the first one, which is of course, it's not the first one in order, but it's the first one in the descent of the Gmails. Sorry, descent of the Gmails. This is we'll call this Tip Preg. So we got starting it off, of course, Robert E. Williams. Starting off with this, let's give him some big noise, please. Robert E. Williams, and Minty, could you read that first, please? I want to hear some females, all females reading tonight. This is all women's night.
Sure, I'll do my best. It's pretty small because I'm off of my phone, so I'll look at my TV. It says, for Ka, see why my ba wants to break Hotep Mary. Why my ba wants to break Hotep Mary.
Okay. Ka, I see why my ba wants to break. Oh, okay, yep, I get it. Boom. Give him some big noise, Scribe. Give him some big noise. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And as far as a brand new person sending in support, we got a brand new person sending in support. And let me scroll down to get we got the wonderful brother. Oh, I gotta I'm gonna get your number out of there. Put a number in there. Oh, sorry, this is two. We're gonna give some big noise to the brand new brother. I think it was Brian Tilson. Brian Tilson, if you're listening, shout out to you. Coming in, going up for the first time in the Tehuti Podclass, and you show up the first time with 2 support tips. Give them some big, big noise, Scribe. Give them some big, different noises. Yo, let's go.
Some of y'all think I'm an alien.
What? Oh my goodness! Shout out to Pat Toe, and Scribe, if you could for the next time, turn the volume up a little bit. It's kind of low on this side for some reason. We'll do it for the next one because Pat Toe is about to donate again. So we're gonna go ahead and X this out. Pat Toe, wonderful. Oh, what's going on here? This screenshotting the whole screen. Shout out to Pat Toe. And Pat Toe has come back to back. Pat Toe has come back to back with more stuff. I got too many things on the screen. 1 second. What is all? Oh my, let me close up some things. Bum, 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 bum. Too many things on the screen. Okay, boom, boom. Okay, next up is Pat Toe again. Pat Toe again. He says, I have a question. Okay, Pat Toe, if you're listening. If you're listening, Scribe, put the email on the screen for me, please. Send your question in there so it can be logged. That's how it's done here. Just email. You can write it as long as you want. Send it in there. I don't know when I have time to call people. I don't usually call people, but send in the email right there. And then what you do is you send in that, and you said you'll be able to come on the next time. When you come on the screen, you'll be able to elaborate more on the question. But you can email that, and and I'll get the question that way. Therefore, I'll be able to show the question, because if I get the question audio through a phone call, that's what you're wanting to do. There's no way for me to remember what you asked when I answer it a week or 2 weeks later. So put it in writing so I can always show it on the screen. That's where you put it in the writing. Pat Toe, appreciate your support. And go ahead and give Pat Toe another big noise, please. Shout out to Pat Toe, Brian Tilson. Nice audio. Nice. Nice. Okay, good. Shout out to you, Pat Toe. Appreciate you. Okay.
Saba, if I could make a suggestion.
Yes.
When he sends the email, if he wants to, while he sends the email, if he wants something to explain, he can just send a voice recording with the email.
Yeah, that's a great idea too. Absolutely. Thank you, Scribe. Yes. Send a voice recording if you feel talking it makes it more clear than typing it. Definitely send a voice recording. And I'll listen to it and I'll play it when it's time to answer. Okay. Thank you, Scribe. Appreciate it. You can take the email down. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion too. Appreciate that. Awesome.
Welcome.
Yay. All right, now we got who else supported? Owen Hythe sends a tip of support. And come on, monsters. I know the monsters are out there hiding somewhere. I know the monsters are out there hiding somewhere. The monster supporters. We have a 3 preg. For the Tehuti Podclass, I believe that was a monster answer. Okay, we got Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe usually sends, and he probably did send. I don't see it yet, but he probably did. He sends his regular donation, but he sent looks like he sent a tip on top of that. So outstanding. Oh, I need a female. Amonette, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. $15 for tip for outstanding answer, Hotep.
Okay, give him some noise, please. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right. Where's all the support people? Support. Tev, jump on here. Tell them, let them know the support. What is this? Uh-oh. 1 second, everybody, something strange happened. Okay. Oh, this is strange. What's happening? Huh. Okay. My email format has just changed live on me. I'm not sure what just happened, but okay, we got okay, Amon and Amonette. Yep. Hey, something's wrong here. Okay, Amonette. Okay, here we go. Rename. This would be for. Hey, how come? Okay. Bear with me, everybody. One moment. There's a little lock on the computer. Here we go. Boom. And the next up, supporting. It's not letting me type. Strange. Huh. What's going on here? There we go. Okay, next up, Amon and Amonette for the support. I appreciate everybody that's consistently supporting. I appreciate that. I am consistently teaching every week, and you all are consistently watching, and I appreciate the consistent supporters. Amon and Amonette, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $20 for E-Tech Ka-E-E Pati Kenem Satacha At-E. Thou art my Ka within my Kat with my body, which forms and strengthens my limb.
Thank you. And oh yeah, that's right. Oh, hold that, Marie. Thank you. Amonette, thank you, Amun. And for the first time in history, we are starting. It is common for you all for the first time in history to see donations sent in YouTube that are completely in MetaNeter. Tell me what other channel is that? Is that happening out there? Donations anywhere on the planet that are completely in the MetaNeter language. Give Amun and Amonette some big noise, please. Wonderful. Natural Netter Nature J. Natural Netter Nature J. Like says Annie's shirt is fire. Okay. All right. Okay, next up.
The Netter Nature.
Netter Nature Nefer J. Netter Nature Nefer J. Okay. All right. Thank you. Jason Kirkley, need to just change your name Change your name to that. We don't want to see Jason Kirkland on this. We don't want to see Jason Kirkland anymore. Change your, if this is YouTube, how it is, change it to that. Change your Cash App to that. That is awesome. Netter, nature, all that. Change it to all that. Thank you. Next up with the support is a beautiful, incredible young lady. Who is the young lady that I'm about to announce as the next supporter? None other than the young lady that when I answered the question, what did she put? She put 100, 100, 100, bombs. And that is none other than the wonderful young lady, supportive, continuous supporter named Angela, straight out of the gates with $25. Minty read. Oh, Angela's head went over Minty's body. Wait a minute. That's what they did to me when they stole my CD. That's what the cover looked like. They took somebody's head, put over. Let me move Angela's head out of the way. Hold on. All right. Oh, now Jay's there. All right, Minty Hotep, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, of course. $25 for SABA and Gabby for a great class.
Give Angela Gates some big noise, please. Wonderful. Thank you, Angela Gates, and thank you, Minty, for reading that. I like that your hat and your shirt. I like that your hat and your shirt match the lamp in the background. I don't know how that's happening. The lamp and the other thing. And then Nook put this up here that matches all of that. The colors match. All right, we got color coordination going on here. The Tootsie Podclass. All right, here we go. We're gonna go to the next great supporter. Who else is here? Who else? Begin Leisure, of course. Begin Leisure. Here we go. Here we are, right here. Begin Leisure. Always dependable. Where's the brother Tehuti Harakuti? What happened to Tehuti Harakuti? I wonder if that's him that donates under that other Lodiva name. I haven't seen the Tehuti Harakuti support in weeks, unless that's him. Shout out to Tehuti, hope he was okay. All right, shout out to the great, the one who I call a Ka. I call him a Ka in the flesh. He's a walking Ka. Here comes the monsters. Transform this man. Give him the Transformers everything. Gabriela, can you read this for us, please?
Yes. $50 for Raw Consciousness and MAAT, Womb Matrix of Krat-Kur, crying for joy and pain of separation, Matrix to fight resurrection again.
Now give him some big noise. Thank you, Begin Leisure. Thank you, Hassan. Thank you, Gabriela, for reading.
Humans have asked us to play by their rules.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Spoke that heck out on that.
Oh goodness, that is great. That seems fun, Pata. It seems like when I used to DJ and throw sound effects and mix and match stuff. That's you don't even finish the sentence. Put the heck on that, and then you put in the next thing. That's like straight DJing. Mix and master Pata. All right. Next up, I'll read a few more. Everybody, where's the support? Everybody, Is that okay? We have a couple more, a few more. I'm gonna read a few more, and then I'm gonna take another break and let you all build. And of course, who sent support for the question? The same lovely being who also not only sent in support for the question. Oh no, hold on. Uh-oh, that's wrong. Fix it. Hold on. No. Wait a minute. Let me do that again. Not only sent in support for the question, but also is the one who sent in the question herself. And that is none other than the young lady who found out. Oh, what's going on here? Cancel. None other than the young lady who found out. Oh, where is it? Found out that her favorite color doesn't exist. But she also found out tonight she doesn't have to eat for two, and she wasn't anyways. She stayed slim. Go ahead and read that for us, Gabrielle Lopez.
Of course, $40 for Tua, for knowledge, great SABA Tehuti, Amon Hotep Ra, white hearts.
You see, that's how it's done.
I'll call it. All right, thank you, Gabriella, for that. Appreciate your consistent support. Appreciate you asking the question to bring this out of me, and I'm sure several women watching and several people in general, women who've had babies, women who are planning, women who haven't had babies, just people in general wondering what that reality is about. I am like I've said many times before, I invented the Tehuti Podclass. One of the purposes for inventing it was to be able to give everybody something to talk to everyone they know about. It's rare that you can name a topic that has not been asked at the Podclass. So now you can talk to somebody who's pregnant. They may be a Christian, they may be a Muslim, they may be a Jew. And now you can take another pregnant person and start a whole conversation with them and drop all this knowledge and mesmerize them, and their religion's not even questioned. They're so mesmerized, like, wow, where'd you get up? This is what's going on around me? Without even questioning their religion, they can start to see, oh wow, there's a Psyops happening? Well, what's the cause of this? And cause them to ask more questions. Go ahead, Minty. Yes, come on.
Yes, Hotep. Yeah, this is the reason why I wanted to come on and give my testimony. During your teaching, I had no idea that what I had already done was an actual thing. Because I typed in the chat my experience, and my experience was I was 2 weeks late on my pregnancy. And after the second week, it's getting kind of like, okay, I might have to get induced, and I was planning on having a totally natural birth. So getting induced was not in my plan. So that night that things started to get serious, myself and my son's dad, we caressed my belly, and we were talking to our son, and we were letting him know that it was safe to come out, because there was a lot of stress, you know. I was 21 when I had my son, and you know, I was very young. I wasn't stable. So I'm sure he felt the vibrations
You
that
gonna
I
help?
was feeling of being stressed out. But we sat and we talked to him and we played some music for him, and I went to sleep, and when I woke up I was in a puddle of my water broke.
Mm.
And so I had him, and I had a natural birth like I had planned on having. So, and I had no idea until you brought this teaching into my conscious. I thought it was just like by coincidence.
No.
But no, yeah.
Beautiful testimony. That's on record. That's on YouTube. That's in his podcast. The women that are watching this are now hearing a testimony that sometimes, a lot of times, also with the podcast, what this experience does is it lets you know that some of the innate things that you were doing, it explains why you did it. So now you can piece it to something else and create your culture. You can say, "Oh, I was already kind of doing this. I just didn't know the breakdown of it, but hey, I was already thinking this, but I didn't know how it tied into this." And then, and what I'm doing is I'm giving you all the humongous middle pieces of certain things that you're already doing, so that when you talk to somebody about it, now you just don't seem like somebody coming from the top of their head. Yeah, I did this, and I don't know, my water broke, and now you can explain it. So
Yeah, it's not a coincidence, and it's really important what we let be programmed into ourselves. So this is beautiful, Gabriela. Thank you so much for asking this question, because I had no idea that that's an actual reality of that's the way it is.
Thank you, Minty. I like this. We got new words for what you just did, Minty. I love the Podclass creates. We got moderators. We got Second Nefertatan has 100 of them. I can't even remember them anymore, but there's so many of them. But Hotepstimony. Where's Harass did? Harass did made up some great Tua. Sal Vega made up Tua Ishin. There's so many of them, but I'm gonna get a record of all of them, and that's gonna be one of our languages, our class language. Okay, thank you for that testimony. Hotepstimony.
Absolutely. Thank you for that teaching. I'm gonna forward this to my son and have him take a look at it.
Wonderful, wonderful, excellent. We're gonna go on to a few more. Then I'm gonna take my break. We got my little brother here. One moment. Little brother from Brooklyn. Little brother from NY. And we're going to show him none other than NETERU Nature J. We're going to put that up. We're going to put that up. And shout out to you, good brother. Everybody loves your testimony, Minty.
Yes, Tua. Yeah, it's real. It's the Hekau is real.
Okay, and here we go. So we're gonna go NETERU Nature J. Boom. Give him a hand clap, please. You go through. And Minty, could you read that for me, please?
Sure, let me zoom in. 572 from NETERU to the womb, Tua or SABA, Sen Atef, NETERU, what?
THT. And I think the first word is noon.
Noon. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Oh, go ahead, Minty. What you say?
I was just gonna repeat it. From noon.
Okay, go ahead.
From noon to the womb, Tua or SABA, Sen Atef, NETERU. What is
Tehuti.
the THT?
Yes, Tehuti.
Tehuti. Okay.
Wonderful.
Is
Now
that
it makes
Nook language?
no. That's that's actually Tehuti. I taught that to scribe one day or something. I don't remember, but that's actually Tehuti. That cut.
Okay,
That's
very
another
nothing.
Yes, and now it sounds better. Now it runs from noon to the womb. All right, from noon to the womb. There we go. All right, Scribe's about to make a whole song. From noon to the womb. Come to the NETERU tomb. All right, so we gave him some noise for that already. All right, wonderful. Okay, all right. We get better, man. I'll be there in a minute. Okay, then we got Jed. I'm gonna read this and one more, then I'm gonna take my break and come back and read a couple more, and then we're gonna get to the next question, which is in people's minds is controversial, but we're gonna get into it. There we go. I'm noon to the womb. I like that. I'm noon to the womb, huh? Okay. All right, shout out to the next great supporter, which is Gabriela's Netterman. I'm gonna take this from the screen. I don't know if Primordial is there. If not, then Gabriela, feel free to read it.
Go and let her read it, Saba. Let her read
it. Okay. Yeah, it's her on the screen with his voice.
$20 for complete fire signs to a great Saba Tehuti, Henu Fizz, Blackheart, and Ra.
Give the Jet some big noise, please. Thank you, Gabriela.
Of course.
Thank you. Nook Panuk says, put me on that track, Saba. What do you do, Nook Panuk? You are a lyricist? I don't. I need to hear something. When Patar went on the show, Tawny went on Sonetta, people were asking for more performances, and they were asking for conscious battle rap, which I would definitely love to see. The Hebrews are kind of nice on the mic. I don't know. I think Kemet would lose. I don't know. The Hebrews, they have some nice. I don't know if Jabari could rap, but I think the Hebrews would get it.
I don't know. I don't think they stand a chance against Brother Ani.
If Annie enters, yeah. If Annie is Annie a part of it? If he enters, I don't know. I don't know. I gotta hear Annie. I gotta hear Annie battle rap. See, battle rapping. I don't want to get off subject, but battle rapping is not the same as rapping. So I gotta hear Annie battle rap. You know who's the nicest battle rapper? The guy, on the Sonnetter is the guy, Selah Shalom of that crazy Waspi group. He's actually the best battle rapper. He's the best. The Kemetic guys sound. The only Kemetic guy that sounds nice on the mic that could battle, but you don't hardly hear of him, is the Smash Rockwell guy.
Oh yeah, Casual.
He's nice. So Scribe got to write some. Scribe probably has some battle raps tucked in. Don't you know Loaded Luck or something?
The Jed knows what's up, you know.
Okay. All right. We may get Scribe on the track there. All right. So we're gonna continue. I'm gonna talk to Sonnetter about that actually. I'm bringing lyricism into the shows. Let's see who's good lyrically with displaying the knowledge, and maybe get some some battle raps going with consciousness.
That would
He
be
liked
great.
it. NETERU is nice, by the way. NETERU is nice. NETERU is a nice MC. Don't let NETERU is nice on the mic. Yes, multi-syllables. He raps like hip hop used to be. He's pretty nice. NETERU himself. NETERU is better than any rapper that he plays.
So you're not gonna get on
Yep.
there, Saba? You
Yeah,
just
it's
gonna,
better
you remember
than
that?
any-
You remember that,
any other
that
rapper.
bounty you left up there?
Oh no, I'm me do what? Battle rap?
Yeah, Saba, you got to get up on there. You still got that? What you say? That $1,000 bet? That $1,400 bet? People still ain't came and got you.
Oh man, no.
Saba, Saba.
No, I don't know. We'll see. I think I'll pass the 99 Allahs on to Bata. I will see. We'll see. But yeah, that'll be fun though. I may get into that if that happens. That'll be fun. Okay, so the next support here. Oh, what's that?
Brother Amun too is nice. I heard you on the talent show.
Who's that? Is that we are the grandest creators? The grandest creators. That's all I remember. We are the grandest creators. The grandest creators. That's all I remember. I dream about that. We are the grandest creators. The grandest. Okay. Okay. Let's set up. Let's form the team, man. Let's see. How does it go again, Amun? How does it go? We are the grandest creators.
It goes, we are the grandest creators. There are no room for debaters. Step to me and I'll split your head like equator. I'm full of different flavors, so come and watch your behavior. Just as the NETERU are always watching through my eyes, so if it's just fate, it's your demise.
It sounds like a super serious. It sounds like a actual Kemetic Scribe could rap. If Kemetic Scribe could rap, that's how it would sound. If we went back 5,000 years ago, that's how Hotep would rap. That's how I'm in the
Amun's
moment.
going for the neck. Amun's going for the neck.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Let me do this so I can take a break. Okay, we're gonna. Speaking of Nook Panook, here's Nook Panook right here. Menu Seneb, of course, he's down. He's a lyricist. Nook Panook with the $9.99. And could you read that first Mincy Hotep, please?
Let's see. $9.99 for Hotep War NETERU Daset Tua Mary Ibku Ma'at.
Pure meta. Give him some big noise for that, please.
And Ib, the Makait, and Shu.
Oh, nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, nice. Give him some big noise for that, please. I said one more answer. The Makait is the scale. Oh, as you said, right? Okay. But of course, I'm going to get Mincy Hotep to read her own that she sent.
Absolutely.
And Mincy Hotep sending, speaking of rap, one of the best lyrical tracks that Jay-Z ever made. Mincy Hotep sending in. What did she send in here? Send in 222 Jay-Z track 22. Read that first, please.
All right. 222 Deuces Wild for Supreme Gratitude.
This is wild. Give her some supreme gratitude and class, please, right? This is wild. All right. Yeah, the poker ace of lost 222. Oh, and what are those symbols that you put there, Minty? You put some symbols there, right?
And then I have the ATTON.
Those are claw hands, right? Those are hands up.
hands with the raw and the ATTON.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Minty. I'll read one more, then it's break time. One more support that was sent. And that's going to be Lisa. Lisa sent 2. Lisa sent oh my. Okay. She sent 2 of them.
Lisa.
Oh. Peace, Lisa. Craig. She sent 2, and I got so one more answer to go. Here we go. So Lisa sent I wonder why it's doing that. There it is. Lisa sent this and $10 and Antoinette, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $10 for 2 off for today's Podclass.
Give her a clap, please. Give her a clap, please. So she actually sent 2. So it was a total of $20 actually. So it was 10 and 10, $20. And oh, Lisa's doing what Owen Hythe and Basatut Maka Effect does. I like that, Lisa. Thank you. Very honorable. She missed a Podclass support, so she sent this for the one that she missed. So that's $20 in total. I'll read this one for Podclass 1221-24. Give her some noise, please. All right, everybody. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to step off. When I come back, we're going to read the next. We're going to get right back into the next question. I'll let you all build on what the next question is going to be, and this is what people think is a controversial topic. Let's see. Here it is. Let me show it all. So the next topic question that's sent in, there's actually 2 questions, 2 topics that were mentioned: incest and Kemet, and were the NETERU depicted as family because of cosmology? That's a very interesting thing. This is from Tanya. 23 experience. So, incest and Kemet. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. How is Tehuti going to deal with this one here? I'll let you all build on that. I don't know. How am I gonna? I don't know. Incest and Kemet. Let me just ask everybody one by one. We'll start with Dejed. Let me start with you, Dejed. You there?
I'm right here, Saba.
All right, let me see. I gotta see your face when I ask you this.
Okay, on the way. Right here. Talk to me, Saba.
I need to touch you well. Sonetta was like, yo, did he disappear? He disappeared on the... The first man on Sonetta to what is it called? Not materialize. He materialized. That was his intro. Sonetta was like, he disappeared? All right, so the judge, question for you. Was there incest in Kemet?
No, but it's very interesting, and I'm pretty sure because you know what? I had that same thought when I first came into Kemet, learning about AUSET and AUSAR and how it describes them as brother and sister. So that's all I know, Saba. That's all I'm gonna leave it right there.
Okay, good. I'm gonna do what the Owaspi boys did to Jabari. Those are your gods, right? Is that your god, sir? I'm Chris the Christian. Is that your god, the judge? I heard about AUSET and AUSAR. I don't know if they're principles or if they're real beings. I'm not sure. Are they principles, brother? You gonna go back to Muta Ashby on this one? Are they principles? Are AUSAR and AUSET real beings? Which one, brother? Huh? Are the pyramids 1 billion years old, brother?
What image is that?
So AUSAR and AUSET, are they physical beings or principles? Let me quiz everybody. AUSAR and AUSET, physical beings or principles? Which one, Dejed?
Oh, physical all day, Saba.
Okay. Did Asar and Aset have the same mother and father? Or different mothers and fathers? In the lineage. Who's Asar's father, sir?
I don't know about any mother.
I'm gonna do the Judah Naz on you. I'm gonna do the Judah Naz on you. Judah Naz. Who was Asar's father, sir? Who's Asar's father, sir? Huh? You named it. Let me quiz you, sir. Do you know your Kemetic roots? Who's Asar's father, sir? Name him, please. Who is it? Anybody know? Clemeny, help him out. Gabby, help him out. I know you got this mastered. Who's Asar's father? Where's Olivia? Where's Asar's father? Olivia, where you at? Let me ask. Amun, who's Asar's father, sir?
Gab.
Who's Asar's mother, sir?
Nut.
Who's Aset's father, sir?
Gab.
Who's Aset's mother, sir? The man below you seems to be trembling. He doesn't seem to want to answer these questions. The basic, he doesn't know about his gods. Huh? Oh, so that's the same mother and father, right?
Yes.
Again, I'm going to go down to you, sir. Was incest practiced in Kemet, sir? I don't know if you follow that, brother. I don't know if you follow that, but I got your hot seat, brother. You follow your gods, brother? Are they your examples? The principles you followed? Did they know Ma'at more than you, or you know Ma'at more than them? Huh? Who followed Ma'at better, Asar and Aset, or you and Gabby? Which one, sir?
It's a really good impression.
I'm gonna let you all build on that, but that is the next topic. We're gonna talk about it. Incest in Kemet. And then the question was, were the NETERU depicted as when the NETERU were depicted as brother and sister in cosmology, was that concept added in by Egyptologists, or was it really what was happening? It's an interesting question. I'm going to read it for you when I come back. You all build on it. This is the next topic that's coming about. I don't seem to see any Kemetic teachers teaching on this. We don't. Kemetic teachers seem to hate this topic because they say that Asar and Aset were principles. Okay, wonderful. If they are principles, right? Where's the screen? If Asar and Aset are principles things that the guidance of what you live by. Or when you say this is a principle, is it a principle to teach you to apply to your life? So if Asar and Aset were principles and Neptet were principles and they were brothers and sisters, is that guidance for us that we should apply to our life? I'll be back. Hotep.
Hotep Ma'at. Peace and love to for everyone who is supporting the Tehuti Podclass, and those links are pinned to the top. Please utilize those links. Everyone hit the like button. If you are watching on the playback, appreciate you all greatly. Yes, this was a phenomenal answer on the pregnancy and that entire class right there. That was phenomenal. And so yes, getting into this topic here, which of course there's a lot that can be said in here, so I'm very interested in what the great Saba is, what route he's going to take when answering this, because it is important to have an understanding. And you know, most people have a difficult time in putting themselves in the minds of people prior to the ones who create different mindsets and words, you know, within the language that we speak. So I'm very interested in this and get down to the answer, because people do avoid this topic, but it is the NETERU. So it's important that we know the answer to this and are able to correctly give the proper information. So yes, Tua, and I hope that whenever we go to or Sonetter, because I did see that comment where the Selah Shalom brother was like, "Is this a new trend? Live concerts?" So we're gonna see what stems from it, and you know that's what I want to happen is to just make the artists step up and do some things live, right? If you all watched, I had camera switches, I had a whole bunch of stuff going on while doing it live, raising the bar for these artists, because you know it's so much creativity and so much things that we can do. So being able to exercise, you know, things that you enjoy doing is all what I'm about. You know, whatever it is that you do, come forward and show it and do it, and you know, inspire people. And we have so many creative people that hold themselves back because of fear of judgment. But when you eradicate that, you know, it's a beautiful thing that can come from it. So I hope to see HOK battle rap arena, because then, you know, it's a different type of energy when I always said, you know, I'm excited for the day, if it ever comes, for the opportunity to chop a head off on a track. You do not understand how much I would love that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So yes, peace and love, and anyone want to build peace, Hotep, support the Podclass.
Hotep, I think that would be the perfect environment for you to be in, Brother Ani. I think you would thrive right there.
Yes, I would.
And you know, brother Smash Rockwell Casual, he does this for an occupation. So he's a professional, and I just think that being in that environment with, you know, because when you are working with somebody that's at a certain level, it just makes you even better. So I think that would be great. Not saying that you're at a level below or above. I just think that it would be a nice competitive environment where you would thrive.
Yes, it would be fun, and that's what needs to happen, you know, as that's what music is supposed to be about, you know. And it's an environment where it's the same as like a debate arena, but just like in actual battle rap, where it gets extremely disrespectful.
It really does.
They still, and I actually saw something maybe it was like a few months ago where they had a compliment battle where
yes,
they were doing compliments to it. It was fire too. Where
Yes.
all they were doing was just complimenting each other, very creative, and people loved it. And yeah, there's multiple ways. You don't always have to be venomous when having discourse and debate, and that will change, you know, especially when MAAT is the foundation whenever it comes to anything, and learning how to you know, have a debate, a battle rap, and walk away without any personal insults, in like real life, you know, because that's the thing about creativity is learning how to get a thought across in multiple ways. So yeah, that would be phenomenal. And you all
right.
see, go ahead.
Go ahead.
But yes, you all see what happens in the SECAU sessions, and I was upset because during that performance, there's a button in the settings in the audio that I forgot to click off, the reduce mic background noise, so it made the song muffled. Because I've put in a lot of work and effort to make it sound extremely clear, like studio quality, while doing it live. And it took a lot to do that. So, you know, that's a standard that I want to bring to, and I am bringing by doing it, to these live sessions here, because it's, you know, it's easy to record a song in your own comfort and then just hit play. That's real easy, you know. But
well, you have trial and error, so now you know that's just something that makes you better at your craft, is you have trial and error. So now you know for next time what to look for.
Yes, and I usually keep a checklist for whenever I do things, because you know, just like how I was on SONETER and the way I was sharing screen and how I do things is not like how everyone else does things. It's a full-on production. There's multiple things, so I have a checklist to keep in order. And when I actually came on, I didn't know we were live, so I was a little thrown off because I didn't know we were live when I came on the screen. He was like, "Hey, speak to the people." I was like, "Oh," because here on StreamYard on my side, I see where we're live. It says live, but when I went in, I guess whenever you just come into a StreamYard and you're not, you know, like a manager of it, it doesn't show that. So do you see live on your StreamYard?
No.
Yeah, see, I'm not used to that, so I didn't know we were
Oh,
live.
actually, yeah, at the top corner it has the he's been on for 6 hours. Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, that wasn't on my screen when I came on, so it threw me off a little bit, and I forgot to check my list. But absolutely, you know, and it's a powerful thing. So yeah, that's what we do here at the House of ATTON, is raise the bar, you know.
Absolutely. I encourage SABA to get on one of those tracks. I think that would be great.
Yes, we've been working to get SABA on a track for years.
Yes.
We're gonna get it one way or another. I brought the studio to the last Pathways, so I don't know what. I'm gonna have to figure something out. I don't know, maybe I'll have to figure something out, but yeah, it's gonna happen.
When the timing's right, it'll happen.
Absolutely. Hotep to Jed, what's on your mind, great brother?
Hey, you know, if they open that up, I mean, like Mentee said, you're definitely in your element. That's something that is hey, you don't gotta prep for that one. There's too many bars locked and loaded. That's been sitting in the chest for a long time. That's just been there's too much. There's too much sitting in there, man.
Too much. It's too much.
Hey, they open up a battle rap. I about to peck him cool. The low about to be light. There's a lot of things that is heavy over there, man. Hey, that's a whole nother. You know what? There's a difference between people who, you know, they just make music, right? Like, there's difference between people who just make music. There's a whole different. It's a whole different atmosphere when someone, you know, writes spoken word, get into the NETERU, and understand that there's a whole nother language that falls in so many different categories, so much depth, that you can take one thing and you know what? I think the issue would be, this is the issue, and I think I've always thought this for a little bit. it's all about the type of judges that you have. See, judges have to be aware of certain language and wordplay. You can't just throw somebody up there who's a fan of like mumble rap and that's all they know. And then you got some guys coming on spitting crazy conscious things, right? It'll go over the head. So it all depends on the judge if someone's gonna do that. Yeah, of course. I'm cool with low key like biases. It's just, can you catch it? Like, can you catch what an artist says? Like, if someone spits some things, like, would it go over the head? Because that's the judge you want. You want the judge to be able to catch it all and be like, ooh, that was nice, or you know what I mean? You just don't want no immature person up there and it just goes over the head. So, and I think a lot of guys lose like that, especially those who are very deep in wordplay. I think a lot of guys lose because a lot of those guys lose because a lot of the judges it's go over the head, and the viewer who knows those things and they watching them, they like, oh, that was fire, and it just sucks. You know what I mean? So, like I said, there's a difference between what you saw from Ani yesterday, and then get into the arena when it comes to rap. I mean, or excuse me, when it comes to Madu. I think that's a whole nother like ball game, right? And it's kind of like SABA say, right? Like, he don't, anybody who was to, SABA's very kind, he's very cool, right? But hey, like, try to grab him physically. Let's see what happens. Right? Like, it's one of those. It's like one of those type of situations. So that's how I view it. That's from my perspective. That's from my my Heru. That's how I look at it, right? So these are some things that you don't underestimate people on, and I'll just leave it there. But if NETERU do make something like that happen, and I'm pretty sure that's not something he'll turn down if the viewers really want it. I mean, I think that'd be dope. I think that'd be super dope. It'll probably come down to how well someone will be able to battle virtually. We're used to seeing these things, face to face, in person.
If that happens,
hey, that's what I'm saying right there, right? So you can see Ani salivating at the mouth. You already know, like that's the one that just like, yo, go get him, like, yo. Give him.
I mean, at least you don't have to worry about somebody getting all up in your space.
Hey, virtually.
All up in your space.
Hey, virtually, because a lot of guys not gonna, a lot of people not gonna fly out do that unless there's a bag on the table, right? Usually people like, yo, if I got something to go win, then I'll make the endorsement to, you know what I mean? To fly out, pay the flight, go out there and make it happen. But if it's not one of those, then, and it's kind of just like a startup and guys are just like battling, like kind of how we are right here on the stream. Hey, that'll be, you kind of got to come correct because, you got to kind of come correct, right? Like, you got to even know if you coming in clear, some guys might want to get on a beat, whatever that is. Yeah, and it's one of those, right? Yeah. Hey, it's one of those. And so they got to make sure they Wi-Fi good. they gotta make sure they cool, right? So, hey, it's so many I'm telling you. If it's virtual, then I need that man. Yeah, that man knows too much, man, electronically, and there's just, and once again, if I only speak on what I've observed, right? So once again, like, if I felt like Ani wasn't that good, I'll just be like, oh yeah, man, that'd be nice. That'd be cool. You know what I mean? Like, I'd just, that'll be all you got from me, right? Like, I just like, oh yeah, man, that'd probably be entertaining, right? But no, man, y'all ain't seen the things I seen, man. Y'all ain't. I'm telling you, man. Hey, cold. And like I said, when you're conscious. When there's conscious Medu coming out, like, bro, come on, man. It go deeper than just, like Isfet. You know what I mean? It go deeper than that.
It's so layered.
So, yeah, big time. So it's up to the judges. Like I said, at the end of the day, it's up to the judges. It's up to what type of judges you choose, and yeah, it'll come down to that. That's always. Biasness you can't really prove too much unless it's like when Saba went up against Zion Lex type of situation. It'd have to be, very. It'd have to be obvious like that. And
then it's set in digital stone. There's no going back and being like, oh no, that never happened. Like,
yeah, big time.
You can't do that. We're not doing that anymore.
But you know what? I think, like Saba said, you know what? Like, if Saba said he'd reach out to Sonetta about that, that'd be cool, because they would actually, I think that would actually bring forth some artists who don't feel like they have that type of platform to do such a thing, right? Who just sitting dormant, and they're and they don't like what they see with all the rest of the battle rapping, right? Knowing that if they was to bring their state of mind into that atmosphere, it'd just go over people's head. I done seen plenty of rap battles to where someone tries to bring consciousness. And some battles they'll win, flawlessly, right? But when it gets down to like the deeper, like champions type of thing, those things go over the head of the crowd. It goes over the head of the judges. So I think if there was some consciousness, and you got somebody like Sonetta, who everybody's visit that channel, and if that can happen, I think that would be a beautiful, beautiful thing, because you got a lot of people who are into consciousness, and it won't go over too many people's head, because it's the perfect atmosphere. It's the perfect atmosphere for those type of artists to come in and spit whatever they gonna spit, right? So. I think that's a beautiful idea. I hope Saba and Sonetta can work that out. That'd be beautiful. And like I said, we will hear from people who maybe their gift is not in teaching, but when it comes to spitting, you know what I mean? Coming to drop them bars, that's something that would just, you'd be surprised. You know what I mean? So. I think it's a beautiful idea. So
it's great. Well, here's another idea. How about for the judges, you get some real MCs to be a judge, and somebody that's not affiliated with either party.
Hey, however they're gonna work it out. Saba and Sonetta, Saba, you got to get that going. I think that's a beautiful idea. You on mute, Saba?
You're on mute.
I'm on mute. Okay. I'm back, everybody. Glad you all could build. There's 26 people watching. We're going to get this back started. I hope the people that have seen that the answers so far appreciated it, and we're going to get we're going to go right into the next question here. And I hope those who have seen the answer that was just the 2-hour answer that was just given, I hope you all support the Tehuti Podclass, support what it is that I'm doing here, because this is hours and hours and hours of time. I'm about to start an answer at 10:20 p.m. Who knows how long this will go? But we're about to get into this question, and I'll just go ahead and round the panel and ask everybody real quick. Ptah Ani, was there incest in Kemet? You want to pass?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You
I'll wait for him to come back on screen.
Was there incest in Kemet? Let's go.
Well, from my research, just even into the word, it being a Latin word, and I know it deals with impurity. So I'll speak from that perspective and say no.
Sister and brother.
Sisters
and brothers.
Sisters and brothers being together, yes.
Okay. All right. Amun and Amunet. How you doing, Amun?
Doing excellent and wealthy for SABA.
Okay. Okay. Do you have any sisters in Amunet? Do you have any brothers?
I have no, I haven't. I have a sister, but I've never met her.
Okay, okay. Well, you may meet her one day and not know that she's your sister, and she may want to join the AUSETS. And then 2 weeks into the relationship, you guys are showing each other family pictures, and the mom and dad are the same. What do you do?
I don't know. Contact you.
You said, it's a Podclass question. Okay, that's great. That's a great, that's a great default. What do you do in this situation? Yeah, I'm Ghostbusters, so every answer is Ghostbusters. So all right. So I can't ask Amunet because Amunet has her one man only. She's not, even if it wasn't her brother, she wouldn't be interested. So can't ask her that. Minty Hotep, you have any brothers out there in the world you want to introduce
Yes,
to the
I
podcast?
do. I do.
You want to bring to the podcast?
I wouldn't dare.
Raise them up for
But
you? I can raise them up for you. No, what's wrong? What's wrong, sister? Huh?
no comment. No comment.
I can raise them up, man. Okay. All right. All right. The Jed, I asked the Jed. The Jed said there was no incest in Kemet. Okay. All right. We're about to get into it, everybody. Gabby disappeared off the screen. I was going to ask her about, the Jed bringing in one of his sisters into the AUSETS. We're going to find out today at the Tehuti Podclass what's going on. Why is it that the most popular story that all of Kemet seems to be based on is apparently a story of a brother and sister, 2 sisters and 1 brother, three siblings with the same mother and father. And the people that study Kemet say that the NETERU were principles. So principles, and you ask them, are principles things that we live by? Are principles, are they good principles? Are they bad principles? The principles, when somebody say you got some bad principles, there's good principles, there's bad principles. So was AUSAR and AUSET being brother and sister? If they weren't real beings and they were just principles, is that a good principle? Or are we just to ignore that? It seems that no Kemetic teacher, nobody, I don't care who takes you on trips to Egypt, who has a book about the Egyptians are black, who says the Hebrew Israelites are stolen, Bible stolen, the Bible stolen. But it seems like the first topic that you should talk about is what is the first example of a divine family structure? This is my question to all the Kemet people, all the people that study MAAT. What is the first example that Kemet gave us of a divine family structure? Because I don't know who Serket. The Serket had a husband. Serket has a family story in the Neteru? Does Sobek have a family story? Tell me about Sobek's family story, Pata. I don't know about Sobek's loving family. Huh? What's this? Only thing you hear about Sekhmet is she's running through rivers of blood, killing people for Ra. What's her family story? So the family story that we have is two sisters and a brother, and the entire Kemetic culture is based on that family. There's nobody in Kemet, no pharaoh in Kemet that did not call himself an Asar, no female in Kemet that did not acknowledge Auset. Let's get into it, everybody. Let's find out what's going on right here and only here in the Tehuti Podclass. One of the things somebody said about me on NETERU was, yo, Tehuti may be weird. One thing I'll say about him is he stands on those, whatever the teachings are, he stands on them. Something to that effect. No matter how weird the teachings are in the papyrus, Tehuti represents it. So I guess it's time to get weird. Let's find out if this is weird. Let's find out what's happening. I'm gonna put my timer on because I want to pretend to be a Hebrew one day and I want to go to NETERU one day as a Hebrew and ask about this to all the Kemetic teachers. I want to know about the principles. To give me the principles of family. What's my first example of family principles, if not Asar and Aset? Give me any other Neter that has a family story. Let's go. So here we go, everybody. Let's get to it. So I'm going to get into this answer, everybody. So shout out to Pata. Peace and love to you, Pata. Peace and love to Amonette. Peace and love to Minty, who says, "Not my brothers." So no way. That never happened. I don't care how MAAT they can be. Well, shout out to Minty Hotep. Shout out to the Jed, who seems to plead the fifth on this whole topic. All he says, there's no incest. He hasn't said a word since. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. We're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's get into this question. I'm going to help Minty. I think her screen is black locked on the... Okay, Minty, I'm going to put you back in the... there it is. Must be a problem with the technologies. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Get your pen and your pads. Let's get into this question asked by Tanya. 23 experience. I don't think she's even here. Tanya, 23 experience. There we go. Press a 9 if you can hear me and see the screen share mirrored effect. I want to do that first. Well, press a 9 if you can hear me and see the screen shared mirror effect. Go ahead and press a 9 if you can see that. Then we're going to get into this next question here. That for some reason, none of the Kemetic teachers seem to focus on or talk about. Everything is proud of in the Kemetic teachings, except for this seems to be untouched. Untouched. Here we go. All right, good. I see the 9s come in. I see the 9s. Okay, good. Big Blunt. Hey, peace. Big Blunt is there. Maharu is there. Angela Gates is there. Betsy Moon is there. Punuk is there. Racheli is there. All right, everybody, here we go. Racheli says, my Filipino culture folklore also has an origin flood story involving a brother and sister restarting culture again. As a matter of fact, every religion, every westernized or biblical, most religions have that, because who would people be with after the flood if not their own brother and sister? But we're going to find out what's happening here. Raw start. Medu Seneb, hope you're enjoying, good brother. Be safe and strong out there. All right, I'm going to come off the screen for just a quick moment and come right back. Hold on. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Let's get into it, everybody. 1, 2, and 3. Can everybody see this? Wonderful. Here we go. I'm going to put on the timer. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the HouseofatTon. Due to the kidnapping of your history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from. If immortality exists, what's the original religion? What are the original languages? What about spirituality? Who are the NETERU? What about my physical health? Mental purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences of those ancient writings, or is that something new? Is there really government Psyops? Is the government mind control programs taking place that controls the masses? Telepathy, does that exist? What's quantum entangled consciousness? Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise and has infiltrated in the form of the New Age Black consciousness, atheists who have disguised themselves as Kemetic teacher in the matrix focus on the knowledge. When you think you have broken out of one matrix, whether it's Christianity, Islam, or Judaism, you came into those religions seeking divinity, seeking the higher power, seeking something. You break out of those, find out those are mistakes, find out they were copied from an ancient source. But then when you get into the teachings of the ancient source, they don't seem to teach that like they believe in it. They just teach it as external studiers of it. They're just teaching you the knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients. Will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification, who do not live by any actual written culture, thus they can only teach from memes or counter-teach, which is just to go against what someone else teaches. Water. Go against what somebody else teaches. They have no teaching that they stand on themselves. All of their lectures are to complain or to find the faults of something else. Counter-teaching is what it's called. They only do teaching that deals with debating or debunking or exposing or challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. Topics are like the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen, over and over again. The Egyptians are black, the Egyptians were not black, the Egyptians were this, not that. The pyramids are here in America, older than ones in Egypt. It's always a battle conversation. We are the Abo. We are the American Indian. We're not African. They speak in terms of, let me show you where you're wrong. What you fail to recognize, they use words like fail. What you fail to realize is attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice, never showing you what they actually believe in, because in truth, these quote-unquote conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but they just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. That's the hide that they cannot answer. They have made you feel uncomfortable to even ask any of these questions, and then you're laughed off of the stage, or you're insulted for the above inquiries. That's the only platform, class, movement that exists on the planet where you can send in these questions, of course, with reciprocity, and get a personalized ebook documentary. You get an ebook made for you, personalized documentary type of answer, customized and taught live. With each answer, you get subconscious matrices broken for you. It's here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are some of the questions what are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And the question was sent in by Tanya 23 Experience, Uncle Justin F. Tehuti. My question was, why were AUSAR and AUSETS depicted as both siblings and spouses in Kemetic cosmology? Should this be interpreted as an endorsement of incest? And she puts in quotes, which aligns with Isfet or chaos. Or could it be a misrepresentation or a cultural distortion introduced by Egyptologists? Tanya, 23 Experience, Serket Offset, Amin Ra. A Ren I gave myself since 2014. Okay. These are very misunderstood topics, and like always, are riddled with the matrix and psyops. One is the discomfort due to Christianity of AUSAR and AUSETS being brother and sister. Isn't that incest? And two, are AUSAR and a set of stories of cosmology. So there's a few things going on with the question, and there's a discomfort due to Christianity of AUSAR and a set being brother and sister. And isn't that incest? And are AUSAR and a set stories of cosmology? Okay. So, as you can see in the question, here are the choices. The choices are, so first, why were they depicted as both siblings and spouses in Kemet cosmology? Which means the question is saying they weren't really brother and sister, but they were depicted as such. Why were they depicted? So if I meet your brother and I say, hey, is this person depicted as your brother? You say, no, this is my actual brother. So the question starts off with the concept of them being depicted in a certain way. And incest being aligned with Isfet and chaos. And here's the two choices. Could it be a misrepresentation or cultural distortion introduced by Egyptologists? So first, let's step into it. So here's AUSAR and a set, AUSAR and his sister, and Neptet. So it's not just AUSAR and a set. Neptet was the sister of Auset as well. So AUSAR and his sister, wives, Auset and Neptet. Here they are behind him, paralleling him. So first, let me ask the class, to your knowledge, what is wrong with incest? We're just going to ask the class. To your concept of what your understanding is, just type in the room, what is wrong with incest? We're going to just analyze some things, and let's see. We're going to start off from square one. So go ahead and just type in the room, what is wrong with incest? And just type that. Okay, good. We got genetics. Okay. I don't know if that's the full sentence or maybe a little bit more clarity. What is it about? Okay, Nook helped you out. You put genetic defects. Okay, is that what you meant, Racheli? That genetic defects? Okay. Let me give you a moment. Any more answers? Power struggle, okay. So there's 32 people watching. Of the 32 people watching, is any one of the people that are watching, are you for or against incest? And if there's something wrong with it, if you won't be judged or anything, just type in the room. In a clear, a short sentence, what is it that's wrong with it? Just type it in the room. It could be what you were taught. I'm not sure if anybody experienced it enough to actually put it to the test to see. Maybe it could be experience. Maybe it could be from your Bible, from your Quran. It could be your religious perspective. It could be a genetic perspective. But just asking all the 33 people that are watching, what is it that's wrong with incest, or is it right? Because in the question, apparently, it says associated with chaos and Isfet. And is it a distortion? So in the question, it appears like something is wrong. So if anybody also agrees that something is wrong, just type in the room, I feel incest is wrong because of, and then so, here we go. Oh, here we go. What's wrong? So I got against. Okay, so and again it says against. It's disgusting. Okay. Against. Wouldn't want my father touching me. Okay. We got makes bloodline stronger. We got deformation. We got Angela Gates vomiting. We got, as kids, I used to freak my cousins. My Met told Nether was wrong because we're out. I'm not sure what that means, but that's Jay Kirkland, but maybe he's shortcoming some words. So So okay. So what is it that's wrong with the incest? So far, what I'm seeing is I'm not actually seeing what is it that's wrong. Okay, deformation. Maybe this is a fact. So deformation. So Nook Panook, you're saying that incest, the result of it is, what is deformation? Deformation of the culture, or is it the children come out deformed? Is that what it is? Okay. I'm getting okay. So the 34 people watching, we only have a few people that are against incest, and that would mean I see about two to three people. So that would make there's 36 people watching. So that would make 33 people for incest. No problem. I'm just trying to get a bearing on the audience that's watching, what's inside of people's minds, and what is their reasoning for it. So if you say, I don't like it because I don't like that because I don't like it, or I don't like it because it's yucky, or I don't. But what is the actual reason? There has to be a reason behind it. And so far I've seen genetics. So maybe genetics is the reason. I'm gonna go with genetics. Here we can end up like the hillbilly family. Okay, so wonderful. 36 people watching, 2 people against incest, and that would make 34 people for it. So for those 34 people that are for it, no problem. Whether you're for it or against it, I'm not the judge. I'm just here to answer the question based on facts, but I would like to know what the audience thinks. So I'm hearing that it's gross, but okay. The deformation, no problem. Okay, I'm going to go on with the class. Here we go, everybody. Wonderful. Let's go on, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Just wanted to get the perspective of the viewers that are watching, because we don't know who is watching or where they stand, and it'd be interesting to know who's watching. Okay. Here's a good answer. This is a good answer. We have been taught that it's wrong and not normal. Okay. Wonderful. We've been taught that it's wrong and not normal. That is an honest, true answer. And I would say this that Angela Gates typed, this is the answer. This is actually the answer. This is the answer. And then genetics. I heard somebody put maybe genetic deformation. Have there been genetic deformation? But this is the answer. We have been taught that it's wrong and not normal. That's good. Let's go, everybody. Let's find out what's going on. So if that's the case, then that would mean Kemet begins. If their teaching is right, then that means Kemet begins with wrong and not normal. And I wonder who would look at Kemet and say that it's wrong and not normal. Would it be Ramesses? Would it be HATSHEPSUT? Queen Nefertari? Or maybe Antiochus? We're going to find out, everybody. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Tanya has arrived. Tanya, this is you. You woke up just in time. You woke up just in time. Big Blunt said it used to be very common. You woke up just in time, Tanya. We went over your question. And here we go. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. Let's go, everybody. That is enough interaction with everybody. I just wanted to see where everybody stood with the topic and what was on people's minds. I do not judge here nor there. I'm just giving the facts and the information. And here we go. Ready? All right. It's your turn. That's right. She says, really? Wow. Yep. This is you, Tanya. It's your answer today. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. Here we go. So we asked what's wrong with incest. We got a few answers. So here we go. Boom. Let's go. So, okay, great. It seems to be associated with genetics, like look type genetic issues. Is this true? Well, let me take you to West Virginia, to the inbred family called the Whitakers. Let's watch the footage, just a few minutes of this footage, to see what the results are from this family, what they call family inbreeding today. Let's find out what what actually happened. And this is a family called the Whitakers. I believe I showed some people this in the Killer Priest podcast about 2.5 years ago. There's some people that haven't seen this, so I'm going to show this. For this class, seems to be appropriate to show it because this is the class that the direct question was asked in or mentioned in. I'm going to go ahead and show the Whitaker family. Interestingly enough, it's in a place called Odd. It was a place called Odd, West Virginia. And this is the Whitaker family. Okay, let me go ahead and do this. And we're going to go ahead and do this, show this Whitaker family. I hope I catch the lottery like that, Saba. I hope so too. I need to catch MAAT. Okay, so here we go. Let's go ahead and show this, everybody. Here we go. Good old Whitakers. Let's Whitaker it up. Here we go. Ready? Everybody see the screen? Boom. And boom, here's the Whitaker family. I first photographed the Whitaker family for my first book, Created Equal, in 2004. A visit was interrupted by an angry neighbor with a shotgun who threatened to use it if I don't leave the Whitakers alone. After explaining what I was doing, he calmed down and allowed me to photograph the Whitaker family. The two portraits shown in this video are from that book. I have returned to visit the Whitakers when I have been in Appalachia for other shots, but this visit on July. Oh.
So what are your names?
Ray, Ray, Tim.
I'm sorry. Who's this?
His name's Ray.
Ray. I remember Ray. I photographed you, Ray. Do you remember? Years ago. And your name is?
Lorraine.
Lorraine. And Timmy.
Yeah.
Now you guys grew up here in Odd, West Virginia. How many years have you lived here?
Oh, her life. All my life.
You're you guys, I mean, did you go to school? You did?
Right.
So, some of your brothers and sisters probably didn't go to school, or how much schooling did they get?
They didn't wish to go long. They graduated.
You graduated from what?
They were from high school.
You went to high school, Timmy?
Yeah, he went to high school on and back.
And how about you, Lorraine?
No, she didn't went to school.
She didn't. And
no, they didn't went to school.
Come on out.
Come here, Ray.
Ray, tell me about your family. So Ray.
And there could be multiple things happening, but don't doubt that God has done it. You start praising Him that it's a done deal, and then you just stand there. You know, sometimes the scripture
How do I turn that off?
Reveals that you just have to stand. It says over in Ephesians chapter 6 that you take unto you the whole armor of God, having done all things.
How do I turn it? You know how to turn it on?
And there are times that you just have to take the helmet of salvation, the breastplate of righteousness, the Spirit, the Word of God, and you just stand and you fight and you have to just stand there until you see a manifestation. Now, I believe that there's things that we can do to speed up this manifestation, but I haven't had time to tell you about it today. I'm going to have to do that on my programs the rest of this week.
The sandwich. So you grew up here in Odd, West Virginia. How old are you? How old are you? How old? What are you eating tonight for dinner? A sandwich. So you grew up here in Odd, West Virginia, your whole life. And your family, you lost your brother since I was here last. Tell me about your brother.
Yeah. Okay, there it is, everybody. Boom, there it is. There's the Whitakers in Odd, Virginia, and that is the product of inbreeding. And there it is. So maybe that is what Nook is referring to. Wonderful. Let's continue, everybody. Boom, boom, and boom. Let's go. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. All right. So strange. What is causing this, though, everybody? What is actually causing this? Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's find out what is actually causing this. They say it's inbreeding. Okay. What's actually causing this? Let's go. Oh, one more. Hold on. Hold on. 1 minute. 1 minute. Here we go. We're not in overdrive. I didn't change the music. Seriously, what's causing this, everybody? Let's find out what's causing this. Boom, 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 and boom. So what is causing this? It's a process called autosomal recessive inheritance doubled. So autosomal recessive inheritance doubled. Here we are. So we got autosomal recessive inheritance pattern, carrier of the father, carrier of the mother, child normal 25%, carrier 50%, affected 25%. What is actually happening here, everybody? So our genes, one from the father, one from the mother, these are genes that come in different alleles. So we have dominant, recessive alleles. Dominant alleles are expressed if present, and recessive are hidden. And this creates the hair color, the blood type, eye color, growth. All of this is within the alleles here. Let's continue. Ready? Okay. So recessive means that both copies of a gene need to be the same version for it to have an effect. So common recessive traits are red hair, yellow hair, blue eyes. These are common recessive traits. That means that these are recessive traits that you see on a regular, and they're so regular that you don't call these, most people don't call these recessive anymore. It's just normal. Normal, red hair, yellow hair, blue eyes. This is a result. Alleles for blue eyes, recessive. Alleles for brown eyes dominant. So these are the alleles. Individual C is the only one who has blue eyes because both recessive alleles. Presence of at least one dominant allele for brown eyes is present. Therefore, individual A and B has brown eyes. So these are common recessive traits because they're everywhere. They're seen everywhere, but these are recessive traits. Okay. Let's continue. So what happens is copies of the genes that do not. Let me shrink this out. Copies of the genes that do not work well. Let me shrink this down a little bit more. Here we go. Copies of the genes that do not work well can cause recessive diseases, but usually they only cause a disease if both copies of a gene fail to work. Because there's only one working copy, the gene is needed. It can compensate for the copy that does not work. Thus, you already have the recessive traits that come from the bloodline of a common recessive gene or even uncommon recessive traits. The possibilities of this happening when the family mixes is extremely high. Okay, because you're getting both of the traits. Okay, so here we go. And it's extremely high, and it produces something like this. Recessive. There we go, boom. That caused the genetic deformation that Nook Panuk was talking about. Okay, let's continue. So thus, we see why this would be frowned upon by people or nations that care. Let me shrink this down. So this is what's happening as a result of the family's inbreeding. Who is this happening to? We see this it would be frowned upon by people or nations that carry common recessive traits, such as yellow, blonde hair, blue eyes, red hair, if the results of this would be detrimental to their biological imperative, due to them being higher risk, at the risk for susceptibility for double autosomal recessive inheritance, open susceptibility, and open to double autosomal recessive inheritance trait. But does this recessive susceptibility apply to every single race or every people or every nation on the planet for hundreds of thousands of years? And was the recessive susceptibility and disease that applied to one group of people superimposed upon other cultures, that the recessive trait nations of Christians that colonized and attacked and morally denigrated in the name of their God as a religious psyops? In order to so let's read this again. So we see why, we understand this, why this would be frowned upon by nations that carry common recessive traits, such as yellow, blonde hair, blue eyes, red hair, if the results of this would be detrimental to their biological imperative, due to them being higher at risk for the susceptibility of open to double autosomal recessive inheritance trait. But does this recessive susceptibility apply to every single race or people or nation on the planet for hundreds of thousands of years? Or was this recessive susceptibility and disease that applied to one group superimposed on other cultures that the recessive trait nations of Christians colonized, attacked, and morally denigrated in the name of their gods as a religious psyops? So did it start by people discovering, because of the recessive traits, that this was the result that happened, and because this was a result that happened, did they now superimpose this result upon every culture that they attacked, and then double superimposed it and compounded it by adding a religious connotation to it? Which one of these things happened? Is this happening for everybody? Or is this also a psyops mixed with something that's happening to one group of people, and that one group of people happen to be the people that are attacking and superimposing their way and their morality upon everyone on the earth, where everyone else is considered a pagan, a heathen, demoralized savage? What is really happening here? And for that, you know what time it is. It's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's find out the truth of the matter. Let's find out what's actually happening factually. Ready? Let's head into Tehuti Overdrive. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Boom, let's go. In order to create the neurological links and associations that have a hypnotic effect, new words have to be created that are not translatable in any other culture, thus giving this new word a brand new beginning in the conscious and subconscious mind of the people that are colonized, such as the word incest. This is a word that exists in any of the ancient languages? Is incest a word that we can find in the NETERU? Is incest a word that we can find in the ancient cuneiform? Is incest a word that we can find in the ancient Hindu culture? Is incest a word that we can find in the indigenous cultures of the Dogon, Zimbabwe? Is this word incest, is it a translation of an ancient word, or is it a brand new word with a brand new concept invented and brought to people? Because if this is something that was frowned upon or looked down upon, then incest would just be a translation of a concept that already existed for thousands of years before the English or French exist. So let's find out if this is actually a word that existed in other cultures, or what this word actually means. What does the word incest actually mean? Let's find out. Here we go, everybody. So first, I will show you that there are certain words that are not translations of ancient concepts. They're actually new thought concepts that are within European languages, but in no way apply to ancient thought. One of these is the word incest. Let me ask the class, what does the word incest mean? Type it in the room. I'll give you a few moments. There's 37 people watching. Just type in the room. Angela Gates, Nook Panook, everybody who commented, I can't see the chat right now, but everybody who commented, type in the room, what does incest mean? What does the word mean? Because Christians use it. Religious people use it. When they say it, what does the word actually mean? Go ahead and just type it, short phrase, 2-word explanation. Doesn't have to be a big, long paragraph. If the word itself, what does it mean? I'll go ahead and check the comments and look to see if anybody put an answer. The word incest means what? Anybody know what the word means? Jason put Tehuti overdrive. Angela said, Jason, you called it. Anybody know what the word incest means? So the word incest means family having sex. Okay. Hush Nation, wonderful. Thank you. There's 38 people watching. And there's a lot of people on thoughts of what, when you hear this word, it gives you a feeling. It gives you a certain sensation or a feeling or a thought before you see any act committed. So before anybody presents the act to you, when the word is mentioned, it sends certain vibrations through you because you must have a concept of what the word means to have a reaction. So when you hear the word, what does the word mean? Family having sex. Anybody else of the 38 people watching know what the word means? Okay, NETERU Rafi says, okay. Intercourse between relatives. Okay, NETERU Rafi 7, thank you for that. Angela Gates says, sex with an immediate family. Okay. Intercourse with family members. Rachel put ancestors. Okay, Racheli. So intercourse means, so everybody agrees that the word intercourse means family having sex, sex with family, intercourse between relatives, which is family, intercourse with family members. I don't know the origin of the word concept today. Is have sex with a close family member. Okay, so everybody basically has the same understanding of what this word means. Look what this word means. Wonderful. Thank you for your participation. And let's continue. This is an interactive class, and I like to see what's on the minds of the people that are watching, so we can see what's on the mind that is that was placed there, or what's on the mind that you actually looked up yourself. So 2023 experience says incest, sex between close relatives. Okay. Sex between close relatives. Okay, wonderful. Everybody pretty much has the same answer. Thank you for your participation. Let's go, everybody. Let's get back into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. So what does incest mean? Everybody gave their input. Okay, now we're actually going to show the actual meaning. Incest, let me bring this down. Incest, the crime. So we'll start off with the crime. The crime of sexual intercourse between kindred. Now, what you're going to find out about the etymological dictionary is that the very first definition it gives you is the latest definition. As it goes downward, it goes into the original definition of the word. So the latest definition, which is what everybody put, except for the word crime is in here, interestingly. So the crime of sexual intercourse between near kindred, okay? Coming from ancesti and incest litri, fornication, okay? Fornication. From unchaste, unchastity, sexual intercourse between close relatives. Somebody actually typed that exact thing. Let me see if that was Tanya. Yep, Tanya typed the exact thing. Incest, sex between close relatives. Okay, here we go. Right, everybody? So boom, now it means from ancestus, which is unchaste, impure. So it's from impure. Okay, so incest is a crime of intercourse between near kindred. It's a fornication and it's impure. That is the definition of the word incest. Okay, so boom, you see what just happened. That which is impure, it is a crime and fornication. A crime. Now, a crime in what religion? What religion is this a crime in? This is a crime. And where does fornication derive? Because if it's a crime, is it a state crime? Because state crimes don't have fornication. Fornication is not fornication and crime, they're in the same sentence. So what religion is this a crime is? That means you committed a criminal activity. A criminal activity. And where does the word fornication derive from? It derives from the Bible. 1 Thessalonians 4:3, for this is the will of God, even your sanctification, that you should abstain from fornication. So fornication concept is a biblical word. It's not a scientific word. It's not a word of geometry, geography. It's not a mathematical term. It's a biblical term, fornication. Okay? So we got the root of fornication. It is a religious term, yet in the definition, they have the word crime. You're a criminal. Well, the crime is in the Bible when you break the laws of God. You're committing a crime because those are the original laws before. The police force existed before. A government rule existed. The laws of God, if you break them, it is committing a crime, and then there's punishments. So the original laws in Christianity and Hebrewism were laws of God, not laws of the state. They didn't have a state. So it's laws of God. So that is the fornication. That is the crime. The crime is that you're breaking the biblical law. Okay? Yes, the Bible. And let me show you the definition of the word fornication and watch how the Psyops begins. Here we go. Fornicate. To have illicit sexual intercourse. Said of unmarried person. Okay. So fornicate is to have illicit sexual intercourse and being unmarried. Okay. So the word incest, fornicate, it means people that are unmarried. It is a crime and it's impure. So it's an impure activity of unmarried people that are committing a crime. Not according to state, but according to the Bible, because the concept of this came from the Bible. There was no America, there was no state laws built when this concept of fornication and breaking the laws and having sex without marriage originated, which was the laws of the Bible. So we got fornication there. Fornication is the definition of incest. Unmarried people, illicit sexual intercourse, and intercourse between kindred, and it's a crime. Okay, wonderful. Thus, if we use these words to superimpose Greek Christian thought over ancient pre-colonial culture, compounded with our minds today being post-colonial, it subconsciously and simultaneously is stating that AUSAR and AUSET were not officially married. They were not officially married. They were committing a crime. This is what the word incest means. So an AUSAR and AUSET were not officially married. They were not married. AUSAR and AUSET were criminals. They were committing a crime. And it's wrong in our subconscious, which is reflected within the subconscious choices of words in the question itself. Look at the underline and look what's affecting the subconscious inside of the question itself. Inside of the question itself, look at what's underlined. So, first, why were AUSAR and AUSET depicted? Depicted means something that's not actually happening. That means that they weren't actually brother and sister, but why were they depicted? If you have an actual brother and actual sister, and I make a portrait of you and your brother, no, you would not say, nobody would say, oh, this person is depicted as my brother. You would say, this is my brother. So the question begins off with depicted. So who depicted it? According to the question, what's in the minds of the people? Should this be interpreted as an endorsement of incest, which is, what is incest? A crime of fornication of unmarried people that are related to each other. So now, incest is associated with isfet or chaos. Now, interestingly enough, the word isfet, which is chaos, is only a Kemetic term. So there's no isfet in Christianity. There's no isfet in Islam. There's no isfet in Hebrew Judaism. There's no isfet in the CIA. No isfet in the FBI. No isfet in the political system. Isfet can only be defined as the culture that it came from. So that means that anyone who is depicted, if the concept of what they taught us is right, that incest is isfet, then that means anybody in that's shown or lived a life where they were with their sister or brother, they were committing a crime of fornication, and they were actually practicing isfet. And the very first family to be depicted in Kemetic culture is AUSAR and AUSET, which would mean that AUSAR and AUSET were the very first to practice an isfetian relationship, if they really weren't brother and sister. Now, could this be misinterpreted? So is it a misinterpretation? So everything in this question is directed towards AUSAR and AUSET being siblings as something wrong, which is endorsement for isfet, misinterpretation, cultural distortion. That means in the original culture, being married to your brother or the sister is isfet. And if somebody's showing anyone in this culture, the culture that invented the word isfet, if anyone shows any brothers and sisters or anyone lived this was actually a distortion of MAAT. Was it introduced by the Western Egyptologists? Let's walk through the matrix. In our modern minds, we can't even fathom the choice. It was normal. There must be something wrong. That's why everything in the question alludes to something being wrong. And because of racial inferiority complex and Christianity and the European moral supremacy combined with an invented word that did not exist thousands of years before Europeans could even write or have a civilization, we now believe that their standards are the supreme echo of quote-unquote God, and all other cultures before Christianity were pagan, evil, savage, lawless. When we come across papyrus like this of our ancient culture, in the Lamentations of AUSET, we come across this. What does it say? His sister was his guard. So we're starting off with the star, opening up with AUSET being his sister. She drives off foes. Who stops the deeds of the disturber by the power of utterance? The clever tongue, whose speech fails not, effective in word of command, mighty AUSET, who protected her brother. So the literary is saying that the mighty AUSET, this was her brother, and she was his sister, who sought him without wearying, who roamed the land lamenting, not rested till she found him. She made a shade with her plumage, created breath with her wings, jubilated, joined her brother. What did she do? How did she join her brother? She raised the weary one's inertness and received his seed, and bore the heir and raised the child in solitude. So this brother and sister were joined, where the sister received the seed and bore an heir, which would mean that the child of Auset and Asar was the heir of Asar, and he was the child of a brother and sister. Is this writing a depiction that was introduced by Egyptologists? Is this writing a distortion of the original culture, or is this writing directly from the Lamentations of Auset, a papyrus heavily well known within the culture of Auset? And the answer is yes. This writing is directly from the Lamentations of Auset and directly from the continuous over 4,000 year story of Asar and Auset being brother and sister from the beginning of the Kemetic history all the way to the Ptolemies and beyond. Is it a distortion? It's right here in the writings. Was it a misinterpretation of Egyptologists? You would have to pick the word that's misinterpreted. Word for word translation, and this is one of hundreds of the writings that call Asar and Auset brother and sister and have their mother and father and their lineage named Jebnut, Shu Tefnut, Jebnut, Shu Tefnut, Jebnut, and then comes Asar, Auset, Nebtet. Every Kemetic writing that describes the family of the NETERU under Ra has the exact same people mentioned when it comes to Shuin Tefnut, Jebnut, and from Jebnut come Asar, Auset, Nebtet. Every single writing, which would mean if this was a distortion, the Egyptologists would have to first of all be in agreement, the thousands of Egyptologists, and every single translation would have to be written that they were brother and sister when they were really not. And in actuality, they're written as brother and sister because the people of Kemet said they were. That's who said they were brother and sister. The scribes said it before the Egyptologists were even born. Was this a crime? Was this Isfet? Was this impure to the minds of the first known civilization that introduced the concept of the spiritual family to this world? Was this cosmology? Did this cause mental genetic retardation, as we saw in the video above with the Whitaker family? And the answer is no. Let me take you to Akhmos and his two wives, his two mates, Akhmos Nefertari, who was also both of his sisters. So Akhmos Sen Nefertari, who was also both of his sisters. So he had two sisters, Akhmos and Akhmos Nefertari. So here we go. Just as Asar, Auset, and Nebtet. So here we go. This is the Har-Ii Nesubiti Akhmos, 1570, 1546. This is his sister, who had the same name as him, Akhmos Nefertari. This is his other sister, Akhmos Henut Amihu. Was this a depiction in cosmology? Or was Akhmos a physical man, living Ma'at, more than anybody on this YouTube channel and anybody today was? Did Akhmos live more Ma'at and know more Ma'at than anybody on the YouTube, any book writer of 2024? Or are the people of today living more Ma'at than Akhmos and Akhmos Nefertari and Akhmos Henutamihu? Who knew Ma'at more? The YouTube guys, the debaters, or Akhmos himself? Here is his sister. Here is his other sister. They are both sisters. They are echoing Asar, Aset, and Nebtet. This is them. Is it cosmology? No, Akhmos was a physical man. Akhmos Nefertari was a physical man. Akhmos Henut Temihu was a physical woman. Akhmos was a physical man. Akhmos Nefertari was a physical female. Akhmos Henut Temihu was a physical female. And the answer is no to all of the above. No. Where was this Isfet? Because we claim it as Isfet in 2024? The answer is no to all of the above. The concept of this being a crime, fornication, is a European biblical intrusion. And what about the autosomal recessive inheritance double causing mental malfunction and incoherence, as we saw with the Whitaker family of West Virginia? Okay, so there's a family right there. This is why your current Kemetic teacher and pro-black this and that, and the Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, never talk about this, because they're talking under the discomfort of Christianity. They're not talking from the mind of Akhmos Nefertari, and Akhmos Henetemihu. They're talking under the mind state of Christianity, ashamed to discuss this. And because of that, it gets in the modern day mind state as fornication. Also, if they were committing incest by the definition of the word incest, that means that Akhmos Nefertari, and Akhmos Henetemihu were never legitimately married. And of course they weren't under Christianity, because these are the pagans, the heathens, the savages. These are the savage African, the savage Africans. They didn't get married under the popes. So these people, were they officially married? What Greek person, what Greek Christian or Greek person on the planet was married in 1570? Who was married in 1570 BC? Who defined marriage in 1570 BC? Who was on the planet in 1570 BC telling those people, you're not married, and that they did incest, they did incest, they're committing a crime. Holy Mary, Mother of God, you're committing the crime, the fornication. Who was there? Because it's easy to come in 2024. It's easy to come in today when we're already past the time, and then we look back and impose someone else's consciousness over a culture that existed and say, look at them, the bad sick people, look at the deformation, look at the sick people, look at them, you're gonna be a criminal fornicator, you're illicit sex, you're not really married, you're not married officially. Did you go under the pulpit? Where's your ring, Akhmos? Where's the ring? You don't have a ring, huh? Did they give you the bridal shower? Akhmos Nefertari, you never got any rice thrown at you. You're not officially married. Incest people. Who was saying that in 1570? Because in 1570, I don't think Europeans could speak yet. I don't think there was Christianity. I'm not sure. Muslims? No, that's 2,000 years later. Who was actually there at the time pointing the finger, labeling them that? Because the other Kemetians must have seen them, the scribes and the high priests must have seen them and said, you are the Isfet. Stop this now. Where's the papyrus addressing Akhmos and his two sisters? Just where is it? Not where is it in 2024 after we've already watched 20 years of Married with Children, Al Bundy, soap operas, Mr. R. Kelly, and Ralph Tresvant, and our mind is all messed up. We're smoking the weed. And not the mind state today, but the mind state of the culture that everybody says was the original spiritual culture. Who was condemning it in 1570? Can we get a writing? Can we get a papyrus? Because the people that were condemning it were the Christians that came 2,000 years later. Then they look back and condemned the past. And those same Christians took you, and now your mind state is echoing the Christians, but it's not echoing Akhmos. Tehuti the weird Tehuti. I'm as weird as Akmos. That's right. I'm as weird as Akmos. And those people that think that it's weird, just go ahead and throw away the Ankh. You see, because people like the Ankh and they like the Egyptians made the pyramids and we were the first magicians. The Egyptians are black and the Egyptians are black. We had the black lips. We were the first one to make the mathematics. Well, you're the first one to have sister and sister as a family. How come that part is not? Why is that part not mentioned in the pride? Where's that pride? Where's that pride? We made the mathematics. We're the first mathematicians. We were the first geometrists. We created geometry. We made the pyramids. We invented, right? That's why the black man is God. The black woman is God. We invented we had the original dentistry. We're the ones. We're the architects. We're the architects. They're proud of every single thing except for the family of the people that you're not proud of. No, that's not. Yeah. Incest. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. People today are ashamed of Akmos because of Christianity. But we will continue because we're here to break this matrix. That's what we're here to do. So, the answer is no to all of the above. The concept of this being a crime of fornication is European biblical intrusion. And what about the autosomal recessive inheritance double causing mental malfunction and incoherence, as we saw with the Whitaker family, right? So that means that Akmos Nefertari, and Akmos Henutamu, their children should be. Hey Ray, how old are you? So whatever Pharaoh whatever heir took over after Akmos, he definitely couldn't run Kemet because he's genetically deformed. Right? So let's find out. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Boom. Here we go. Nowhere is Ramesses and his... Now, here is Ramesses and his sister, who is also his consort mate, Auset Neferet. Here we go. How you doing, Ramesses? We were the first warriors. We were the first Ramesses the Great. That was us, the Ramesses. Ramesses. This is 1279 Ramesses. And here's his sister. This is his sister. His sister's name was Auset Neferet. It's beautiful. There it is, Ramesses, and that's the sister right there. Huh? They fornicated us because that's the Christians speaking through us, of which we're going to cleanse from that, because the New Agers, the New Age Kemetic teachers, what they do is they mesh ancient teachings with the concepts of Christianity to feel comfortable, because they never actually learned what the ancients did. They only liked them for what the Europeans liked them for. The mathematics, the structure, the architecture. What about the family that they had? This is Ramesses and his sister. Here's Ramesses and his sisters. Now I will take you to Ancient Egyptian Literature, Volume 3 by Miriam Lithium, to the son of Ramesses and his sister, Auset Neferet, whose name was Kemwasit. And let us see if he had suffered the mental deficiency and the deformation of the cognizant traits of and not being able to form proper sentences, and the inability to think properly with cohesive thought process due to what they call incest. You know, the autosomal recessive traits. So here's Ramesses and his sister, and here's the son. Let's see how retarded the son is. Let's see. Here it is. We're gonna go. There it is. There. Hey, Kemwasit. We're gonna see if you talk like Ray Whitaker. Here it is. So here's Setna Kemwasi and Neferkapta. Here it is. Prince Kemwasi, son of Ramesses II, high priest of Ptah at Memphis, was a very learned scribe and magician who spent his time in study of ancient monuments and books. One day he was told of the existence of a book of magic written by the NETERU Tehuti himself and kept in the tomb of the prince named Neferkapta, right? Neferkapta, who had lived in the distant past, was buried somewhere in the vast necropolis of Memphis. After long search, Prince Kemwas, accompanied by his foster brother Enoris found the tomb of Neferkeptah and entered it. He saw the magic book, which radiated a strong light, and tried to seize it, but the spirits of Neferkeptah and his wife Ahura rose up to defend their cherished possession. So, boom. In the stories of AUSETS, there are no signs of this, no signs of autosomal disease. Kemet was, let's find out who Kemet was. Kemet was a high priest of Ptah. He was also a high scribe, and he was the prince of Kemet Tamaray and administrator of the sanctuaries. He was okay, so he was a high priest of Ptah, the high scribe, prince of Kemet, Tamaray, and administrator of the sanctuaries, and he was not seen as isfet, impure, nor a crime. And all of Kemet's mental, spiritual faculties were working and even had a higher level than anyone you know today. Kemet spent his days in study of Hika and ancient monuments. Not a sign of autosomal recessive inheritance gene doubling to be seen or mentioned in any papyrus. No, he was given one of the highest responsibilities and mental capable jobs of administrator of sanctuary. He was a prince over Kemet, and he was a high scribe of literary writing and composition. Nothing like the Whitakers, is it? The ancient monuments and structures studied by Kemet. Here's what Kemet was surrounded by. These are the structures that he would study. Within the structures that surrounded Kemet, what is he studying in these structures? The pi ratio, golden mean ratio, Fibonacci sequence, the sequence of man, paralleling, juxtaposed on the temple of man. These are the structures, because to study the structures and the monuments is to study the mathematics and what they symbolize. These high mathematics that is surrounded Kemet, that he was a thorough every single day. It said Kemet studied these every single day. He studied the structures and the monuments. This is where his mind was. A lot different from huh? Could Ray Whitaker study this? This is what the Whitaker family studying. So the Whitaker's house structure. So here's the house. Here's the structure that Kemet was studying. Here's the structure that's surrounding Kemet, and here's the Whitaker structure. See any difference? Apparently, a completely different type of genetic and spiritual makeup. This is nothing like Kemet. This is nothing like the son and daughter of Akmos and Temu. This is what happens here. But it doesn't seem to be happening here. Here, but here. Okay? Now, there are a lot of females that study Kemet, and you are proud and claim HATSHEPSUT. Many even bearing her name. A lot of women today bear the name HATSHEPSUT. They're proud of HATSHEPSUT. They have her name in this new day and time. And as a form of female or feminine power, they mention many things that have to do with her. Usually, only things that she did that imitated what the male pharaoh would do. But they seem to leave this part out. What part are they leaving out, Tehuti? They never taught, or they seem to be ashamed of this part, which was, who is HATSHEPSUT's husband and daughter? HATSHEPSUT, you know the great HATSHEPSUT that all the sisters talk about? We are HATSHEPSUT in this day and time. Power to the woman, power to the female, HATSHEPSUT. So what's HATSHEPSUT? Here's HATSHEPSUT. Let me shrink this down a little bit. Her father was Tehuti. Yes, Tehuti II, of whom HATSHEPSUT was one of his wives. Tehuti, father, was Tehuti I, who was HATSHEPSUT's father. Tehuti I and Tehuti II was HATSHEPSUT's husband. Here's Tehuti II, consort, HATSHEPSUT. Here's Hatshepsut, consort Tehuti 2. Who's Tehuti 2's father? Uh-oh. Tehuti 1. Who's Hatshepsut's father? Uh-oh. Tehuti 1. Who's Tehuti? Who's her husband's father? Uh-oh. Tehuti 1. This is the growth, the isfet, the growth, the deforming. What's happening is that we are so far past what was done before the Matrix, that the principles of the Matrix are so ingrained in us that our consciousness now is actually defending Matrix morality and looking at the original families that invented family and spirituality. The inventors of family and spirituality, the followers of MAAT, and that is why the women and the men, but mainly the women that are proud of Hatshepsut, every time people mention Hatshepsut, they talk about how she was a pharaoh, women's rights. The women had the rights, and the right to the women are powerful, that the women have power. Well, what power do you have outside of your family? Why is the power never focused on the family? Who is her family? Who is the man she was taking care of and that took care of her? What was the family? Who was her father? Her father was Thutmose I, the same father as her husband. And that's why the people that talk about the power of Hatshepsut, they never talk about the father and her husband. Because then you'd have to talk about the power that Hatshepsut had and what people are calling incest then. Claim it all. I don't want to claim that part. My church didn't claim that part. Yes, Hatshepsut and her husband were brother and sister. They did not see this as a crime, nor biblical fornication. And as far as producing a child that suffered from any physical abnormality or disfiguration, well, what was Hatshepsut's daughter's name? Huh? Notice that when they talk about Hatshepsut, whenever people talk about Hatshepsut, they never mention that she was a mother. I want you all to notice this. Whenever people talk about the power of Hatshepsut, the power of Hatshepsut, the most powerful thing you could be in Ma'at in the Nile Valley was a mut. Was a mother. The mother, to be the echo of Auset, to be the echo of Nut, to be the echo of Mut, to be the echo of motherhood, to bear the heir, to raise the child. That is the power. Whenever people talk about Hatshepsut's power, it's all about her at war, and she was at war. She was the pharaoh. It's all about violence. When people talk about Hatshepsut, do they talk about her family? Did they ever even mention her daughter? What was Hatshepsut's connection to her daughter? Was her daughter... Her daughter must be deformed, right? Hatshepsut's daughter was deformed. Akhmos and Akhmos Nefertari's daughter and son was deformed. Ramesses and Ramesses' sister's wife. Everybody in Kemet was deformed. Deformed. No papyrus stating that, but the Egyptians hid it. All of them were walking around the Ramesses field. He was a pharaoh on the throne. Kemwesi was the prince of Kemet, administrator and studier, high scribe of Ptah, high scribe and priest of Ptah, administrator of the temples of Kemet, and the prince of Kemet, of the area of Ramesses. And he was retarded. I live up. Really? Show it. Just show it. Everybody just has to show it. It's created in our minds because of Christianity. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Here's what's Hatshepsut's daughter. Here it is. She's called the beautiful one. Here it is. Neferu on Senenmut's lap. Father Tehuti II. Okay. Here we go. So the beautiful one of Re, her name attributes was beauty. There was no genetic disfiguration. Now here's another Re, pronounced Re, over 3,000 years before the Matrix. Beautiful consort of Kemet Nebtet. Neptep. Who's this? Menku Re. This is another Re. Here's a Re. And who's this beside him? So here it is. Here is Menku Ra. And here is Kemerer, Neptep. You see? Yes, brother and sister. And this brother and sister produce another Re. Ku-en-Re. Prince of Kemet, high scribe at the time, not a sign of mental illness. Ku-en-Re. Here's Ku-en-Re. Does anybody think this man was... Here's Ku-en-Re. High scribe. Prince of Kemet again. The heir of the pharaoh. Here we go. Not a sign of mental illness. This is 2525 BCE. But with overly recessive genes, here's today's Ray. These are all rays right here, by the way. These are all rays. There's Nefer Ray. There's Menku Ray. There's Ku-en-Re. A little bit different from this Ray. Remember him? This is Ray. Here's today's Ray. Are these two men being compared? This is who is ruling Kemet? Somebody like this? This is the result of these two? Is it? Okay. All right, so what else is really going on, and why is there focus on saying that Asar and Aset and Neptet, being brother and sister, has something to do with cosmology? Because that's actually something that was inserted by people before any of us were born. So what is this about Asar and Aset being some type of cosmology, that they were not really brother and sister? That would be something bad. When, as I have shown you time and time again, within the culture that came from Asar and Aset, all of them were brothers and sisters and had children that became rulers of Kemet and high priests and scribes. Okay? What was the Psyops? The Psyops was to move you away from the NETERU being real. So the concept, justification that, like I asked in the beginning of the class, you see, if you say Asar and Aset, if they go and teach the Psyops that Asar and Aset are just principles, then therefore it can shy us away from what the relationship was, because they weren't really real. Asar was the Orion star constellation. Aset was Sopti, was just a Sirius B. They weren't really real. So when we say they were brothers like that, it was a principal brothers and sisters. And here the people of Kemet are saying, no, I'm flesh and blood. That's me and her have the same mother. All of us have the same mother. It's not a principle, and we're echoing who we taught was also real, was Asar and Aset, and they weren't taught as cosmology. That cosmology is the reason why they're depicted as brother and sister, because it's in the mythos and the cosmology. So therefore, you don't have to actually think of two physical people coming together, because that would be sin, fornication, distortion, and isfet and negativity. You don't have to think about that. You think, the sister star and the brother star, and you think about it like that. So they were depicted as cosmology only by the New Age people, starting with Eusebius. Whereas the ancient people, let's get into it. Let's get right into it. Here we go. So was Asar and Aset cosmology, because that would make people feel more comfortable that I'm not really speaking about actual brothers and sisters. It's talking about the stars and the cosmology, the symbol, the symbolism. But yet we have hundreds of people in Kemet with their brothers and sisters as wives, as they're called today, and not one papyrus speaking against it. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? So let me break the matrix on why Asar and Aset, being brother and sister, could have nothing to do with cosmology. Not that they were not represented by stars like other pharaohs were, but the fact that they were a brother and sister. How that aspect of it could not have anything to do with cosmology. Here we go. Let's see if AUSAR and AUSET are even depicted anywhere as brother and sister pertaining to cosmology. The Psyops is to enforce that AUSAR and AUSET were the actual sun, S-U-N typo, were the actual sun and Sirius star references because they were compared to them, eliminating the fact that they were NETERU beings on Earth, creating them into principles representing just nature, which is incorrect. The concept of AUSET and AUSAR being compared to Orion constellation and the sun was a part of the culture that was done with all of the Nesubiti pharaohs. Let me take you to the praises of Ptolemy Tehuti in what today is called the Papyrus Chester Beti. So here we go. We're in the Papyrus Chester Beti. What does it say? He is perception. He is in all hearts. His eyes pierce through every being. He is ray, by whose rays one sees. For he is one who illuminates the two lands more than the sun disk. He is one who makes the land green, or even more than a high inundation. He has filled the two lands with victory of life. Here we go. To the common casual Kemetic reader, this is a prayer to Re, who in cosmology, according to what you have been taught, would be just the sun, the S-U-N, typo, S-U-N. That is what illuminates the two lands, that provides the greenery for the inundation. So thus they would say, see, Re is the sun, and that was not a physical NETERU. But what is this really talking about? Let me scroll up a few lines in the papyrus to show you what is happening. Here we are, same papyrus. And how does it start? Adore the king. Nim Ma'at Re, Nai Ma'at Re, living forever in your innermost parts. Now what is it saying about Nim Ma'at Re? Place his majesty in front of fashion and your thoughts. What is it saying about Nim Ma'at Re, who was a physical being that walked the earth 1860 BC? He, Nim Ma'at Re, is perception, which is in all hearts. And his, Nim Ma'at Re, pierced through every being. And he, Nim Ma'at Re, is Re, by whose rays, like the sun. For he, Nim Ma'at Re, is one who illuminates the two lands more than the sun disk. He, Nim Ma'at Re. Boom. This is speaking of Nim Ma'at Re, who is also known as Amenemhet III, a physical king who is logged in history, who was Re, the sun, who lights the two lands and creates greenery for inundation. Yes, the actual sun is in the cosmos doing all of that, yet on the ground is a physical man being called everything that the sun does in this cosmology, yet the physical man still exists as a NETERU. Just as the AUSAR and AUSET did, nothing in the culture changes. So just as somebody would read this, and if they didn't know this is speaking about Nim Ma'at Re, they would say, see, look, the NETERU is just, see, that's the sun. It's cosmology. The sun is in the cosmos, it's cosmology. And Re lights the two lands. See, it's the sun. Talking about the sun. See, and Re is responsible for the inundation. And he's just talking about nature. It's talking about Nim Ma'at Re, and he's an echo of nature because the physical people on Earth, they were described using outer planetary powers that affected nature, suns and moons and rivers. And you would think that it's speaking about what people are calling the NETERU as cosmology, but it's using that which is in the cosmos to describe the power of the people on Earth that echo the nature around them, yet the people on Earth are still physical beings. They are not principles. These are physical beings. Nim Ma'at Re is a physical being, yet this physical being is saying his perception is in all hearts. Somebody would say, see, that's the principle of the NETERU, because the NETERU's perception is in all hearts. I'm going to be talking about a physical man. There's no man whose perception is in all hearts. There's no man whose eyes pierce through every being. According to Ma'at, Nim-Ma'at Ray is a man whose perception is in all hearts. Nim-Ma'at Ray is a man whose eyes pierce through all beings. Nim-Ma'at Ray has rays one sees, for he Nim-Ma'at Ray is the one who illuminates the two lands, because the power of nature was being used to describe physical beings. The physical beings were not the cosmology. Nothing changes. Here's AUSETS now. AUSET, a physical being described in the papyrus. Her power is being echoed in nature, because we find things in nature that symbolize us. But we exist. The beings exist. The beings are not cosmology. The beings exist, and the cosmology, the thing that is above in the sky, is paralleling what the people do, because the people want to depict themselves as being completely in tune with that which what nature does, but the people still exist. So AUSET was associated with the power of the Sirius, because of vernal heliacal equinox rising, and AUSAR the same, because of vernal heliacal equinox rising. Both of these would rise at the same time and cause fertilization, and that's what AUSET was doing with AUSAR, rising him up to fertilize her to give birth to the heir. That is what. Let me shrink this down. Shrink down. That is what the Lamentations said. We'll get to the Lamentations. That's what the Lamentations said. I can't seem to find. Let me go back here. Here it is. Boom, here it is. So, AUSET, what does it say here? She joined her brother, raised his weariness. So she is raising the weariness, raising the consciousness to receive the seed, which creates fertility inside of her. But in order to do this, AUSAR has to be raised, which is the exact same thing that happens with the Sirius star and the vernal heliacal equinox rising, as it raises with the Orion star constellation, and when they raise, the actual sun raises with it, and when the sun raises with it, then starts the inundation. So the people were compared to aspects of nature that were above them. And that's why Nim-Ma'at Ray was a person, a physical being. He himself was not cosmology. He was a real being, but he's being compared to the power of the sun that pierces through everything. Just as AUSAR and AUSET were compared to the movement of things that happen in the sky that bring the inundation, because of the fertility that she was trying to bring, that she brought with the connection up with her brother AUSAR to bring forth a Heru. Just as Amenemhet, who is a physical man, can be compared to a celestial body, the sun called Ray. So all of this is because all of this is life-giving attributes. AUSAR and AUSET, who were taught as physical beings, are compared to sun stars called Orion and Sirius star, because their visual appearance of the vernal heliacal equinox rising, they coincided with the flooding up the Nile, which also had life-giving typos here, life-giving attributes. And they were also physical beings, but the vernal heliacal equinox rising that takes place right here creates the flood, which is fertility. And that's what AUSET's story was about. AUSET was trying to get the fertility from AUSAR to give birth to Heru. So that's what appears to bring fertility. The Sirius star and Orion. The Sirius star and Orion don't literally bring fertility, They don't literally make it flood. It rises at a time when the flood begins. The Sirius star does not make Kemet rain, but they rise on a vertical heliacal equinox rising that coincides with the beginning of a time where it floods. So it's fertility. We imbued nature within us, as we would always compare our life with an echo seen through the microcosm that was nature around us. Yet we existed, and the nature exists. But the Psyops is added to the concept that a star and a set and Neptet are brothers and sisters because the ancient people wrote that they were brothers and sisters. The Psyops came in and said they were brothers and sisters because they represented cosmology. That's why when you talk to people about a star and a set being brothers and sisters, they'll say, no, that's just cosmology. That's just the principles in the mythos. That's why they were brothers and sisters. It was a storyline of a brother, and they try to make up an answer that because they're brothers and sisters, that represented the cosmology. No, they were brothers and sisters, just period. Okay, let me ask the class a question. What did they tell you that Geb represents? I'm going to give you all a moment. Geb, the NETERU Geb. What part of nature does Geb represent? Geb. I'm going to go to the channel. The chat is about a minute or so behind me. I'm going to go to the chat. Go ahead and type it in the chat. I'm going to come off the screen for about a minute and a half, and I'm going to come back to the screen. The question to the class is, Jeb, the NETERU Jeb, when you ask somebody what does Jeb represent, what aspect of nature does Jeb represent? I'm going to come back in a minute and read the answers. Okay, I am back. I don't look at the chat a lot, only when I ask a question. So what does Jeb represent? Here we go, Earth. Perfect, everybody. Earth. So Jeb is Earth. Angela Gates Honest says, I don't know. Jeb Earth. Jeb Earth. Jeb Earth. Jeb Earth. Okay, good. Harsh Nathan Earth. Wonderful. So Jeb in the cosmology represents Earth, that they want us to believe that Jeb was not a physical NETERU. He wasn't a NETERU. He wasn't a being in the stories. It was just cosmology. And in the cosmology, in the cosmos, is a planet called Earth, and that is Jeb. Okay, wonderful, good answer, everybody. That's actually true. Jeb, they say, is just the Earth. Okay, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. Very good, everybody. Very, very good, everybody. Here we go. So Jeb. Yep, you all right. Bing, 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 bing. Jeb, they say is Earth. And what is cosmology? What the cosmology do they say a star and a set is? So I already gave you the answer, but what is a star in the cosmology? What does he represent in the skies? I already gave you the answer. What does a set represent in the skies? So Jeb is the Earth, and in the cosmology, if we go by that nonsense, if we go by the cosmology, get back here, take it down. Okay, boom, boom, boom. So there's Jeb the Earth, perfect. There's Jeb the Earth. What is the cosmology that they say is a star and a set? And like I said before, they say the cosmology, a star is the principle, it's just the Orion star constellation. And a set is Sirius A. Okay, wonderful. Okay, yes, a star, they say, is only cosmology symbol of Orion, in cosmology. And Aset, they say, was not an actual woman. She was just the Sirius star in cosmology. But wait a minute. If we go by that nonsense, instead of what I elaborated, that the ancestors wrote themselves, we will immediately see that organizing them in a family lineage would make absolutely no sense. Let's take a look, everybody. Let's take a look at the family lineage. Family lineage, Ray, Shu, Tefnut, Jeb-Nut. So what makes them brothers and sisters? Because they're children of Jeb and Nut. And there is Nebtet, Asar, Aset, and Set. And then there's the children. So we organize them in a family and go by the cosmology. Boom. If we were to believe that the NETERU were just cosmology, and that's why they were depicted as brother and sister, and the ancients assign them parallel to family sequence, then we are to believe that Jeb, which is the Earth, fathered the Sirius star, Aset, and Orion, the star constellation. Have you ever seen the Earth? Have you ever seen the Earth in comparison to the Sirius star? So they say Asar and Aset. It wasn't really brother and sister. They were just depicted as that. It was cosmology. So the Kemetians lined them up in an order of descendancy. And there's a father type children, and children means that these are younger than this one up top. So Jeb did not give birth to Ray, and Osiris did not give birth to Tefnut. It's in a specific order. If they say this order is depicted as brothers and sisters because of cosmology, well, Jeb is the Earth, and Osiris is the Orion star constellation, and Aset is Sirius. Have you ever seen the Earth in comparison to the Sirius star? Well, that's that invisible dot right there. See that invisible dot right there? There's Earth. Here's the sun. Here is Earth. So this is Jeb in cosmology. Here's the sun. This would be Ra, since Ra is not a physical being. Ra is just the sun. Because remember, they're in genealogy order. So here's Ra, the sun. So Jeb is the father of Auset, who is the Sirius star. This is the Sirius star. You see this? This would be the size of the Sirius star. You see that little thing called Earth? It's so small you can't see the dot. So Earth, they're trying to tell us that the NETERU weren't real. They're depicted as brother and sister through its cosmology mythos. Okay, well, Jeb is this little dot right here, Earth, and we're to believe that this Earth gave birth to this. This is Auset. If we follow the brother and sister, that these were not actual brothers and sisters, they're only organized as brothers and sisters for the cosmos. Well, the cosmos has Jeb here, Earth, and this is Sirius star. Are we to believe that Earth, Jeb, gave birth to the Sirius star? Here are the side. Look at the Sirius star compared to, this would be Ra, and this is Auset. What would the purpose of aligning them in a family lineage be if they weren't actually family? You could say it's to align with the mythos, the cosmology mythos. So how do we align it as this person gave birth to this person and this one gave birth to this one, when the Sirius star constellation, the Sirius star, there's no way the Earth could give birth to it? And does the age match? Is Earth older to give birth to the Sirius star? Boom. So no, Jeb, the Earth, is not the father of the Sirius star constellation and Orion. If we go by this silly concept, the NETERU cosmology, New Age concept, where is Nebtet? Where's Nebtet in the New Age conscious teachers' teachings? They always seem to forget about the sister of Asar, who is also the sister of Auset in this cosmology explanation. Which star is Nebtet? Okay, so which star is she? So Auset, Auset is the Sirius star. She's not really a being. It's just the symbology of a star. Jeb is the Earth. Osiris is the Orion star constellation, but Jeb is the father of Osiris, which would make Earth the father of Orion, and Earth the father of of the Sirius star, and then they never say where Neptet is. Anytime they describe the cosmology, they forget about Neptet. Neptet is completely erased from the cosmology. Who is she? Because she would be the twin sister. She would be the sister of Auset and Osiris. So is she another Sirius star? What is she in the cosmology story? It is all made up by the Europeans. It is all made up by Christianity. It is all made up by not the scribes, but by the invaders. So boom. So no, Jeb, the Earth, is not the father of the Sirius star constellation, Osiris. If we go by the silly NETERU or the cosmos, New Age concept, where is Neptet in your New Age conscious teachers' teachings? They always forget about the sister of Asar and Aset, who is also the sister of Asar, who is also the sister of Aset in this cosmology explanation. Which star is she? And is that star's father also Jeb, which is the Earth? Where's Neptet in the cosmology? The truth is that the NETERU family and relationship was just as the rest of the culture continued. And nowhere in the real Earth history for thousands of years did they critique it until European Christianity came in along and deemed the ancients as pagans, sinners, fornicators, made the NETERU principles, and eventually turned the NETERU into stars and planets to eliminate your history. Hotep, I am done. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you've tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th, Thanksgiving, or if you have learned from this, or if this has had any impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of the subject matter, please send your tip of appreciation, support, of reciprocity, called The NETERU Were Real, Cosmology Conspiracy, No Whitaker, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. The time actually reset. I believe it said an hour and 26 minutes. Gosh. An hour and 26 minutes. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters to jump in. Tiny 23 Experience can jump in. Anybody who benefited from that answer can jump in. Do not let the people trick you. Do not let the people lie to you. Do not let the people superimpose European culture on the Aztecs, on the Native Americans, on the indigenous Sumerian. Don't let anybody superimpose the Christian concept of what is right and wrong on ancient cultures that existed before Christianity existed. Whether or not you want to be with your sister, brother, somebody down the street, what is not relevant to this class. Me promoting anything is not relevant to this class because I'm not here to promote something. I'm here to show you what the ancients did. And then you go argue with them. Go buy the papyrus and start screaming at the book. Leave Tehuti out of this. Just start arguing. Get all the papyruses are available. Start arguing with Ramesses and yell at him. This is wrong. This is wrong. I am here to show you what the ancients did. And at the time the ancients were doing things, nobody on the entire planet Earth said they were wrong. But everybody in the circumference of the earth came to them for wisdom. They came to the incest people. They came to the fornicators. They came to the criminals and the evil pagans. Everybody was coming to them for the wisdom. And then after all is said and done, here comes the pontiffs and the Christians and the conquistadors. Those people were the pagans. Those people were the evil that did incest, and the people and the NETERU were stars. And how you doing, everybody? Peace, Ammon and Ammonette. Peace, Hush Nation. How are y'all doing tonight? How you doing, Ammon?
Doing excellent, SABA. For this entire podcast, you answered a lot of questions, more questions than usual. That the last one you just did, the most recent one, You went into incest and the cosmology. You debunked both of those. You broke the matrices on the way people think about both of those topics today. So kudos very much for that. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Kudos very much.
Yes, to very, very much, Ursamu.
Yeah, glad you appreciate it. Let me ask you a question, Hush Nation. Is your introduction to the study of MAAT and Kemet from me, or were you studying it before and then watched Killer Priest and blended in? Or were you introduced to it before me or through me? Where did your Kemet study come from?
Dua Saba, Henu Hotep, miss you, love you. I'm grateful to be here. Hey, I love HOA, love you so much. I'm on it. Big love, big MAAT, big access. I was you show me the vibe where I had to check it out. So I say before I come to the house of ATTON, let me get my mind prepared on the Kemetic knowledge. So I went on other channels to find out what it was about before I came to the house of ATTON, and that was the biggest mistake I made, because I had an opportunity to get the real start, and then I decided to let me see what it is before I go to SABA, before I start, and that was the biggest mistake I could have made. So now I recorrecting everything.
So are you saying the interest of it started with me and then you went to others to probe and then came back?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And so you're pretty new. How long ago was that you started studying seriously?
I started seriously between 2 and 3 years ago.
Okay, good. So you're pretty new to all of this, and I'm glad you got to see this class, because these are some of the things that other religious people may bring to you, and in a crowd of people, it could appear to trap somebody if your mind state is still holding on to Christian values. You would say, explain this. Look, they're brother and sister. It's incest, and you'd be like, oh man, I don't know. I wouldn't do it either. I don't know, man. But I'm glad you saw this class, because you will need it in the future. Not that you're gonna marry your sister, but you will need it for conversation. You will be confronted about this in the future.
Yesterday, my mother was telling me about some cousins of mine who had like me, but I didn't know they was my cousins, and a family that I have from in town, that people that I was unaware of, that was my family. And then she telling my brother about certain family members, so incest don't happen. We was just talking about this yesterday, and now today to us so much SABA.
Wow, look at that, interesting, right? And okay, everybody. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna check the support. We're gonna see what people thought of the class. It was an hour. Tanya 2023 stream. She said, "Sending cash app, SABA. Thank you for your extended work. They always forget the women for some reason." Yep. That's also true. So in the NETERU principle concepts tying into cosmology, Neptet is like wiped out of it. That's why when you hear the stories, it's always a set and a star and a set and a star and a star and a set and a set and a star. But in the story, Neptet is there with her. They're both protecting Asar and Heru. They're both a part of the story. But due to Christianity, your first family doll, Ken and Barbie. Ken only had one woman till today. Ken and Barbie is from like the 40s, by the way. Ken has had one woman from the 50s till today, and that's what's ingrained. Ken and Barney, Fred Flintstone and Wilma. You see, all the Adam and Eve. So when this is ingrained and they give you the story, they don't leave Neptet out of it. It has to be Asar and a set, Ken and Barbie. But there's Neptet is a part of the story. No, we're not with the polygamy thing. So, and she doesn't match up. They have to leave her out to introduce the cosmos, because in cosmology they can't say which star is Neb. Where is Nebtet in the cosmos story? She's not there, so it doesn't match the cosmos. So I'm glad you all appreciate it. We're gonna go to the It won't let me go. Now I'm reading him. It won't let me go join on my cell phone. Interesting. I don't know. You need Google Chrome to join. I know sometimes I tried to join years ago, and there was times where I couldn't join StreamYard. I found it was a Google Chrome I had to join through. So, but people come on joining through their cell phone all the time. So somebody help her out. Maybe subscribe and listening. Somebody help her out and see if there's something that's being stopped by the cell phone. But let's go to the support that was given. Let me see everybody what support that was given. I'm going to refresh this. Let me see how many people appreciated this class here. Reload site. Let me reload the site. I'm teaching till 12. It's the next day. It's December 29th. Oh my, here we go. Okay, boom. Okay. What do we call this one? Okay, shout out to No Whitaker. Yeah. Okay, shout out to Amun and Amunet. Amun and Amunet popping up on the screen. Go ahead and read that. Any one of you, it's fine. Wonderful, Tanya. Go to your desktop. We're here waiting for you. Wonderful. You're always invited on the panel in the family. And Ross Shelley, I'm sure you've supported before. You can jump on as well. I don't know if you supported today, but you can definitely. I know you have before. You can jump on the panel if you'd like to express some things. Wonderful. So, Amunet, could you read that for me, please? Or Amun, whichever one of you.
$20 for NETERU Kepler Mhe, Hotep Mary, Atep, SABA Tehuti Mhe, with 2 black Eves. The translation is NETERU exists or come forth for eternity. Hotep, peace offering. Mary, love. Atef, a father. SABA, father as well, and future and doorway. Tehuti, for M for He, eternity.
Wow. Did you say Atef, father, Saba, and father as well?
Yes.
What's the father as well part of?
I remember in the past, one time you had said that Saba also means father.
Oh, you're translating the Atef and father, Saba's father as well. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for the support, Amun and Amunet. And I love the, once again, donations given in full MetaNetter. Wonderful. Thank you. Oh, we don't have a sound. Where's the Tef and Scribe? We have no sound, man. The Jed, do you have sound ability?
No, Saba, I don't have sound ability.
Oh my goodness, we got no Patani and no is the Tef even been in the chat? No Menkura. Okay. All right, I guess I'm the what do they say? What do they say? The Jed? On the one-man army ain't soft. Never been taken. On the one-man army.
UBC and AD.
We're gonna give a SoundCloud reaction. Here we go. Thank you, Amun and Amunet, for the wonderful support.
Me neither, Shaba.
Me neither.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, Tanya has made it on. Wonderful. And Tanya, check to see if your camera works. I'll check back with you. Okay. Tanya, 23 experience. You're still awake.
I'm sorry, Saba. Did you call me or just mention my name?
Oh, I mentioned you to tell me if how your camera's working, because when I looked, you weren't on the screen.
Oh, okay. I just have it on this avatar. I'm in my pajamas.
Oh, okay. You're doing it purposely. Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. I'm going to read a few more of the supports. Let me see the support, and then you all can build. And Tanya, you can definitely build on what you thought of the answer. We got Gabriela Lopez, supporter, consistent, on and on. She gives a heart in a very I've never seen this color before. Is this opaque? Is this opaque? Interesting color. Our shout out to Gabriela Lopez. And we're gonna give her some hand clasp for her tip, $9.99. Okay. Where's the support, family? Where's the support? The Jed. Okay, we got the Jed back to back. Oh, Gabriela said Tua. Gabriela gone to bed, the Jed?
No, there's a lot of contractions going on, Saba. She's just maintaining right now. There's a lot of motion, so I'm gonna just leave it at that, and then yeah. So yeah, she's just trying to relax, Saba.
Okay, good. Tell her to relax. Are we gonna have a podcast, baby? we're gonna have a baby live in the podcast. Okay, we'll see what happens. Good luck. The Jed, on nights like this. I remember these nights, and on nights like this, it's hard to go to sleep because you don't know what's any movement could be that time to go.
That's facts, Saba. Facts, big facts.
Yeah.
Saba, wait till you see my my Cash App, because you explaining this, I can only, those who are watching this who's not a part of the House of ATTON. Oh man, like I had to throw that joke in there. That was just hilarious. So wait till you pull it up.
Oh, I just pulled it up. Let me go ahead and pull it again. Oh, you know what? We didn't read it. Here it is. Let me pull it up. Okay, so the Jed. Here it is. Okay, well, let me. I'm gonna leave it on the screen. You read it. So coming in with the support. Oh, I see. Nice. Okay, I'll get you to read this. The Jed. Go ahead and read that, good brother.
Yes, it's $15 for. In the words of, if anybody watched The Matrix, like Cypher said, he's about to pop. To a great Saba. I don't know why it says actually that was a typo. To a great Saba, appreciate you and New Fist, Black Eve, and the Great Ra. Saba, you drop. I don't know how people are supposed to digest this one right here, especially those who have a hard time with accepting what you bring to the table and what the NETERU has left for us to learn. But when I was listening to you when this was going on, I was just like, man, like all I can see was Neo when he was going after Morpheus gave him a little too much. I was like, man, I don't know how they gonna accept this one right here. And but to you, Ray Saba, because you literally took us step by step and led us through. So definitely this is a rewatch, because yes, you cannot apply you cannot try to apply ancient knowledge to current knowledge. And then because doing so, you'll see where the Matrix comes in and has destroyed, so, or has separated us so much from it. So to you, Saba, this was that's all I could think of. Like you was breaking this down, I was looking like, man, people are probably like, Neo, like, get me out of here, let me out.
Oh my goodness. Shout out to you. And you said it was a typo. What was the typo?
It says actually. It's supposed to say Tua. I don't know what it did to put actually, but it's supposed to say Tua, great song.
Oh, you see what they did? First of all, give thanks to you. Thank you. You see the Tua in the word actually?
I do see it. I don't know why. I've never seen that happen. Usually I type it and I already have, like, when I do TU, it already has an autofill already. Like, so it's crazy how it put actually there. So that was weird too.
That'll be a new Podclass word. Actually, with the word Tua hidden in it. There we go. Okay, thank you. I'm going to read a couple more supports. Where's the supports, family? Did you all like the class? Hey, custom made tees. Custom made tees with oh, this is for NETERU class. Is that right? Let's see. For NETERU class, custom made tees. I can't see it. Yes. Okay, shout out to custom made tees. Let's order a NETERU class. I'm going to take a break. The JED people, talk to the people about the support. There wasn't much support given for that last answer at all, really, of the 40-some people watching. But shout out to those. Shout out to those who did. And Custom Made Tees is ordering class number 9. Okay, I'm the teacher. I'm the sound maker. So shout out to you, Custom Made Tees. Appreciate you and your consistent support. Oh, that's wrong. Oh, shout out to you, Custom Made Tees, and your consistent support. I appreciate you very much. Shout out to Custom Made Tees. My Custom Made Tees, what's your email again? It's not good Johnny, right? Oh, GD, I got you. All right, Custom Made Tees, you have the class. There it is. It is NETERU class. All right, everybody. I see Robert E. Williams. I see Hush Nation. Shout out to us, Nate. I'm gonna read this one more bigger one, and then I have to take a break. No Whitaker. Shout out to Custom Made Tees. And shout out to Hush Nation. Hush Nation, could you read that for us, please?
Yeah, no problem, Saba. To Saba for giving me light every day while the world try to take it away. Tua, Dua Saba, thanks and praise. Tua Tanya 23 experience. Dua Sekim House of Atton family.
That's nice. That's a nice one. Thank you, thank you, Hush Nation. Appreciate that. And let's give you a nice round of applause. All right, let me grab one more. See if there's Annie Pata. Well, it's now Pata Annie. He requested he wants the Pata in front. So it's Pata Annie. And Pata Annie coming through with the what's going on? Pata Annie coming through with the $33.72. And who can read MetaNetter? Amunet. Amunet, could you read that first, please?
Yes, I can, Saba. 33.72 for Eve. And Pen and Renew or Medit F and At Abet Eve Kenti Kat.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ani Pata. He's not here to translate it, but and say what he's saying here. But thank you, Ani Pata. Appreciate you for your consistent support. We're going to give you a nice round of applause. Okay, I'm going to take a break right now, family. We got Tanya 23 Experience, the one who asked the question. How you doing? Tanya, how'd you like your hour and 36-minute answer? Oh, no, you're on mute. Wait, let me try to help you with
There I go.
Oh, there you go. Oh,
All
good.
right. Peace and love, Saba and everyone. The answer. I was waiting in anticipation. I don't know if others know, but it was like maybe a month or two. But in the meantime, whenever I would be presented with this question in life, and it has been maybe once or twice since maybe 2011 is when I started really, studying and focusing on ancient Kemet and trying to adjust my lifestyle also. And it was a lot of layers. It was a lot, and it's still a lot. You show us every week how we're still breaking out of the matrix. But when I was presented with that question, I would always bring up Adam and Eve and say, well, they very well had to be related. And then their sons had carried that on as well for them to be the only two on the planet and have populated the entire Earth. So that has been always my counteraction to that. But I'm glad you put it to rest on a totally different level. And I have to rewatch this and take notes and create a summary that I can throw out verbatim when I'm presented with that, or if I'm presented with that ever again. So I really appreciate all of your work, and we'll carry it on. I'm sure all of us will. We all appreciate this information.
Look, I'm glad you did. I'm going to take a break and step away for just a moment. You all build amongst each other. The Jet, are you still there, good brother?
Saba, I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
there, Saba.
I had to transfer to my desktop, but did you receive my Cash App?
Yeah, I think I did. I announced it already. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay, cool.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to let you all build amongst each other. The Jed, talk to the family listening and the people watching. Talk to them about, let them know about supporting what they saw here, what this is. I'm a little tired right now, but everybody who saw this, the amount of time it took in for the breakdown and build up, support the Tehuti Podclass. It's Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. And I did 5 questions tonight. Haven't done, I don't remember the last time I did 5 questions, but that was like when the podcast first began. But it's 5 questions tonight, and overall, almost 4 hours of answers. So you all support. If you appreciate this, if this means anything to you, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you benefited from this at all, or just appreciate what it is to do this, because this is all I'm doing for you all, day in, day out. There's no rest for me whatsoever. There's no break. There's no Tehuti Podclass holiday, day off. It is consistent. I am doing this consistently, and it's all based on what is on all of your minds, not based on my choice of the matter. So support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. I'm going to take a break and rejuvenate myself. And the Jed, Amun, Amunet, especially the Jed, because he has a way of talking to him. But talk to people about the support. I'll be right back. Hotep.
Hey, peace. You know, as you heard, Grace Saba, definitely, Tanya, phenomenal question. It was a question that I didn't know how to put together early on, though. Like early on, right? Like when I first started getting into the stories, reading the Sabaits, I didn't have there was no assumption for me. I knew it was something more deeper when I was reading, right? And then just over time, I had more important questions that I felt at the time that I felt was more important, and I never got to this question that you asked, but I've always felt that, and it was always curiosity to me, because I felt that way even when I was in Christianity and I was talking, you know what I mean? You hear about Adam and Eve, and it don't get no closer than that, right? Like complete siblings, or people talking about even when they had kids, it was like, okay, well, if these people are the only people on the earth, well, who are they mating with? Who are these? Like, you know what I mean? If it's Adam and Eve and then Cain and Abel, and and okay, so how are you guys reproducing? Yeah,
right.
Fact.
The whole planet.
Yeah,
I think they had two. Well. They had one son first. You know,
Yeah. Most
And then there was
definitely.
a couple of other books that said had 2 sons. And then it was 2 daughters. So that, it would have to carry on down the line. So that was crazy. But that was always like my counter argument. If anyone ever said anything about, the first royal family, I would say, well, they actually, and that's another way that you can tell they borrowed from ancient Kemet with this entire Christianity story. It's really not hard to parallel. I was really shocked when I started reading a couple of books that paralleled Genesis to Tehuti, and then you could trace by the I am. And so you could trace that all the way through. And things got interesting from there. But all of those studies is really what led me back to that one question, because other religions or rivals love to try to find fault in Egypt, and they always use the Pharaoh story about keeping the Jews in captivity. And then once you debunk that, then there's the story about, AUSET and AUSAR being brother and sister and being married. They kind of attributed the health of Heru to that, but SABA put that to rest tonight. So. Yeah, and then there is the comparison about the astrological comparison also, which I wasn't familiar with. I had heard about AUSET being parallel to Sirius A, but that's, to that extent. So I'm definitely going back and taking notes on that. Because I don't know if everyone is aware, but there had been a debate between a guy named Wes Huff and Billy Carson. And the angle that they came at him, like, I really didn't see it the way everyone else did. It was just that the sources that they threw at him, or that he decided to bring up, they debunked as not being, noteworthy. Oh, come on, come from the Egyptian side, and because they cannot debunk that entire religion was borrowed from Egypt. If he would have came from that angle, he would have slayed this guy. So I'm hoping that someone else challenges him and come from the correct to put that to rest, because it made it seem as if there was some steps behind when actually everything is all good, because we know about the correct history and information. And so they're not setting us back, but there was a large group of people that was teeter-tottering anyways, and that probably threw them back into the matrix. And so if they continue to study, they'll break out of it. As far as, that happened with me, I just kept on challenging the information, and like you bump into it like a brick wall. And so I guess everyone has their time, but when you have a teacher like SABA, you can cut through years and years of matrix in light speed, overdrive. Yeah, we're very fortunate in this lifetime, for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. You are that what happened then with that situation that you brought up, yeah, that was there's a lot of there's plenty of perspectives to give, to to just give what happened in that situation. And everyone's giving their opinion on what happened. There are some things that seem pretty obvious, right? And I'm gonna just say that I don't know. It's like it's like SABA, right? Like there's no slipping, right? Stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready, right? So at the end of the day, I'll leave that at that, right? And because that's a whole tunnel, that's a whole rabbit hole we can go down. But yes, like this class to me, I'm pretty sure raised a lot of eyebrows for people who's watched this or watched it live or who's going to watch it in the future, because it's hard to like I said earlier, it's hard to take the conscious mind, the current conscious mind, and try to understand that in our PAUTS time. And I'm not talking about necessarily just us, right? I'm just talking about people who are coming fresh into this, learning this. Because it's hard to unlearn, and that's a challenging thing for a lot of people, and that's why I stated yesterday, before Ani's presentation, that if you're looking for truth, just examine it first. Like, just take your time before one can just spew out words and the defense mechanism kick in within the mind. Before any of that, first, just know that your mind has a defense mechanism, and please understand how you react to things contrary to what you currently believe. And when you hear something new, especially contrary to what you believe, let's just take a step and let's just freeze, right? Let's look at what has been said, what's going on, and then let's see if it makes sense and if the proof is being really shown to us, right? And a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people, they hear something contrary and it gives this emotional reaction. The subconscious just kicks in, right? It's like something that people do not see or are not aware of, and they don't realize that they have those defense mechanisms. But you want to know what's very interesting to me is that, and I wish I would have said this yesterday, but regardless of whatever you believe in, whatever religious teachings you want to believe in, how that defense mechanism kick in and they feel like they have a reason to feel that way, right? They don't follow the same principle they will want someone else to follow if they was teaching something, right? So let's just take it, a Kemetic guy's talking to a Hebrew guy, and he's breaking it down, but the Hebrew's already like, no, like, you know what I mean? He's flying off the bat. He's not really listening. He's not really dissecting it, right? But then the Hebrew guy talking to the Muslim guy or the Hindu guy, he wants him to have the same awareness, teaching the other person Hebrew or whatever's in the Bible. He wants him to follow those same things that he wants who he's talking to have the same patience and the same awareness to just listen to him and to listen to what he's bringing to the table. But yet he doesn't have that same discipline and awareness to the Kemetic guy. And so I look at things like that, and I see that people are really caught in this. You can only say matrix, right? Like you can only say how fine-tuned like that is. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yes, no, I just agree with what you're saying. I've experienced that over and over. You know, everything is all good until you start talking about Kemet, then you could possibly get attacked. You know, it's just like, no, if they have a preconceived belief, then, you know, that's all good, because, you know, once someone believes something, that's it for them until they break out of the matrix or they approve of whatever this new knowledge is that comes and tries to break them out. You know, like it's their own time. But it's just like some people, they will refuse that information from, even if it is correct, and it's something to do with, you know, ego or whatever group you're representing. But I have seen the whole Hotep, Notep perspective, and that was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm not choosing to be like that. I'm pretty much a loyalist to what I know is true. And I guess before I got back into the study of ancient Kemet, because when I was a child, I remember being like 6 or 7 years old, and we had this really thick book in our house, about this thick, and it had Anthropology Today on the front of it. And I remember looking through, and it started giving us all the steps of the caveman, and you know, it went through that whole situation, very entailed, like an encyclopedia type book. And then soon after that, the very first civilization that it got to was ancient Kemet. And I remember looking at them excavating, and all the golden masks and all of the, you know, the different tombs and different things like that. And I remember having this connection, like, and this fascination. And I was like really fascinated about ancient Kemet as a kid. And then, because I didn't grow up in the church, I got my churchiness from my grandmother. And then when I grew up and became grown, I incorporated that into, you know, my own life. And I also was in the Nation of Islam for 15 years first. And then went into Christianity from there. And then got into that, like, cellular feeling when I was looking through the pages. And then, life happens, this, that, and the other. But my parents always were more like universal, sun, moon, stars, planets, type of teaching. And I appreciated that. So I was able to have an open mind moving through life, to accept new information and different things like that.
That's the most important part right there is being able to examine and accept new information. That's pretty much, that's a summary of what I'm saying. The teacher wants the student or whoever they're teaching to have a particular eye or ear to be able to hear and see what they're talking about. And only a real teacher can, what they require from the student or whoever they're talking to, they have to have that same quality, right? They have to have that same quality of what they want that student to have. And that's what is lacking in people. Just to sum up all those words I said and to put it into a small compound statement, is that the teacher has to have what they want the student, the ability of what they want the student to have in order to hear or see what they're talking about. Mm-hmm. And once that's there, then you have a grounds of truly dissecting something and learning something, right? So your kids don't go to school and tell the teacher, 2 + 2 don't mean 4, right? It means this, or here, you know what I mean? There's a open, they're being open to the knowledge, right? And I only use that as just a small little example, right? And I won't talk about every subject. I only talk about mathematics because numbers don't lie, right? And so everything else, I'll just leave that alone, right? But numbers, they they're there, right? So, but yeah, a lot of people who teach, they lack the ability of what they want their student or whoever they're talking to have, and they don't have it themselves. So it's like this blockage. It's this. That's why I call it it's a defense mechanism. People don't realize that it's there, but it's there. And this is here at the House of ATTON. That's all I actually require or request of others who's listening to SABA, right? It's like, we're all seeking some form, we all seeking truth at the end of the day, right? And if you're truly looking for it, then the biasness has to be set to the side then. Like you have to put it there, because if you can't put borders around something you don't know about, right? Like if the truth is 60 feet long, you can't be looking for truth that's 30 feet long and then neglect the rest of it, right? Because you got this pre-assumption that truth is only 30 feet long, right? And I feel like that's where a lot of people are going wrong in. It's like you searching it, so before you fire off and start having all of these opinions, which one can't even show or even bring to the table and say, oh, here's this breakdown A, B, and C. Why not just be, why not sit back and just examine what you've been told and then bring to the table if whatever you feel is false. And it doesn't have to be in an argumentative way, right? Like it could just be that you're looking for truth, and if you feel like you have a rebuttal to it, then respectfully bring it to the table instead of just firing off the mouth. You know what I mean? Just letting the tongue just do its thing. And I don't. And those are the things that people who I feel like, if they feel like they're conscious, like, why is that not understood? Like that should that should be the core of your journey, right? Like that should be a principle in each individual's life to say, hey, I'm just looking for truth, and I want to see which evidence lines up the most, and then I'll dive in that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just a lot of people don't, and it's, I won't call it nerve-wracking, but as you continue to see it over and over, you just get to see how just the mind works. Mm-hmm. Forget being agitated about it, forget being emotional about it. Just really look at how the mind really functions, how it really works. And that's what I'm getting into now. Like, it's no more emotion now, right? It's just, man, wow, look at that. Like man, look at the defense mechanism. Look how they just shun this or shun that, and there's no really listening, right? But these are the same adults who got a problem with their kids who don't even listen to them, and their kids feel the same way, right? Their kids like, you don't know nothing, you know what I mean? And they're like, hold on, wait a minute, I've been on this earth longer than you. I know A, B, and C, and yada yada, and the kids like, nah, like. So it's mind-boggling, but it's very fascinating at the same time. So if you really use that ma'at, if you really use and examine how people are really acting, being around Saba enough has really taught me that, like, because he knows the mind, he's literally like, it's like a playground in a way. and to me, it's like, when you got that type of power and still treat people with respect, knowing that you could be disrespectful, knowing that you could be A, B, and C, like how everybody else is, and Saba still gracefully, patiently, you know what I mean, still be a representation of my eye. And that's a beautiful thing. So I'll see you back, Saba. Hotep and Nuke.
Definitely. Hotep.
Glad to be back.
Yeah.
Appreciate the beautiful words. It's 1:03 a.m. over here. What time is it by you, Amun? Like 8 in the morning or something?
It's 3:03.
House Nation, is it Monday over there? What time? Monday night. What time is it over there?
4:03. It's 11:03 by me, almost afternoon.
Oh, beautiful, Tanya! Look at that. It's 11:03 in the morning.
Wow. 4:03 here.
What'd you say, Tanya?
4:03 a.m. East Coast.
Oh no! Oh my goodness!
I'm the only one up.
Oh my gosh!
Which
okay, we're gonna go. What'd you say?
This is the best time for me to be up in my house by myself, and I get a lot done.
Good. Okay, we're gonna go through these supports and close this beautiful Podclass up. We're gonna see who's giving some supports. We have custom-made tees. Tanya, could you read that for me, please?
Sure. Custom-made tees sent $6.66. Hotep to our Saba for consistently opening portals. Uakt. You have the eye symbol, fire symbol, and set the snake symbol. Anks, Ija Sened, I am Kudzane. Kudzane.
Thank you.
Hopefully I got that right.
Yeah, you got it perfect. 202, I am Kudzani for the support, for the tip for that. Wonderful, wonderful. Tip for that. Support system is continuing. Let me see if there's any more. We're going to scroll down to the bottom, to the beginning, because I know there's Ox Effect, the mock the Ox Effect. Oh, we got Robert. Here we go. We got Robert.
Saba, can I ask a question?
Yeah, you can ask the question. I'm not sure if I'm gonna. Well, you can ask the question. Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to know for the actual paid questions, what was the timeline? Like if you put in a question today, when would it have an answer?
There's no answer to that question.
Okay.
Your question came about 2 weeks after you clarified it, because you had it in for about a month. There was
Yes.
an incomplete sentence, and then about 2 weeks after, there's no telling. Some people get a Hush Nation sent a question in, and I answered it hours. The 666 question came in the same day. I did it in the class the same day. It all depends on the time I have, the topic. The topic can be put into that time if it matches somebody else's question. So there's no answer, but usually it could be 2 weeks, it could be 3 weeks, it could be the next week. It's really no
Okay.
yeah, there's no telling what it is, what the time period is. Could be the same week, depending on the question. So
okay.
All right. We have Robert E. Williams. Robert E. Williams. Shout out to Robert E. Williams, who's Amonette, could you read that for us, please? It's ladies' night tonight.
Yes, I can. 2072 for incest. I know the NETERU got it right. Tua.
All right, and shout out to you, Robert E. Williams, constant supporter, $20.72. Appreciate you. We're gonna give you a nice round of applause. Thank you so much for your consistent support continuously. All right, now we're gonna go down to delete that. Okay, now we got hey Rochelle, here we go. Shout out to Rochelle. I'm not sure what this is for. Shout out to Rochelle, who says I'll read this one. $7.77. Check horse lips method. Ina May Gaskin. I'm not sure what that is. Shout out to you, Rochelle. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you for that. Okay. We got Nook Panook Panook. I don't know if he's still in the chat, if he's still around. Nook Panook Panook. Nook Poo Nook Poo. Not sure if you take your situation where you could come to the panel, but good luck on fixing whatever that problem is. We used to come to the panel a lot until that situation happened. So shout out to Nukpu. Nukpu has given let's see what this is for. Oh, it's a tip. Okay, I can tell it's a tip because the only word I see clearly is neuropeptide. Let's see what. Okay, the rest of it's in meta. Or what? Okay, one more. Let me fix this. Shout out to you, good brother Nook. Rename. I'll get it's not showing. Okay, shout out to Nook. Let me see if this will show. Let me try this again, family. One moment together. Let me try this one more time. Oh, I gotta cancel it. Okay, let me try this now. Here we go. So shout out to Nook for the consistent support. This is either 2 or 3 from him tonight. Here it is. So shout out to Nook with the $9.99. And Emunet, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, I can. 999 for Hotep or SABA Neter Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra neuropeptides MAAT.
Neuropeptides. All right, we're going to give you a nice round of applause. Thank you. Look for that tip there. Appreciate you. Hey, Kiko Jones. Haven't seen Kiko Jones in a while. Shout out to you, Kiko Jones. Kiko Jones has asked some great questions in the podcast. They yielded some great classes. So shout out to Kiko Jones. Let me go ahead and show you. Not showing again. I don't know why it does that. Oh, there it is. Shout out to Kiko Jones who gave $10. It says support for the Tutti Podclass. Thank you, Kiko Jones. Appreciate you. Robert E. Williams again. Whoa. Robert E. Williams again. This is all this for the pregnancy. Shout out to Robert E. Williams for the pregnancy cravings, child fetal consciousness, who gave $20.72. Tanya, could you read this for us, please? Tanya? Oh. Okay.
Sure, I'm waiting for it to pop up, Saba.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's on the screen. Did your screen not have it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, no
Hold up, Saba. No, it's not there. I'm asking anyone else if they could see it.
Do you see that?
Yeah, I even extended.
Am I on the Hush Nation? Do you see this on the screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Jet,
I
can
see
you
it.
hear
The
that?
2072.
Okay, could you read that first, please?
What?
Yeah, to Asaba, no problem. For cravings, I remember this for the next Sobek. $20.72 support from Robert E. Williams Jr.
Now I see
Okay,
it. That's crazy.
That's strange. Okay, thank you,
It's
Tanya, for
just
trying. That's interesting. Okay. Shout out to you, Robert E. Williams, and thank you, Tanya, for trying, and to Nathan. Appreciate the support. Okay. Let's scroll down. Okay, that was an anonymous support. Oh, I see what Pat told did. He sent a $1 support to let me know his name. Okay. Thank you, Bryant. Okay. So this is from who is this? This is Big Vapes. Big Vapes says, could you read that for me, Mr. Jed?
Yes, it says $5. It says RTH. What is that? Ross. This tip for Patabul Damu. I don't get the first two letters, so.
Me neither.
But $5 from tip from Patabul Damu.
All right, so it's a $5 tip. So any tip gets a round of applause. So shout out to you, Patabul Damu. Owen Hythe, Mr. Consistent Man. I'm going to get Emma to read this for me, please.
$27.72 for Straight Ahead for Another Year Hotel.
Thank you for the palindrome tip. Thank you. Appreciate you. And on to Israel. This is an interesting donation amount. Shout out to Israel Hoyle with this. It almost looks like a time on the clock. Israel Hoyle with the $5.59. Shout out to Israel Hoyle, Watermelon TV. But Israel Hoyle is Medu Seneb. I'm reading Israel Hoyle so people can see what I'm reading, but yeah, his actual name is Medu Seneb. Shout out to Medu Seneb, who's also Israel, who's on the Cash App is Israel Hoyle and Watermelon TV. Shout out to you. Of course, we have Tefrem Kem Ma'at. I hope he's okay. I haven't seen him in the chats. Or on the panel, but shout out to a Tefrem Kem Ma'at. He gave $20 and then another $20.72, and then another $7. So shout out to you, Tefrem Kem Ma'at. And a Tefrem Kem Ma'at is always back to back. Wherever there's the $20 and 72 cents, it's going to be back to back with the infamous $7.77. That's the Teflon Kem Ma'at. Appreciate you for your consistency. What was that? Oh, okay. And on to hey, men in the class, and didn't someone else just order that? I am Kudzani. So shout out to Mary Segmet, who's ordering NETERU class 9. Shout out to Mary Segment, who ordered NETERU class number 9. Appreciate you. And you're building up the classes one by one, and that is wonderful. Keep on going, young lady. Keep on collecting the classes. Soon you will have all 65 of the NETERU Magic classes. And if you check your emails, if you're listening right now, if you check your emails, you already have the class. Shout out to you. Okay, and is this it? Wait, no, we have Octavia Sly. Octavia Sly, appreciate you. I'm actually going to give you a round of applause. I think you sent one that I didn't read out loud because it came after the class. You sent this one, so shout out to you. I think you sent one on is suicide detrimental. Why is suicide detrimental? All right, so shout out to you, Octavia Slice, $16.61, and then you also sent that other one is why suicide detrimental. Shout out to you, Octavia Sly. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And now we got a monster support coming in from Basatut Maka Ox Effect with his weekly. Why is it showing like this? With his weekly monster support. Appreciate you. Basatut Maka Ox Effect. We're going to give you some big, big noise. Let me fix this. My computer's frozen. Hold on. Go back here. And this should be 33, 34, 35. What? I'm not sure what happened there. All right, shout out to Basa Ted Maka Ox Effect. Let me show this on the screen here. Appreciate you with your monster support. Thank you very, 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 very much. Thank you for your monster support. And it has the date of today's class. And it says Hotep Henu War SABA Yuki Dua. Thank you very much. Okay, I think that is it, family. I think that is it. Let me refresh the page. Is that it for the support for tonight? Let me scroll back up to the top. Hey, who's this? Oh, this is anonymous. Okay, wait. It is. Hey. Let me send that right back to you. All right, shout out to the anonymous person. We'll go right back. Okay. Shout out to you. You know who you are. Appreciate you. Appreciate the love. And I think that is it, everybody. Let me refresh the page. And I believe that is it. I'm going to scroll down, 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 down. Okay, erase that. Erase that. Erase that. And that is it, everybody. That is it for the donations that appeared. The donations are over. That's all that I'm seeing. If anybody comes through last minute, I do appreciate you. But until then, it looks like I don't see. That is it. So we're going to go ahead and close out this class with the closing statements from each person. I'll go back to my Gmail one more time. Refresh. And nothing else. So that is it, everybody. So we're going to do closing statements from everybody. And then we'll go ahead and close out this beautiful, beautiful pod class. So we're going to start with Amun and then Amunet. Give us some beautiful words.
Hotep Uncle Justin, Mary, you great, wonderful Sabututi. I'm Hotep Ra. To the ladies around you for holding you up, holding up your djed, sustaining you with their ka. To all of your animals, to everybody within the AUT, everybody on the panel, everybody within the HOA, all the people in the chat, all the supporters, to for creating the podcast, for having the podcast every Saturday and being consistent. Well, for this podcast, I appreciate it. I appreciate every podcast. I appreciate every opportunity that I get to hear you speak and learn from you. So to all very much for that, to all for being alive. Everybody have an NETERU Pesh. May everybody do as their ba and ka pleases. Hotep to the Jed, Gabby, and AUSET. For all we know, AUSET could be here next podcast, so that's very exciting. So to all of you, your AUT, for keeping everything structured and safe and fantastic. To our SABA for creating families, for creating life. You are everywhere you go, there's life. It's like you walk up the grass and flowers start growing and stuff like that. You create life. I said it's like you walk on the grass and flowers start growing wherever you walk. Stuff like that. You create life everywhere you go. You are the watch it. You are the healing green energy. And I love you, great Saba. And I will end with this adoration to you. Tehuti Neter, Huai Kaher, Yat, Nef Neteru Hatu, Ohe Nef, Neter Puai, Shepsi, Nebhet, At, Hayu, Neteru Masensu, Peruf, Nefer Herkat, and Nut. Tehuti the Neter, that who is exalted upon his standard. When he comes, the Neter are rejoicing. Rejoice in him. Rejoice the Neter when they see him at his manifestation, beautiful on the body of Nut. Tua, Otemeri, Otef Sabaturi, Nefer Pesh.
Beautiful, beautiful words of love and adoration, and echoing the ancients into today, which is keeping it consistent. And I like the thing you said about the grass and the flowers. Tua, for your great words, good brother. Keep it up. Get a great rest. Will you be making it to pod classes on time, or is today just a special day? Will you be next week? Are you going to be in the regular time, or you don't know?
Yes, it should be regular time for as far as I can see for now. Yeah.
Wonderful. Look forward to everything's back to normal. Wonderful. Then I look forward to seeing you in the pod class. As soon as I put the link in the room. Yes. Okay. On to your wonderful echo right there beside you. Emonette, give us some great words.
Tef Mary, Uncle Justin Neb, or Tef Sabatehuti. I appreciate you very, very much for saving my life, my Ka, and Amun's life, his Ka, and building us up every single day, raising us up, and excuse me, and for creating such a beautiful life that we have now. I appreciate you very much for purifying our minds and bringing us to where we are today. I'm very, very appreciative for all of the beautiful workings that you've done to get us to where we're at today, and I'm very thankful for it. I look at the past versus now, and I see so much improvement. It's hard to put it all in words. It's so much, and I'm very appreciative for that grace opportunity. And I appreciate your life, your health, your happiness, and all effort things. You are very important to both Amun and I, and we appreciate you very, very much and love you very much. And I will end off with an utterance to you. Amun and Amunet, Shesu Emket, Tehuti, Pertneter, Emaset Ement. Kutsen her out, and Tehuti, or Hetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Neter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hetep Merihe, and Neferu Pesh.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful words. Tua, for your appreciation, and especially the part you added about saving lives and life saving. And that is excellent. Keep up the good work, keep up the loyalty, keep up the discipline, and continue to be an echo. Future events are coming up, and I know you'll be right there. You're like Nana, you're like Batman and Robin or something, I don't know, but you're right there with her when whatever she needs. She talks about you a lot in here. She talks about you a lot of how efficient you are. So keep up the good work. Your efficiency is echoing all the way over here, and we all appreciate you and continue to do what you do. Thank you for the great words.
Nini Yukin Tua very much, and Tua and Mary to or Nana.
Wonderful. Okay, and on to Hush Nation. What country are you in today? What part of the world?
I in Johannesburg. I in South Africa, Johannesburg.
Now you're in South Africa from the Netherlands?
Yeah. The Netherlands was part of a plan not going how it was supposed to go. This too, but I prefer to be here than in the Netherlands, you know.
You're in South Africa right now? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You are you've traveled more than anybody in the entire Podclass history since it began. You went from the islands to the Netherlands, South Africa. You're on the other part of the world.
Yeah, my journey had started in LA first, Pathways to Awakening.
Yeah, you came to LA. That was your big trip, and then all your trips from them is bigger.
From then it was on.
Mm.
Yeah, for opening up so much for me, Saba. You know, this morning I was sleeping, but I was feeling like while I was sleeping, I was thinking like I want something that could help my day be normal, you know, because like while I was sleeping, I was thinking on so much things, and I was like, I need something to help my day go back to normal, so that I could just be in my art and operate in my art. And then so after all of that thinking, I couldn't sleep no more, and then something hit me. I was like, I look at the time, I was like, hey, I was like, the podcast supposed to be on. So then I click and I see the podcast on, and then my whole energy changed. I was like, this is crazy, because I didn't wake up in a good mood, and then everything just changed. And I really appreciate that so much, Saba. You know, I hear popping pills and stuff, you know. Look, you see, because I got a dentist appointment and all kind of stuff, you know. So the drugs is messing with my head. I'm the type of person that doesn't even swim in swimming pools, you know. So that just got me throwing off. So I have like one more pill in here, a dentist appointment Monday. I want to bail out on the dentist appointment, but I think I'm going to go. So Tua for helping me wake up with this strength this morning. I feel better. I feel good about Annie performance on Sanetta. I had feel good about it before I went to sleep, but I just wake up twisted, and the podcast on when I wake up Sunday morning. So I appreciate that so much. Tua so much, Saba. Tua for saving my life. Tua for saving my light. Tua for giving me light to spread. And Tua for teaching me how to shed. Tua for Annie. Tua for Amon and Amonette. Tua for the whole HOA. Tua for connecting me with my family of truth that I could bond and share certain experiences with that I can't share with nobody else. Yeah, Tua for bringing the NETERU to me. Tua for bringing my art to me. And Tua for having the whole house of ATTON in my life. Dua Sakim, Tua Dua, thanks and praises to you, Saba. Big love, Hotep Marie, big Ma'at, big axes.
Nini Tua for your great appreciation. And what I got out of all that is that the Podclass in the House of ATTON is your real medicine. So
Definitely. For sure.
So you glad you woke up to it, glad it got to change your perspective and frequency, your life. And I'm glad it took you out of that bad mood. You don't need you in any kind of isfet moods, no kind of bad vibes, no temper, no nothing. We want you just in peace. That's the best way for you to be.
To us so much.
It's fair to take you into the crazy world. Yeah. No, we don't want
to us
that.
so much, Saba.
Nini. Okay, wonderful. And Tanya 23 experience. Can you hear me clear?
Yes, can you hear me?
Great, nice microphone. Is it glowing and changing colors?
Yeah, it's just changing colors.
Okay.
I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, it just goes like through the color pattern.
That's pretty.
Thank
Okay,
you.
give us some great opening and closing words
Right.
Yes, yes, so much, so much. Let's see how I could summarize. I appreciate, number one, I appreciate you, Saba, the way how you welcome people and make us feel comfortable to be ourselves and introduce us as a family, and you treat us like a family. I would like to be more included in the studies. I'm trying to adjust my regular schedule so that I can participate. I understand on Fridays there's a group, and also maintaining my membership through the website. So, this experience is, at this point in my life, is actually needed. I am 54 years old, and everything that I do is going towards a final truth. My goal this time around is to know the truth correctly and set the pace for my children and grandchildren. I'm really serious about adjusting my lifestyle. I'm always trying to incorporate something new. The House of ATTON is super important to me at this point, because there's not many places that is teaching this information, number one, and rightly dividing the truth is very important. The world needs this example. We need this example. And I understand that you understand how important you are at this point. Yeah, I just hope that I can incorporate more of my family members. Of course, first I have to come in and be involved, because I'm very protective over my family, Circuit. And I approve. I have two wonderful sons that I hope would be open to come in. They have been with me through all of my religious steps in life. I brought my kids right along with me, and they too are happy to see me where I am today. I have very intelligent children, and they do very well for themselves. And I'm just happy to, when they ask me what I'm doing or what I'm into now, I'm glad to say I'm studying with the House of ATTON, and if I ever go to Egypt, this is the group I'd like to travel with. I'd like to be family, and I'd like to be a part of this group for the rest of my life. I'd like to see it expand in that way, and literally make a commitment to stay involved and do something. Like the 2025 thing for me is to make more of a commitment to be involved, because I love ancient Kemet, and I don't have a problem with dedicating my life to the studies. I've already done that. So just thank you for having me.
Wonderful, wonderful, beautiful, heartfelt words. Everyone is sending there's messages for you. Intihotep, Rasheli, Amanet Kat. Beautiful messages for you. And it's a very heartfelt message you just said. And we are so happy that you're here with us in this part of your life, because yes, we're not getting younger. We don't want to come to life realization when we're 70. We want to we want to be well established in what we're into, so that we can start perfecting stages. Once you get to a certain age, it's the time for soul searching and seeking. It's not that time. I mean, we were looking for truth, when we were 20 and 19, but now you're settled in. Now it's just time for perfection and purification and Pekka Mku, and you're in the right place, and you just keep doing what you're doing, and feel free to email me anytime, and you just keep on the path. You're doing great. And if you ever are your sons into any type of knowledge, or did they change with you with each thing you went to?
Yes, actually, I share everything that I learned with them, so they've been with me every step of the way, and they love I guess it's a way of life, not just a religion. It's not a religion, but a way of life, and they accept it as well. They would like to get more into studies. They are very engulfed in their work at this time. They're grinding at this time, but yeah, I would like to see them come into the studies. I actually send them all of the pod classes.
Beautiful. Excellent. Well, you keep on your path, and this is just the beginning, and you'll get more perfected as time goes on. You get more settled in, and let's hope you do win the lottery that day. Let's hope you do. You do,
I have
man.
the chances. I have big odds in my life that I've overcome. So yeah, I could probably do it.
Okay, wonderful. To Tanya for your beautiful words, and we're gonna move on to the Jed Sedem Ahemt Pautz Ku, bringing a new family member to the House of ATTON in the next few hours. What do you got to say, good brother?
Hey, first, peace and love.
Oh, what'd you say, Tanya? Is there a delay?
I'm sorry. I meant to say congrats to Brother Dejed and his family. Absolutely. And they're on AUSETS arrival soon.
Nice.
Yes, Tua for that. Tua for those never words. Great sister Tanya. Saba, hey, appreciate you always. I love the fact that you mentioned like, hey, I don't think about any of these topics. I'm on other things, but I have to think about these topics because you guys asked me. So that's an incredible challenge that you do consistently, week in, week out. So to you, Great Saba, definitely appreciate you. Appreciate your energy. Appreciate your NETERU for supporting your Dejed and just you all just being one great Aut and MAAT. Definitely grateful for you all. To everybody here on the panel, I appreciate just all the Mary everyone has given in the House of ATTON. Like, it's just been phenomenal. I don't want to be nowhere else. Like this is where a a Ka should be. Like, this is where it is right here. And to the depths of where you're guiding the House of ATTON, all that you've done for Ani, and look where he's at now. You know what I mean? Like, without your guidance and your knowledge for the Pa'ut, I don't think it would be as potent. And I just thank you so much, Saba, for not only what you do in my life, but for my Pa'ut and for my brothers who I stand right there with, and the impact you having on them, which just inspires me. And you know what I mean? Just want to just keep going, right? Like you say, the matrix don't stop. So we can't stop, right? So to you, great Saba. Those things are never overlooked from my perspective. And I just appreciate you, and I thank you. And once again, everybody in the chat, everybody who support, just Tua for all the wonderful Madu that you have for our wonderful Sat that's on her way. Looking for whirlwinds for our set to come down. So we got whirlwinds going on. It's a beautiful thing. Hey, dua to all of you all, everybody. And of course, may Ra grant you and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at. And may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rises and shine forevermore Ma'at. I am the Jet, Sajim Ma'at, Himti Pauku, favored by the Neteru, Uncle Jasaneb, Neferu Pesh, Hotep.
Hotep, wonderful words again. Wonderful words and appreciation. And you're in a beautiful situation. I like how you said you can never see yourself anywhere else. You don't want to be anywhere else. And you've seen a lot of different conscious people, movements, books, and you've had a lot to compare this to. So it's a beautiful thing that in all that comparison you can see that this is where it is. You don't want to be anywhere else, and that's going to be ingrained into our set. And she's going to be 3 years old saying that. Imagine a 3-year-old just learn how to talk. I don't want to be anywhere else but the house of ATTON. And so he's got a little voice saying that. And it's a beautiful thing. And you have a lot of love from Gabriela. And it's a beautiful family you have. And it's beautiful. And yes, absolutely. I put a lot of time into echoing energy towards Pata Ani. And yes, look where he's come from. He was just a name inside the Killer Priest chat. Just like you. And look what he's become and made himself in the House of ATTON. And I'm doing all this intentionally because my goal is to create the NETERU. So each and every person becomes the best, most powerful being that they can be. And as everybody becomes that, it becomes a Voltron unit. And then hopefully in all of this, I'm remembered and taken care of when all this is happening, because it's while people go to work in the morning, I don't. So I appreciate your appreciation. Keep it up, and I continue being a great father. And let me know when the real contraction starts. And Nana will be right there on the phone while Gabby's screaming. So, so keep up the good work, good brother. And I appreciate your opening and closing.
Any other great Saba too.
Okay, everybody, we're going to close up with the affirmation. Usually a Tef would be here to do the closing affirmations. And I don't see him here, so we're just going to go ahead and close off with the affirmation, and then I will go big screen. So one, two, where was it? Media? Okay, so there it is. Okay, everybody, I'm going to move the banner from the screen, and everybody, we're just going to close off with the affirmation, and then I'll close out big screen. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, Un and S, Nin Tet Aset and Ma'at, Min Hebapet and Ma'at, Her and Hukiui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Okay, everyone, peace and love. Get yourself some good sleep. Amunet, get some rest. I know it's past, 4 in the morning over there? Is it past?
It's 3:56.
Okay, 3:56. I want you sleeping by 4:01. Snoring by 4:02. Get your sleep. Hush Nations Day is just beginning in South Africa. Keep up the good work, brother. Bring what is that right there? You brought the perm haru. That may be the first perm haru in South Africa. Keep up the good work. Go meet yourself a beautiful Khoisan woman. Bring her the truth, and go start yourself a good family and bring them wherever you want. That's what you need. You need some nice backup. You're the Lone Ranger, man. We need you. You need a nice family to back you up, man. You know, you're a great brother, and you need to have great support around you when the podcast closes down, so you can have people around you that have like minds. So I wish the best to you, and 2023 experience. Love to you, peace to you. Have a great rest. Sadem, the Jed Sadem Ma'at, Hams Pautsku. Have a great rest. Did I hear right, or did Gabrielle say she's already thinking about the second sat? Did I hear that? The next sat coming up?
Oh, I don't know about that, Saba, but I don't know about another sat. But we trying to take the T out of there.
Yeah.
And bring forth a sat. That's what we trying to do, Saba.
Okay, yeah. Bring forth a patah.
There we go, right away.
Okay, good. All right, I'm gonna go big screen, everybody, and close us out, and get myself some rest, and put Shadow Body to go rest with his other mangrove friend. Peace and love, everybody. I'm going big screen. You all can jump into your beds, and I'm gonna go big screen. Peace and love. Okay. All right, everybody. My solo Leo. Thank you, solo Leo, which keeps me still right here. Okay. Peace and love, everybody. I'm glad you enjoyed another beautiful experience, like Tanya 23's name, a beautiful experience at the House of ATTON. Beautiful experience at the Tehuti Podclass, backbone of what this all is about. The guidance, the answers, and the phenomenon that was created, that created the House of ATTON, which is right here, the Tehuti Podclass. Keep in tune with everything House of ATTON, everything Tehuti Podclass, everything that is taking place. We greatly appreciate you, and I am your humble master teacher and servant, simultaneously, the Salvador. This is the Sulawesi shadow body, the venomous Boega. Peace and love to everyone. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Support what this is, because that is a motivation for me to keep the quality of answers of topics that are thrown in this direction. That it doesn't matter what it is, if it's dealing with any elevation of consciousness, my personal interest is put aside, and I am here to fulfill my purpose as the SABA, the door and the guide. Regardless of what the question is, it will be answered thoroughly with the enthusiasm as if that was my life quest question. As you can see, answers are anywhere from an hour to 2 hour answers. Peace and love. I hope you appreciate this, because everything comes and goes, even if it shifts to a different phase. Everything comes and goes. Hopefully, we keep this here as long as we can. The House of Atten name has existed for at least 3,400 years. We're here to keep this name existing even longer. But when all is said and done, and the archaeologists do find the remains of everything that was built, what they will see is